Sir. Next, this is an executive order. This charges your Secretary of the Treasury, Scott Bessent, and your Secretary of Commerce, Howard Lutnick, to begin a process that will hopefully result in the creation of an American sovereign wealth fund.
It's a very exciting event. We're going to have a sovereign wealth fund, which we've never had. We have a lot of things that create wealth, and you're seeing that over the last 2 weeks. I think we've created more wealth. Other people have created de-wealth, the people, my predecessors. We're creating a lot of wealth. Scott, maybe you'd like to say something about it, and I'd ask also Howard to say something about it.
Yes, sir. This is very exciting. We're going to stand this thing up within the next 12 months. We're going to monetize the asset side of the U.S. balance sheet for the American people. We're going to put the assets to work, and I think it's going to be very exciting. We're going to study best practices that's done around the world. It'll be a combination of liquid assets, assets that we have in this country as we work to bring them out for the American people.
The extraordinary size and scale of the U.S. government and the business it does with companies should create value for American citizens. If we are going to buy 2 billion COVID vaccines, maybe we should have some warrants and some equity in these companies and have that grow for the help of the American people. So I bring all these things together. I think we'll create, Scott and I will create an amazing sovereign wealth fund for you, sir.
So other countries have sovereign wealth funds, and they're much smaller countries, and they're not the United States. We have tremendous potential in this country, tremendous. You're seeing that, what's happened just in a short period of time. And as an example, TikTok, we're going to be doing something perhaps with TikTok, and perhaps not. If we make the right deal, we'll do it, otherwise we won't. But I have the right to do that, and we might put that in the sovereign wealth fund, whatever we make, or if we do a partnership with very wealthy people, a lot of options, but we could put that as an example in the fund, and we have a lot of other things that we could put in the fund. And I think in a short period of time we'd have one of the biggest funds, and you know, some of them are pretty large, I must tell you. Some of the, like the Saudi Arabia fund is on the large side, but eventually we'll catch it. But we're going to create a lot of wealth for the fund, and I think it's about time that this country had a sovereign wealth fund. And these two gentlemen and some others are going to work with them very closely, and they'll be heading it up, and they're going to do a great job. Two highly respected people that have done unbelievably well in the world, in the real world. So that's a big deal, huh?
Yes, sir. I think it's going to create value and be of great strategic importance.
Mr. President, why is it important for Elon Musk to have access to the payment systems at Treasury?
Well, he's got access only to letting people go that he thinks are no good if we agree with him, and it's only if we agree with him. He's a very talented guy from the standpoint of management and costs, and we put him in charge of seeing what he can do with certain groups and certain numbers. Some of the numbers are horrible, what he's found. Think of it, $100 million on condoms to Hamas, and many other things that are frankly even more ridiculous. And they're finding tremendous waste, really waste more than anything else, I think you could say. Probably fraud and abuse can be added to it, the more standard waste, fraud, and abuse. But they're finding tremendous amounts of really bad things, bad spending. You've been writing about some of it, frankly, and some of the things that they've been doing is just terrible. Elon can't do and won't do anything without our approval, and we'll give him the approval where appropriate. Where not appropriate, we won't. But he reports in, and it's something that he feels very strongly about, and I'm impressed because he's running, obviously, a big company. It has nothing to do, if there's a conflict, that we won't let him get near it. But he does have a good natural instinct. He's got a team of very talented people, and we're trying to shrink government, and he can probably shrink it as well as anybody else, if not better. Where we think there's a conflict or there's a problem, we won't let him go near it. But he has some very good ideas, and we have a lot of very other talented people also. We're bringing in the most talented people in the world. By the way, we just unrelated, but we have two of the most talented people in the world, the legendary Rupert Murdoch and Larry Ellison. So they are two legends in business, publishing, and probably every other. Rupert is Larry pretty much in a class by himself, right? I mean, although you may have a couple of bucks more, I don't know. But Rupert is in a class by himself. He's an amazing guy, and Larry is Larry. Larry's one of the most serious players anywhere in the world. So it's an honor to have you. This has nothing to do with you people, but they're here, and I thought it would be appropriate. I'm sure you didn't recognize them. If you're all going crazy, they're saying, "What are they doing here?"
Thank you, sir.
Mr. President, on the tariffs, is there any chance that Canada or China could also get out of the tariffs after you struck a deal with Mexico?
Well, nobody's out with Mexico. We had a great talk with Mexico, and we had President Sheinbaum is a woman. I like her very much. We've had good relationships, but we have to stop fentanyl from coming in, whether I like somebody or not, and we have to stop the illegal aliens from coming in. I think we've lost 200,000 people on average a year for many years, much higher than the 100,000, could be even closer to 300,000. And they've agreed to put in 10,000 soldiers permanently, like forever, 10,000 soldiers at their side of the border and stop fentanyl and illegal aliens from coming into our country. They have a big incentive to do. Other than that, we've agreed to talk and consider various other things. We haven't agreed on tariffs yet, and maybe we will, maybe we won't. But we have a very good relationship. I also spoke with Prime Minister Trudeau of Canada, and we had a good talk in the morning, but I did ask him a couple of questions, like, you know, banks aren't allowed to do business in Canada. Canada is very tough. Canada is very, you know, we're not treated well by Canada, and we have to be treated well. Banks are not, as an example, allowed. Did you know that? That banks, American banks, are not allowed to do business in Canada. Can you believe that? And that's one of many things and we talked about, and I think we'll win most of the subjects. But for some reason, a lot of things have been very unfair with Canada. I noticed that in the first term. You deal with people, and after a while you begin to realize, like you learn that Larry Ellison's very tough to do business with, okay? He's a very tough guy. I mean, I'm sure you're shocked to hear that. But Canada is very tough. They're very, very tough to do business with, and we can't let them take advantage of the U.S. They don't take our agricultural product for the most part. They don't take our cars. They make cars, but they basically don't take our cars. And, you know, we don't need, and look, I think we're going to have another good conversation today. We're actually speaking at 3 o'clock again. But we don't need them to make our cars. We don't need them to give us lumber. We don't need them for agricultural products because we have all the agriculture we need. They don't take our agricultural product for the most part, our milk, dairy, etc. A little bit they do, but not much. We take theirs. And as far as cars are concerned, they took in a big percentage, almost 19% of the market. And, you know, I wouldn't mind making our cars in the United States, so we have a problem there. I'd like to make our cars in the U.S. We don't need Canada to make our cars. With that being said, we're going to have another call at 3 o'clock. We had a call this morning. It was a pretty good call, I'd say. So the call with Mexico went very well in the sense that they're very strong now on the border. They're going to put soldiers there. So, actually, they're their best military soldiers, and they're going to be at the border, 10,000. That's a lot of soldiers, and they want to protect it also. You know, they don't want people running through Mexico, coming through Mexico to come into our country. So they're going to do that, and then we're going to talk about other things over the next 30 days. We're going to have Scott, Howard, and Marco Rubio, Secretary of State, lead the delegation, and we're going to have a big negotiation with Mexico. I'll be involved too, and President Sheinbaum will be involved to see whether or not we can work something out on the tariffs. China will be speaking to China probably over the next 24 hours.
On fentanyl and China, President Trump.
We don't want fentanyl coming into our country. Now, we had another big thing, speaking of China. China's involved with the Panama Canal. They won't be for long. and that's the way it has to be. Marco just got back, as you know. He's in the process of coming back. I guess he's almost back by now. And he had a very long conversation with the leader of Panama, the respected man, and some others, the entire leadership group. And we're trying to work a deal on the Panama Canal. The Panama Canal was given foolishly years ago to, it shouldn't have been happened, years ago to Panama by Jimmy Carter and the group. We lost 38,000 people building the Panama Canal, like one of the great wonders of the world. It's the biggest job we've ever built, the biggest project we've ever built in this country, dollar-wise and every other way. 38,000 people died, Americans, all men, just about, laborers and construction people. They went to Panama. The mosquito got them. Between mosquito and snakes, we lost 38,000 people. It was the most expensive project ever built by the United States. The biggest, most expensive project we ever built 110 years ago. If you bring it up to now, it would have been the equivalent of $2 trillion.
You've been listening to Donald Trump speaking moments ago in the Oval Office. We heard him once again talking about tariffs expected on Canadian goods as of midnight, saying that characterizing what is going on, saying that he spoke with Prime Minister Trudeau this morning. He talked about how American banks, I am just quoting what Donald Trump is saying. So this is not about fact-checking what he is saying. We will do that over the course of time, but this is just what he is saying, okay? Saying that banks aren't allowed to operate in Canada, American banks. I think we'll win on all of that he spoke to Justin Trudeau about that at that 9 o'clock meeting, repeating lines he has said many times before, saying very unfair with Canada. Canada has been very tough. We can't let them take advantage of the U.S. They don't take our cars, our products. We don't need their lumber, agriculture, milk, and dairy. And also saying that there will be another call with Justin Trudeau and describing the morning call as pretty good. We should also let you know that Donald Trump's trade advisor, Navarro, saying it's going to take some time to get to where we need to go on Canada. The CBC's Caroline Bargut was listening in. She joins us now live from Washington. So Caroline, kind of what stood out for you? What kind of messaging do you think we're getting from Donald Trump ahead of another call that's expected to take place in just over an hour?
Yeah, you know what I thought was really interesting is when a reporter asked him, so is anybody out of tariffs? And he said, no, nobody is actually out of tariffs, even though we know that, his agreement with Mexico was to pause tariffs for about a month because they agreed to put 10,000 troops on the U.S.-Mexico border to try to stop the flow of illegal migrants as well as fentanyl, which he said claims about 200,000 lives a year in the United States. As you know, that's part of his complaint with Canada is that, too much fentanyl is crossing over the border, even though U.S. Customs and Border officials say about 43 pounds of fentanyl was seized last year. Like you said, he said that he had a really good talk with Trudeau this morning, and he reiterated that Canada has not been fair to the U.S. He talked about, how we don't need their cars, although cars are actually made in the three countries, Mexico, Canada, and the U.S. They actually cross the border several times as they are being made. It is a joint process. He also said that he wants cars to be made in the United States. It's really interesting because at this point, we don't know what it's going to take for Canada to remove these tariffs that he has threatened that are supposed to come in effect tonight at midnight. For the longest time, for several weeks, U.S. President Donald Trump has been saying this is about fentanyl. This is about fentanyl. This is about the border. So Canada has promised to beef up that border, and yet we are still looking at possible tariffs coming into effect tonight at midnight. So it is unclear at this point what it is going to take for Prime Minister Justin Trudeau to get to some sort of a deal with President Trump. But the hope is he will be able to achieve that today at his 3 o'clock call.
And I'm glad you did a little fact checking on the cars. We should do it on the agricultural products as well. Canadians know. I mean, they've gone to grocery stores. There's a lot of American produce, whether fruits and vegetables in the store from the United States, to say that we don't take any of it or very, very little of it is just not the truth. Milk and dairy, there's some discussion around, how much, how little, all of that, but it's just not true that we barely take any agricultural products from the United States. Okay, Caroline, we'll talk again. The CBC's Caroline Bargout live in Washington. We now want to go live to Vancouver. Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre is speaking. Let's listen.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much. And now in English. Borders. They are the protective arms wrapped around our people and our land to stop foreign threats and protect against enemies. They mark our place and stake out our ground as a people and country. But in 9 years, the NDP Liberals have lost control of our borders, letting drugs, guns, and terrorists threaten our people. Part is incompetence, but part is the radical Liberal agenda, a borderless, globalist, post-national agenda. Post-national is the word that Justin Trudeau used. All of this done with the advice and support of his top economic advisor, Mark Carney, who calls himself a European. And here are the facts. Fact, after 9 years of Liberals, gun-related crime is up 116%, with the Toronto Police Association saying that 85% of gun offenses use illegal firearms from the United States. Fact, the Liberal government only inspects 1% of shipping containers coming into our country, allowing drugs and guns to sneak through the other 99%. Fact, the Liberals let multiple ISIS terrorists enter into Canada, including a man who was allegedly filmed cutting up a human body on a crucifix in the Middle East. The same man is now charged for planning a terrorist attack in Canada. Fact, the Liberal government admits it has lost count of the number of people who are here illegally. But they say in one of their own reports that it's somewhere between 20,000 and 500,000. But they say it could be more. How reassuring. And then there are the drug deaths. 49,000 Canadians have lost their lives to opioid overdoses in the last 9 years. More than died fighting for Canada in the Second World War. You imagine that? That was a war, and it killed fewer people than have died in Canada to opioids under this Liberal government. Opioid deaths are up over 200%. The radical drug liberalization, whereby the NDP Liberals legalized the use of fentanyl in Canada, has been yet another deadly experiment. Most of the ingredients come from China and Mexico, and yet our government cannot stop them at the border. Fact, Canadian Security Services identified 350 organized crime rings operating within our border. 63 of these groups have international connections to China, Mexico, and other nations. Fact, in British Columbia, police recently discovered a super lab containing enough fentanyl and materials to kill 95 million people. In the year leading up to September 2024, U.S. border agents seized 11,600 pounds of drugs coming from Canada. Fentanyl seizures tripled between 2023 and 2024. Our neighbors have noticed. President Trump has raised concerns, and he has wrongly used this risk as a rationale for tariffs. These tariffs are unjustified and they are wrong. The United States needs to do more on its border, and so do we. But frankly, it should not take a foreign leader to get our government to reverse its deadly policies that are killing our people. It is not for President Trump or any other foreign leader that I want to stop fentanyl in my country. It's so that not one more mother has to bury her face in her hands in the terrible agony of learning her son died in a back alley somewhere from this poison. And that is why I will take back control of Canada's borders. My common sense, Canada First plan should immediately be adopted by Parliament. We must recall Parliament now and put Liberal Party power struggles aside so that we can adopt this plan to save our people and secure our borders. The plan: immediately deploy military troops, helicopters, and surveillance to the border to spot and intercept risks. As the recent remarks by the Canadian Forces Chief of the Defence Staff, General Jenny Kerrigan, offered earlier this month, we can deploy military assets into the sky, whether helicopters or other surveillance tools, and we should do so. In fact, we should have done so long ago. 2, expand the powers of CBSA border agents to patrol everywhere along the border, not just at official border crossings. 3, hire 2,000, at least 2,000, new CBSA agents to intercept illegal crossers, drugs, guns, and other dangerous law breaking. 4, install high-powered scanners at all major land crossings and shipping ports. These scanners can see through the walls of containers and vehicles to spot drugs, guns, and stolen cars. 5, build border surveillance towers that we can deploy on and use to scan the landscape and detect incursions. Also, deploy truck-mounted drone systems that can spot incursions from the sky. 6, track departures. We should keep track of who's leaving so that we know which deportees are still in our country. As I said at the outset, the government, amazingly, doesn't know how many people are here illegally. How are we supposed to protect our borders when there could be over 500,000 people inside those borders illegally, according to the government's own admissions? We will pay for the Canada First border plan by scrapping the Liberal gun buyback and cutting bureaucracy. The gun buyback, actually I should call it the gun grab, has been completely ineffective. They've spent $60 million, and they admit it has not recovered a single gun. Meanwhile, even if they did get guns from this plan, according to the supporters of gun control, the main lobby group supporting gun control, the people who give their guns in would just take the payment they receive to buy other guns that are very similar in nature. Finally, the gun buyback targets licensed, law-abiding, trained and tested hunters, off-duty police officers, and other highly trained professionals who are of no risk. Obviously, no criminal is going to participate in a gun grab with the government. It will only be law-abiding people. The police do not support this gun grab. In fact, they say that 85% of guns used in crime in Toronto are illegal guns that come in through the border. So let's stop the gangsters and gun smugglers. I want to protect Canadians from criminals. Justin Trudeau and Mark Carney want to protect turkeys from hunters. We're also going to cut billions of dollars in pricey consultants and phase out thousands of back-office bureaucratic jobs through attrition. Less bureaucracy and waste, more boots on the ground, and more drones, choppers, and surveillance in the sky. We'll let lawful people and goods come in. We'll keep drugs, terrorists, and other threats out. And we'll save trade with the United States. But it's funny, here we are trying to save our trade with another country while we can't even trade with ourselves. And that's why earlier this morning, I announced a Canada First plan to bring free trade between our provinces, allow our truckers and our entrepreneurs to move goods and services affordably to our people, something that could boost average family income by $6,000 a year and reduce our helpless dependence on the United States. Isn't it incredible that after 9 years of Liberals, it's either easier for criminals to bring drugs and guns illegally over Canada's border than it is for our entrepreneurs to bring their products over provincial borders? Let's fix that. Let's knock down these barriers. Let's have a truly free trading, free market Canadian economy. that's capable of standing on its own 2 feet. Let's do that, not to appeal to any foreign leader, but to put Canadians back in charge of their lives and their country. Let us restore the Canadian promise that anyone from anywhere can do anything, that hard work gets you a powerful paycheck and pension that buys affordable food and homes in safe neighborhoods, protected by strong borders under a proud flag that represents the freest nation on earth. Canada. Canada here, Canada now, Canada forever. Let's bring it home.
Thank you. We'll now take questions from the floor.
Hi, Jared Yeager here from the Western Standard. Just English is fine. What message does it send that Mexico got a 1-month pause before Canada? And do you think Trudeau's call with Trump today will yield a similar result?
Unfortunately, I wasn't on the call, so I can't tell you anything about how it went. But what I can say is that we need a Canada First agenda that will protect us against these unfair and unjustifiable tariffs. And that Canada First plan must include retaliatory tariffs to deter the attacks on our economy. It must include a strong border to protect our people against drugs, guns, and terrorists. It must include a bring-it-home tax cut and red tape cut so that we can reward hard work, bring home billions of dollars of investment, develop our own resources, and it must include free trade among our own provinces. That is how we become stronger, more self-reliant, and less hopelessly dependent on foreign powers and foreign governments.
Thank you. Next question.
Hi, Michelle Gassoub, CBC, and if we could get an answer in French as well, please.
You're not going to ask me to step aside and let the Liberals stay in power through to eternity, as your CBC colleague said yesterday.
You've called on the Prime Minister to bring back Parliament and pass your plan to counter Donald Trump's tariffs. Does that mean you're willing to work with other parties to come up with an agreed-upon plan before voting non-confidence and bringing down the government?
Well, of course, we can't do any of those things because Justin Trudeau and the Liberals have shut Parliament. Parliament is closed. You should direct your question to the Liberals. Why, in the middle of this crisis, have the Liberal Party powers put themselves ahead of Canadians? They're in the middle of a Liberal Party power struggle. Again, concerned about themselves, their own self-interest, rather than immediately recalling Parliament so that we can pass a Canada First plan like the one I've just laid out.
En français.
Merci beaucoup. Les libéraux,
Thank you very much. Liberals have shut down Parliament, so it's impossible to vote on a plan to put Canada first. There is no way to vote. The Liberals have placed themselves before the country. Mr. Trudeau and Mr. Carney and Ms. Freeland believe that it's the Liberal Party first. Instead, it should be Canada first. We should be in the House of Commons working to resolve the trade crisis caused by the unjustifiable tariffs imposed by President Trump. So I want to see Parliament return now in order to pass a Canada First plan that will protect our borders, that will allow for free trade between the provinces, and allow us to introduce retaliatory tariffs against the U.S., move forward with a lot of other energy projects like the LNG project in Quebec, and allow us to be strong in the face of the threat and the tariffs coming from abroad.
Hi, Thomas Seal from Bloomberg. Yesterday, Elizabeth May said that on the federal leaders' call, the Prime Minister said it had become increasingly clear that there was no evidence or further actions on border security that would make any difference. Trump would only double down. Today, Trump is talking about market access for US banks. So what's your understanding of Trump's ultimate goal here, and should concessions like more market access for US companies be on the table?
You'd have to ask President Trump what his goals are. He's said he wants to put America first. Well, I will put Canada first. We need a Canada First plan that's good for this country. We need to protect our borders, not to please any other foreign leader. I've been calling to reinforce our border for about 8 years now. I was the first to come out and demand a closure of Roxham Road, where tens of thousands of people entered illegally. I was then the one who forced Justin Trudeau through an ultimatum to finally close Roxham Road. I called for scanners to be put in at all of our ports well over a year ago in order to intercept drugs, guns, and other contraband. I've been saying that we need to have strong borders for years, and I haven't been doing that to please anyone in the White House. I've been doing it to save the lives of our people. That is what it means to put Canada first.
Thank you. This will be the final question.
Aaron MacArthur, Global News. Much of what you've said is going to require resources. How much would a Conservative government spend on defence priorities in the first year?
Well, I've already said that we're going to use the dollar-for-dollar principle, which is to cut waste in order to fund stronger borders. And I gave very tangible examples. We will save $600 million by getting rid of the ridiculous gun grab that has not taken a single firearm off the street and goes after licensed, law-abiding, trained and tested hunters and sport shooters. And we will use that money for frontline borders. Second, we will reduce the size of the federal back office bureaucracy. There are roughly 17,000 bureaucrats that voluntarily retire every single year. I'm not going to replace them all. And through that powerful mathematics of attrition, we will reduce the morbidly obese back office bureaucracy that has grown by 50% in a decade, and we'll put that money into frontline, boots on the ground, drones, helicopters, and other surveillance in the sky. Dollar for dollar. Whenever I bring in new spending, it will be matched by $1 of savings. That's how single moms, seniors, and small businesses run their finances. It's how I will run the government.
We are going to go back to what the Conservative leader said, but we're going back to Washington. U.S. President Donald Trump is once again calling on Canada to become the 51st state.
On Canada, when you talk to Justin Trudeau again, is there anything he can give you at 3 p.m. when you talk again to also
I don't know.
pause,
I don't know.
like you said with Mexico?
I don't know. We have big deficits with Canada, like we do with all countries. I mean, I look at some of the deals made, I say, who the hell made these deals are so bad? But with Canada, I have a talk with him, you maybe know or maybe not. We're going to meet again or talk again at 3 o'clock, right after my next meeting, and we'll see what happens. I can't tell you what's going to happen.
You mentioned that he could agree to change your mind on the tariffs?
Well, we can always, look, what I'd like to see, Canada become our 51st state. We give them protection, military protection. We don't need them to build our cars. I'd rather see Detroit or South Carolina or any one of our, Tennessee, any one of our states build the cars. They could do it very easily. We don't need them for the cars. We don't need them for lumber. We don't need them for anything. We don't need them for energy. We have more energy than they do. We don't need them for energy. So I say, why are we doing this? Why are we willing to lose between $100 billion and $200 billion a year? We don't need them. As a state, it's different. As a state, it's much different. And there are no tariffs. So I'd love to see that, but some people say that would be a long shot. If people wanted to play the game right, it would be 100% certain that they'd become a state. But a lot of people don't like to play the game because they don't have a threshold of pain. And there would be some pain, but not a lot. The pain would be really there. So we're going to meet again by phone at 3 o'clock, and we'll let you know what
on
it is.
Israel, President Trump, you're prepared to meet with Benjamin Netanyahu.
Coming in tomorrow.
Yes, you've mentioned in the past you're concerned about Israel being too small geographically. Would you support annexation of parts of the West
Donald
Bank?
Trump speaking in the Oval Office just moments ago, once again leaning into this notion of Canada becoming the 51st state of the United States. We heard the president there saying, I would like to see Canada become our 51st state. We give them protection, military protection. We don't need them to build our cars. I'd rather see the cars built elsewhere, saying, why are we doing this? As a state, it would be different. There would be no tariffs if Canada were to be a state. I'd love to see that. Some people say that would be a long shot if people wanted to play the game right. It would be 100% certain that they would become a state, but a lot of people don't want to play the game because they have a threshold of pain. CBC's Caroline Bargut was listening in. And so, Caroline, we've heard this before, you know, the conversation around what is going on in terms of what Donald Trump wants from Canada, you know, it gets mixed into, is it about banks? Is it about fentanyl at the border? Is it about migrants crossing? He consistently, persistently leans into this notion that he wants Canada to become the 51st state of the United States. It is not something that the vast majority of Canadians have indicated to pollsters that they want, but that is what he wants. And he says if that were to happen, there would be no tariffs.
Well, I got to say, I hope that that is not what this is going to hinge on, because Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau has said repeatedly that Canada is not going to become the 51st state. As you see, U.S. President Donald Trump continues to move the goalpost when it comes to these tariffs. This is a very fluid situation since he signed those executive orders saying that 25% tariffs would come into effect tonight at midnight. Now, he has been saying all along, one of the things that he has been consistent about is he's been saying this is about fentanyl. This is about the fentanyl crisis. He says that crisis is killing about 200,000 Americans a year, and he says that Canada needs to do more to stop that. Canada has beefed up its border in hopes of appeasing him. So far, it does not appear to be working. This is what Kevin Hassett, his director of White House National Economic Council, said about these tariffs and about fentanyl specifically. Okay. We don't have that clip right now. Well, I will tell you, he said this is not about a trade war. He says this is about fentanyl, even though U.S. border and customs officials have said repeatedly that only 43 pounds of fentanyl was seized along the Canada-U.S. border last year, as opposed to the more than 21,000 pounds that was seized from the U.S.-Mexico border last year. As we know, Prime Minister Justin Trudeau has a phone conversation with the president at 3 o'clock this afternoon. As you heard Donald Trump saying a few moments ago when a reporter asked him, is there anything specific that Canada can say or Canada can give in order to make these tariffs go away? He said specifically, I don't know. And then he launched into the 51st state comments. So we are really just waiting to see what happens with that phone conversation to find out whether or not these tariffs will be imposed at midnight tonight.
Caroline, so much to follow. Thank you. The CBC's Caroline Bargut live in Washington as the clock ticks down to that next phone conversation between the Prime Minister and the President, scheduled for 3 o'clock Eastern. Let's turn to the CBC's Karina Roman, who was listening to Conservative Party leader Pierre Poilievre speaking in Vancouver a short time ago. I want to get to that. But Karina, I think we should also get to what I was just talking about with Caroline, if that's okay, just because I think that, you know, the Canadian government and Canadian officials have been trying to respond, right, in terms of what is it that the American administration wants. And then you listen to the different secretaries, you listen to, and it's about fentanyl, it's about migrants, it's about this. And then once again, and I really think it's fair to characterize that Donald Trump has leaned into this notion, this desire of his that Canada become the 51st state. It would seem to be that these tariffs are, and he's said it before, forcing Canada through economic coercion, those were his words, forcing Canada to become the 51st state. That's what these tariffs are about, trying to inflict pain on this country, trying to make Canada submit to becoming the 51st state.
The more people talk in the background, in quiet hallways and in meetings and things we're hearing from senior government sources that, you know, can't speak publicly, there is this increasing recognition that, that yes, the goalposts keep changing. Yes, there's things we can do on the border and fentanyl to try and address those concerns, but that at the heart of this is a fight over sovereignty. Whether that will materialize will come down to, what kind of support the president will keep having for his threats. And if he goes through with the tariffs, which would happen at midnight tonight, then how long Americans, especially his supporters, will endure the pain that they will feel from a price point. Because I was listening to an analyst this morning talk about how the one thing Donald Trump does not like is being unpopular. He likes to be liked. So if there's any sway in this at all, it really comes down to that. And yet, this government, in its previous experience with Donald Trump and his first administration, one thing they, I guess, discovered over time or realized over time was it's not actually beneficial to react to everything Donald Trump says, that you really do have to sort of see what he does. And otherwise, you could just be running around in circles forever. So it's not that you don't take what he says seriously, but other than saying we're not going to become the 51st state, it's really hard to react to what you think might be really going on behind the scenes.
Yeah, I mean, all we're doing is we're just kind of putting it out there that this is what he says, this is what he wants, and that doesn't necessarily translate into it becoming a reality, Karina. Canadians agreeing to that. I'm not saying that at all, but he has indicated this over and over and over again.
He hasn't backed away from it at all.
Not at all.
Interesting, because we were going to talk about Pierre Poilievre's news conference.
Sure.
The two things I took away from that is we actually cut away from it before a question because we thought the questions were done. He did face a question about what Trump is saying again about Canada becoming the 51st state, and Pierre Poilievre also saying that will never happen, that Canada is an independent country. Then, as Pierre Poilievre is tending to do, because this is why he's a savvy politician, pivoting to say what's made Canada so vulnerable is our current leadership and the current Liberal government, and that if he were Prime Minister, he would make Canada even more independent and stronger in a way that we would not be, Canada would not be so vulnerable to these threats. That is obviously his take on things. But it's just interesting to see Pierre Poilievre use this situation as a way to get forward his message on why he would not necessarily do things differently, just do things better and faster. And, they had 9 years, Liberal government, to do these things and they didn't. So why trust them to finally do them now? That kind of thing. When it comes to, moving along interprovincial trade and actually strengthening the border and reducing crime and that kind of thing. So it's just interesting to see also the sign that Pierre Poilievre had in front, and now his is no longer axe the tax. It's Canada first. So the Conservatives have had to pivot because of these events into messaging. And today it felt like a much more significant pivot than before, which it felt a bit more like a scramble.
I'm glad you heard that, because we really did think that Pierre Poilievre was finished speaking, and that's why we left, because they said last question he had stopped speaking, and then we did hear this news that Donald Trump was saying this again. So it is important context to say both the Prime Minister and the Conservative leader has said this isn't going to happen. So it's just important.
Look, they agree on something.
They agree on something, and I'm sure we'll play that clip coming up, and we've got hours, Karina, and lots going on. Did you want to say anything else about what the Conservative leader said in that, or do you feel you covered most?
Well, the only thing I was going to say was the other thing he did is pivot back to an older message, but just reframed now, that, as I said, we are more vulnerable, he says, to these threats because of poor leadership. So before, it was Trudeau's fault on everything from affordability to crime to housing and that kind of thing. That's still all the government's fault, according to the Conservatives, but now add to the list of that our vulnerability to these threats from the U.S., that we wouldn't necessarily be in this position if it weren't for how Canada has been governed the last 9 years. So I just think that's what I mean by him pivoting. Before it was kind of trying things out about how we're going to get away from the just being about carbon tax and affordability, and now it's okay, we can still use that message, but put it in a Canada First kind of package.
I want to do something with you, Karina, here that I just got, because we're trying to fact check as we go, and this is on banks, on American banks in Canada, okay? And so this comes from Carlos Lateo, who is a former Quebec finance minister, and this is just what he said in response to that. He says, Trump is wrong, as usual, saying that American banks can't operate in Canada. U.S. banks can and do operate in Canada, except that they cannot just open a branch in Canada. They have to incorporate themselves as a separate entity in Canada, just like any other foreign bank. They are not that interested in doing that, but that is their choice. So that is...
I have a list here.
Go ahead, yeah.
Of some U.S. banks operating in Canada. Amex Bank, Citibank, JP Morgan Bank, Bank of America, Bank of New York Mellon, Capital One. Honestly, there's quite a list. So yes, there's some fact checking on the fly.
And you know, and as I mentioned with Caroline, to say that there are no agriculture products that come in, you know, very little milk and dairy. Well, any Canadian who's ever gone to a grocery store, just about everyone, knows that there are agriculture products from the United States available, many that actually Canada is quite dependent on that, and that could become an issue.
And that's why people right now are scratching their head about, okay, if they want to buy Canadian or if they want to buy non-American, what are their choices?
Karina, thank you. CBC's Karina Roman, live in Ottawa. Now, this trade war comes in the middle of an election campaign in Ontario. Progressive Conservative leader Doug Ford says the province is ready to do its part to thwart tariffs. It's ending its $100 million contract with Elon Musk's Starlink company, and Ontario's government-run liquor stores are also ditching American booze, and the CBC's Jamie Strachan is watching all of those angles, and he joins us live, and we've of course heard from Elon Musk about this as well in reaction, but what more can you tell us about Ford's retaliatory plan, Jamie?
Well, we've heard throughout this whole campaign tough talk. Some of the sharpest rhetoric in terms of response to these looming tariffs have come from Doug Ford. Today, continuing that, three things really, Andrew. First off, saying when it comes to provincial contracts, bidding on provincial contracts, procurement, he's saying to U.S. companies, don't even apply, which could cost them hundreds of millions of dollars, of course, in lucrative contracts to do everything from, you know, build hospitals, other kind of supplies. He's saying, don't even bother. Second, you mentioned the LCBO, the provincial liquor stores. One of the single biggest buyers of liquor in North America. The Premier ordering them to strip U.S. products off of their shelves. Kentucky bourbon, California wine, that's all going to be, gone by tomorrow. About $1 billion worth of U.S. booze is sold in Ontario. As I mentioned, in North America, the LCBO is one of the biggest single buyers. So there's another thing that's being done. And as you mentioned off the top, Elon Musk's company Starlink was tapped to improve internet service and access in rural and remote areas of the province. Doug Ford saying today he's going to rip up that contract. Here's what he said to reporters this morning.
U.S.-based businesses will now lose out on tens of billions of dollars in new revenues. They only have President Trump to blame. We've gone one step further. We'll be ripping up our contract with Elon Musk's Starlink. Ontario won't do business with people hell-bent on destroying our economy.
And we heard right away a response from Elon Musk on his X platform to the Premier's decision, simply saying, oh, well, too bad. So pretty flip response from Elon Musk to losing this contract. But again, Doug Ford, the reason he called this election, Andrew, was he said, listen, I need a strong mandate from the people of Ontario to fight against these tariffs. That's why I'm calling this election. And it's kind of playing right into his narrative, because this story obviously is the story in Canada. It's the story in Ontario. The Premier telling reporters nearly 500,000 jobs could be affected by these tariffs. And again, three things today that he's doing here in Ontario to fight back.
And I think I know that is Chrystia Freeland, one of the Liberal leadership candidates, is calling for a 100% tariff on Tesla cars. Elon Musk also owns Tesla. One sector in Ontario, generally speaking, which could be really hard hit by tariffs is the auto sector. Tell us about that.
Well, it's one of the most integrated sectors in the country. I mean, we have cars going back and forth across the border, especially in that Detroit-Windsor corridor where components are put in on both sides. And we're hearing from people, you know, if these go into effect, you could see auto production stop at factories on both sides of the border. Obviously, there's concern in the automotive sector. But it's interesting, we heard from Flavio Volpe today, who's, you know, one of the key kind of lobbyists and representatives in that sector on the Canadian side. And on one hand, Andrew, there is fear, but you're hearing this increased amount of kind of aggressiveness and willingness to kind of dig in on the Canadian side. Here's what Volpe said about how the Canadian government should approach negotiations on the tariffs.
The Prime Minister has got a much deeper discussion to have, because their argument on why we have tariffs doesn't hold. And I think the Prime Minister has announced on the weekend a rather tough package. I think that's a deep conversation. We're hopeful, but we've also advised them not to take a dive just because of the pressure. You know, where Canadians are galvanized to have to do the right thing and to suffer a little bit of pain here to make sure that we make the right steps for the future.
Interesting wording there, Andrew. Volpe saying he doesn't want the government to simply take a dive. We're talking about $1 billion sector integrated on both sides of the border. But interesting, hearing some willingness there from Volpe to say, listen, let's do this right. Let's not capitulate here. Let's put a package forward that protects jobs on both sides of the border and hopefully get this right.
Because, Jamie, I mean, this is one of our questions. I don't know how much more clarity we have on this, so I'm not trying to put you on the spot. But, right, you know, these parts, they go back and forth a number of different times. So, you know, what does, maybe that phone conversation at 3 o'clock will be involving that question, but, and we hear Donald Trump say that, you know, he wants all vehicles to be made in Detroit and South Carolina, Tennessee. He doesn't want them made in Canada. But right now, they're made in all three countries. And so how does that tariff work in that kind of situation without, which is what many people fear, a shutdown of the North American vehicle production?
Well, I think when it comes to making cars, there's a reason it's integrated, because you have different parts and pieces being made on different sides of the border. You have brake pads, for instance, being produced in Windsor and then being installed in Detroit. You know, to have it in President Trump's way, it's like there's a factory, you know, in West Virginia that's also making these brake pads that they're choosing not to buy. Does the capacity exist to do it, you know, all alone in the United States? You know, speaking to people, the answer is no, and that's why it's integrated. So I think this is one sector to really, you know, keep an eye on, because, you know, if assembly lines, you know, simply, you know, cease in a week or two, as many are saying, that's a big problem.
Jamie, thank you. The CBC's Jamie Strachan in our Toronto newsroom. So as we wait to see what comes of a second call today between Prime Minister Justin Trudeau and Donald Trump, slated for next hour at 3 p.m. Eastern Time, so in about 45 minutes from now, 40 minutes, we already know the U.S. president has paused tariffs on Mexico for 1 month. That announcement coming after Trump spoke to his Mexican counterpart earlier today. Earlier, I spoke with journalist Eduardo Castillo in Mexico City. He's the Associated Press news director for Latin America and the Caribbean. He tells us what Mexico had to promise to get a 1-month tariff reprieve.
President Sheinbaum and her government officials, they are really pleased, because they were trying to avoid this, and for the moment it's going to be a month without tariffs. Basically, Mexico agreed to send 10,000 National Guard members to the border with the U.S. Mexico already had deployed some of the National Guard along the border, but this is it's going to be an important number. As you know, the U.S. has been saying that there's a lot of fentanyl trafficking from Mexico to the U.S., that the drug cartels are using the border. So Mexico has been saying that they're going to be doing more. Now the president is saying, okay, we're going to move that. We have 1 month, and she was really happy with that.
And the president, President Sheinbaum, spoke to reporters this morning and said sovereignty is not negotiable. What is she referring to, and what was the reaction to that?
Basically, she's referring to this idea that some in the U.S. have been saying that maybe the U.S. will use the U.S. Army to attack the drug cartels in Mexico territory, maybe some operations in the national territory, and Mexico, the president has said no way. So she has been repeating this idea that sovereignty is first, and it will be, and this is part of a dialogue, of a negotiation with the government, but sovereignty first.
Let's talk about who Trump has been dealing with. On the one hand, Mexico's president is still early in her term, while of course Canada's prime minister is in his last weeks in office. The president has expressed his dislike, if you will, of Justin Trudeau. He hasn't really expressed any kind of warm feelings towards the Conservative leader in Canada, so I don't know whether that's a factor, but do you think that is a factor for President Trump when dealing with President Sheinbaum?
That's a great question. I don't know if I have the specific answer, but it's a fact. President Sheinbaum started a few months ago, so she has still almost 6 years ahead of her. So she needs to start talking and negotiating in a different way with the Trump's government. Trump government will finish, and President Sheinbaum will be here, will still be here. So it's 6 years. For Trump on the other, for Trudeau on the other hand, yes, he's leaving. So he needs to show a different approach. And let me tell you that maybe a few minutes ago, one of our reporters in Canada talked to a senior official in Trudeau's government, and they don't think that they are going to avoid the tariffs. So it seems that we're going to see a very different image with Canada.
Eduardo Castillo is the Associated Press News Director for Latin America and the Caribbean, and we reached him in Mexico City. The impending trade war is causing anxiety on both sides of the border. Here at home, Canadian farmers are bracing for the impact on their sector and their livelihoods. We'll speak with a grain farmer in Manitoba about that next. This is CBC News Network. In less than 12 hours, Canada could be dealing with 25% tariffs on a wide range of goods imported from the United States. President Donald Trump repeated his intention to impose the levies earlier today. This will have an impact on all kinds of sectors, including farming. To talk about the impact on Canadian agriculture, let's connect with farmer and writer Tobin Dick. He's in southern Manitoba. Tobin, appreciate you taking the time to talk to us. Thank you.
Of course, my pleasure.
So many farmers say these 25% tariffs, they're devastating news. As a grain farmer in Manitoba, what's going through your mind right now?
I mean, lots of things. You're right. It is devastating news. I think one of your earlier guests talked about how interwoven the relationship is between Canada and the U.S. on things like auto parts. And I mean, and autos. It's the same with ag. Like we have a very close, tight relationship with the U.S. and it's interwoven. Like it's a big, giant, kind of devastating question mark to kind of foresee what pulling on some of these threads will all unravel.
What do you think when Donald Trump says things like they don't allow any of our agriculture into their country? Maybe a little bit of dairy and milk, but they basically don't allow anything in. I mean, it's absurd to say that.
It is absurd that we have lots of our exports go to the U.S. Lots of data to that.
And so with the spring planting season looming, what kind of impact do you think these tariffs could have on purchasing seeds, on equipment, on all of it?
Yeah, it'll have an impact on all of it, like you said. So fertilizer prices, I haven't checked today. I was chatting with my accountant this morning, and I'm actually, to be honest, a little scared to check the prices. It's one of those things where fertilizer prices, input costs have gone up quite a bit over the last few years. Tightening margins, and I could only imagine that they've gone up, quite a bit already. Presumably, even after just hearing the news that the tariffs will be imposed, that uncertainty around it, and ultimately, because it's just a huge question mark. No one really knows what the full impact will be. I've had many conversations kind of across the industry already over the weekend, and yeah, it's all conjecture, but it's not positive.
So just let me understand on fertilizer, is that because you import a lot of fertilizer from the U.S. and you're worried about the counter tariffs on fertilizer? Is that what you're worried about?
That is correct.
Yeah. And so the U.S. is a big market for your crops. So what kind of adjustments are you expecting? Can you tell me, do you have a sense of the percentage of your crops that go to the U.S. and what this could mean? Will there suddenly be less demand for your crops from the U.S. because of the tariffs, or is it hard to figure it all out? I don't know.
Yeah, it is hard to figure out. So one thing you can probably bank on is with tariffs on some of the products that we would export to the U.S. There'll be less demand, and so prices will have to be adjusted. So we're looking at lower commodity prices, things like wheat and canola, and possibly anyway, on some of these big kind of Canadian exports. So that's a big question mark in terms of what will happen there. U.S. does need a lot of our products. They rely on them, canola for the biofuels, and name a few, wheat too. They import a lot of Canadian products to meet their trade demands for their export partners. So it is a very complicated thing. And just to kind of round this out a little bit, just to show you the interwoven nature, like I know close to me in North Dakota, like there's a lot of soy processing outfits starting up that are hopefully really going to bank on getting soybeans from Manitoba, and then exporting their soybean meal to for the hog market here domestically in Canada. So that a lot of these capital investments are built on that interwoven nature of the U.S.-Canada trade relationship. So yeah, it's going to do a lot of things. And I'll just say, just to round up the conversation a little bit, is that the industry in general over the years has foreseen, or like we've had these trade disruptions, so it's actively tried to find strong export partners, trade partners globally. And so this will definitely strengthen that resolve to continue to find more trade partners and build those relationships. It's going to emphasize that. If there's ever a silver lining to this, you'd hate to kind of spin a positive narrative so after the devastating news, but it is that we strengthen our commitment, building those relationships.
Tobin, it was nice to talk to you. Thank you very much, and of course, we wish you well during what is going to be a tough time for millions of Canadians like you. But appreciate this. Thank you. Tobin Dick is a farmer and writer. We reached him in Winkler, Manitoba. Now, North American markets are on a roller coaster ride today, just ahead of Donald Trump's planned tariffs against Canada. Coming up, we'll tell you where things stand this hour. You're watching CBC News Network. Now, a short time ago, U.S. President Donald Trump made some comments in the Oval Office about U.S. bank operations in Canada. He says they're not allowed to do so. We wanted to fact-check that claim, but first, here's what he said again.
Why are we willing to lose between $100 billion and $200 billion a year? We don't need them. As a state, it's different. As a state, it's much different. And there are no tariffs. So I'd love to see that, but some people say that would be a long shot. If people wanted to play the game right, it would be 100% certain that they'd become a state.
Okay, that was about the 51st state, but there was also something, we're going to get it for you, but there was also a clip basically saying that they cannot, banks can't operate, American banks can't operate in Canada. Now, the Canadian Bankers Association, which also represents U.S. banks in Canada, has told CBC that, quote, Canada has a strong and competitive banking sector comprised of both domestic and foreign banks. There are 16 U.S.-based bank subsidiaries and branches with around $113 billion Canadian in assets currently operating in Canada. These banks specialize in a range of financial services, including corporate and commercial lending, treasury services, credit card products, investment banking, and mortgage financing. They serve not only customers with cross-border business activities, but also Canada's domestic retail market. U.S. banks now make up half of all foreign bank assets in Canada. Fears over a trade war sent shockwaves through the markets worldwide today. They opened with huge losses, but bounced back after U.S. President Donald Trump and his Mexican counterpart announced their tit-for-tat tariffs are paused for a month. For more on this, let's turn to the CBC's Kyle Bax. He joins us live in Calgary. So Kyle, take us through the market turbulence we've seen so far today.
Yeah, quite the rough ride on the markets, ebbing and flowing with all the announcements and comments out of the White House. Markets are still down after sinking into the red as trading began this morning. When markets opened, the TSX fell 2.5%. The Canadian dollar plunged to a nearly 22-year low. All of this following the announcement about U.S. tariffs against Canada and Mexico over the weekend. The markets did recover quite a bit of ground once Mexico's president announced those tariffs are delayed by 1 month following negotiations with the White House. Stocks bounced back across North America almost instantly. Here are the latest numbers. The TSX is down almost 1%. The NASDAQ and S&P 500 down about 0.5%. And the Dow has actually climbed marginally, gaining a few points. Markets could still fluctuate dramatically again if we hear anything else about tariffs, including whether U.S. tariffs against Canada could also be delayed or not. Here's what one currency expert had to say.
I think markets are kind of torn between the idea of whether tariffs are this temporary leverage hammer that President Trump is going to unleash on various countries around the world, or if it's something that may be a bit more permanent, which is also something he suggested may be the case to generate revenue and fund tax cuts in the US. So it's a highly fluid situation, a lot of volatility, a lot of uncertainty, but I'd say so far the reaction in the Canadian dollar, although we've seen a fairly significant drop in the exchange rate, it could have been a lot worse.
Markets and the loonie are down because tariffs could not only put strain on many businesses, but consumers as well. The rising expenses for many households on both sides of the border could hurt the economy and drive up inflation. And the markets are still in a bit of shock as U.S. tariffs threaten not just Canada's economy, but global growth as well. So, Andrew, a tremendous amount of uncertainty right now on the markets as we wait to see if tariffs against Canada will also be delayed as they have against Mexico.
Kyle, thank you. The CBC's Kyle Bax live in Calgary. Now, over in Canada's Atlantic region, communities there are bracing for the impact of a trade war. A number of key industries are closely linked to the U.S. Coming up, we'll tell you about their fears for the days and weeks ahead. You're watching CBC News Network.
think I'll be buying more local and buying more Canadian products rather than U.S. products for sure.
Well, I just came up from the grocery store and I specifically looked at labels and I only bought Canadian today.
So I'm going into Sobeys right now and I'm reading every can I buy.
Okay.
Everything I buy, I'm looking at the origins.
We got to play tough. We can't back down to somebody trying to push us around, and I'm hoping that we all stick together as Canadians.
Those were people in Halifax saying they plan to buy Canadian as they react to the impending trade war with the United States. Nova Scotia is just one of the provinces taking action, and it has revealed a multi-point plan. The CBC's Brett Ruskin is on a toll road near Londonderry where commercial vehicles from south of the border can expect to start paying more.
Here on the Cobequid Pass at the toll plaza here, you can see trucks like that one arriving here. If it's a Canadian truck, it is tolled as usual, around $15 for your average tractor trailer. But if it's an American truck, the tolls are doubled starting today, so around $30 to make the passing of the Cobequid Pass. This 45-kilometer section of highway cost around $66 million to build. It is the only kind of main highway trucking area, main highway to and from Nova Scotia and then onwards to the ferry to Newfoundland. So a key piece of infrastructure, a key link for pretty much all traffic coming and going from Nova Scotia. Now the tolls are doubled for commercial American trucks starting this morning. Just one of the many measures, one of the many non-tariff measures that Nova Scotia has enacted, including pulling American alcohol from store shelves, limiting American procurement or the awarding of procurement opportunities to American companies. So these, again, non-procurement measures, non-tariff measures rather, are rolling out here in Nova Scotia. Brett Ruskin, CBC News on the Cobequid Pass, Nova Scotia.
Donald Trump's tariff trade war is making many Canadians anxious, and that's resulting in a lot of questions. And the CBC's Mark Carcasole joins me now with some of the answers. So people are also asking about the impact, right, on consumers. So you can take us through some of their concerns.
Yeah, several questions, a broad range of topics, certainly, all of them to do with tariffs, obviously. But the one that we picked out for this hour, and we can only answer one here and there, comes from Bill, who's from Quesnel, BC. He writes into us, what safeguards will be in place to prevent Canadian businesses artificially raising prices on Canadian products? Are there any safeguards in place? Bill, we spoke to a professor of marketing at the Schulich School of Business at York University in Toronto. You're probably not going to be happy with what he has to say.
We're talking about a free market, and a free market means the competitive dynamics are unleashed right now. And I have to unfortunately report that the responsibility for lifting a lot of the burden will be on the individual Canadian consumer. So there's nothing there that by way of policy or political intervention would prevent a retail chain, a supermarket, a Canadian business to raise prices. And we're most likely going to see this already.
So the short answer to Bill's question is there are no measures in place to stop that. You would hope that a lot of businesses would just be kind and not do so. But, you know, in times of crisis, the customer is always the one at the end with the trickle down who pays for it. So we'll see. The advice given by Marcus Giesler is just you've got to shop smartly as you can anyway. But obviously situations like this are difficult for low and middle income earners. So there's some pain there, which is obviously why if these tariffs go through as expected, the hope there is that this is a short-term thing. We're taking more questions, I'm sure, throughout the week, certainly throughout the day. So if you have any questions, please send them to us at ask@cbc.ca.
Mark, thank you. The CBC's Mark Carcassol.
Thank you.
Right now, the implementation of U.S. tariffs and Canada's retaliatory countermeasures is just over 9 hours away. Sports fans in Canada expressed their frustration with Donald Trump's move at various hockey and basketball games over the weekend. Fans attending the Raptors and Clippers game in Toronto yesterday booed loudly during the singing of the American national anthem. There was also booing heard during the American anthem at NHL games in Ottawa, Vancouver, and Calgary. Snow squalls in British Columbia and cold temperatures are continuing in Saskatchewan. The Weather Network's Chris Murphy has the details.
Minus 20s across the prairie, sub-zero highs into BC, and across Ontario and Quebec, not as cold as yesterday, but there's some snow moving in, 5 to 10 centimeters from the northern shores of Huron and Georgian Bay, across the Kawartha Lakes, Ottawa and the Valley, Montreal and the eastern townships, and down through southeastern Ontario. So that's 5 to 10 centimeters of snow, risk of freezing, drizzle as well, and along the shores of Lake Ontario, including Toronto, Hamilton, and also southwestern Ontario. Fog, possibly changing to freezing drizzle after some rain, and then ending as some snow showers. So a little bit of everything. Meanwhile, the heavier snow from the weekend in lower mainland, still some snow to go today and tomorrow, but the bulk of it anywhere from the Comox Valley southwards towards Victoria. This will be enhanced by CFX snow. 20 plus centimeters locally. Very treacherous conditions out on the roads, and occasionally, of course, we're talking about those outflow winds blowing through the Fraser Valley, because that means blowing snow, and those cold outflow winds continue up the north coast. Speaking of cold winds, blizzard warnings. Tuktoyaktuk, Tuktoyaktuk. That continues right through tomorrow night, if not Wednesday morning.
You're looking live at Ottawa and Washington. The Prime Minister is due to speak to U.S. President Donald Trump in just a few minutes for the second time today. You're looking at a live look. That is Parliament Hill and the White House. Prime Minister Trudeau and Donald Trump are due to speak any moment. We'll watch it. Hello, I'm Andrew Nichols. This is CBC News Network. Canada's Prime Minister speaks regularly with other world leaders, but few such calls are as closely anticipated as the one set to take place this hour, right now, between Justin Trudeau and Donald Trump. It comes just 9 hours before the U.S. plans to implement a 25% tariff on Canadian goods. The U.S. president spoke about his intentions in the Oval Office earlier today, suggesting yet again that he has a bigger idea in mind.
What I'd like to see, Canada become our 51st state. We give them protection, military protection. We don't need them to build our cars. I'd rather see Detroit or South Carolina or any one of our Tennessee, any one of our states build the cars. They could do it very easily. We don't need them for the cars. We don't need them for lumber. We don't need them for anything. We don't need them for energy. We have more energy than they do. We don't need them for energy. So I say, why are we doing this? Why are we willing to lose between $100 billion and $200 billion a year? We don't need them. As a state, it's different. As a state, it's much different. And there are no tariffs. So I'd love to see that, but some people say that would be a long shot. If people wanted to play the game right, it would be 100% certain that they'd become a state. But a lot of people don't like to play the game because they don't have a threshold of pain. And there would be some pain, but not a lot. The pain would be really there. So we're going to meet again by phone at 3 o'clock, and we'll let you know.
Let's bring in the CBC's Caroline Bargut for more on Trump's position and the messaging coming from the White House. We should say that they're having polls that show a very small percentage of Canadians want to become the 51st state. It's about 10% or so. So it is a non-starter with a lot of Canadians, despite what the U.S. president says. Now, given what you're seeing there, does it seem this trade war can be averted possibly with this phone call between Donald Trump and Justin Trudeau?
It is so hard to predict with U.S. President Donald Trump. He is incredibly unpredictable. He continues to move the goalpost. As we know, he says that he had a phone conversation with Prime Minister Justin Trudeau this morning. He says it was a good conversation, but it doesn't appear that they really have been able to solve the tariff question, although he did have a conversation with Mexico's president, and he has delayed the tariffs on Mexico for about a month because Mexico is now promising to send 10,000 troops to the southern border to try and prevent migrants and illegal fentanyl from crossing into the United States. Now, Trump has complained about the fentanyl problem now for weeks, but he's also recently been complaining about Canada and the trade deficit, and today he started complaining about banking regulations. Take a listen to what he said from the Oval Office.
Canada is very tough. Canada is very, we're not treated well by Canada, and we have to be treated well. Banks are not, as an example, allowed. Did you know that American banks are not allowed to do business in Canada? Can you believe that? And that's one of many things and we talked about, and I think we'll win most of the subjects. But for some reason, a lot of things have been very unfair with Canada.
U.S. banks do, in fact, have a presence in Canada. J.P. Morgan and Chase employs about 600 people in several Canadian cities. And Citibank has been around since 2019. Now, the Canadian Bankers Association says U.S. banks make up about half of all the foreign banking assets in Canada, with 16 subsidiaries and branches worth about $113 billion. They also say that these banks specialize in a range of financial services, including corporate and commercial lending, treasury services, credit card products, investment banking, and mortgage financing. So it is not, in fact, true that there is no presence of U.S. banks in Canada.
And Caroline, what about Trump's repeated statement that this is about fentanyl crossing the border? Is the White House still going with that argument?
Yes, the White House is definitely still going with that argument. And Donald Trump, even today in the Oval Office, he did mention fentanyl and said that, fentanyl is killing 200,000 Americans. The White House's National Economic Council reiterated these claims this morning on American television. Here is Kevin Hassett. This is what he says about the fentanyl problem and the border.
This matter this weekend is 100% about the drug war, and I think that the outcome is likely to be very positive for Americans, Canadians, and Mexicans. What you need to do is go back and read the executive order where President Trump was absolutely 100% clear that this is not a trade war, this is a drug war.
So you're saying that this is really more of a negotiation to try and say, no, we want more focus on the border, and if you give that to us, these go away?
This is not what I'm saying. People need to read the executive order. President Trump has said this is about the fentanyl crisis, right? No, but so I don't know how somebody reads the executive order if you're Canada and then comes back and says, oh, we're going to start a trade war. We're saying we're really, really serious about going after fentanyl, and President Trump means it.
According to U.S. Border and Customs officials, last year, about 43 pounds of fentanyl was seized along the Canada-U.S. border. Officials say about more than 21,000 pounds of fentanyl was seized along the southern border with Mexico. Now, Canada has promised more than $1 billion to beef up our border to stop fentanyl from getting in, as well as illegal migrants, trying to appease the U.S. president. But so far, that does not appear to be working. Now, it puts a lot of pressure on Prime Minister Trudeau, the fact that Mexico was able to make a deal to avoid these tariffs for at least a month. So it puts a lot of pressure on the Prime Minister for that 3 o'clock phone call. At this point, reporters had asked President Trump, is there anything that Canada can do to avoid this? And he said, I don't know. So at this point, we really don't know. And anything could happen.
And as we've been speaking, Caroline, I just want to tell our viewers that the White House press secretary has indicated that that phone call, that pivotal key phone call between Prime Minister Justin Trudeau and President Donald Trump is underway as we speak. So that is going on. It was scheduled for 3 o'clock Eastern. It is underway. The CBC's Caroline Bargout in Washington, the CBC's Karina Roman is going to join me now. So as I mentioned, this scheduled phone call, pretty much on time. Karina, wouldn't you like to listen in on that? I think 41 million Canadians might want to listen in on that phone conversation, because I mean, this is the big question, right? What is it? How key is that phone call? What is Donald Trump going to back down, or are we going to see 25% tariffs on a very broad range of Canadian goods beginning in just hours from now at midnight?
In some ways, a lot of things, well, everything seems to hinge on this phone call, but in other ways, almost some people would say nothing hinges on this phone call, because Donald Trump will do what Donald Trump will do. And his message keeps changing to some degree, and the goalposts, as Caroline said, keep changing. What can Justin Trudeau actually say in this phone call to change the course going forward? But it is happening. It's a second phone call today. That certainly is a good sign. It wasn't just a phone call this morning that, sorry, we're going ahead with this. There's a second phone call. That's happening now. There was supposed to be a Canada-U.S. Cabinet Committee meeting. That, according to federal sources, senior federal sources, that meeting has been moved to 6 p.m., which will be after this call. I think many people wondering what about the Mexico deal might be brought up on the phone call and certainly talked about in that cabinet meeting. Meanwhile, while this is all going on, Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre has come out this afternoon and has been talking up what he calls his Canada First plan, basically what he would do if he were Prime Minister in this situation. He talks about a number of measures to beef up interprovincial trade. He talks about one standard set of trucking rules, which would make it easier for transportation east-west as opposed to north-south. He talks about national professional licensing standards, for doctors and nurses and engineers or foreign workers, so they can work anywhere in Canada. He also talked about military at the border and in allowing for that, as well as building surveillance towers, so you can have a sort of higher view, I suppose, of the border. But he really also used his chance at the microphone to blame Canada's vulnerability in this current situation on the current government, saying that a number of measures or a number of things that the government has not done has made us more vulnerable to these tariff threats. But he was at the end asked about Trump's latest reiteration of his desire for Canada to become the 51st state. Here's what Pierre Poilievre had to say.
Canada is an independent
country. We will never be the 51st state, and we will have a strong and independent country. And by the way, my Canada First plan will make us more independent and less reliant on the Americans.
Now, many of the things in his Canada First plan are things that are already being worked on by both federal and provincial governments at this time. The Conservatives would argue that the current government has had 9 years to do this, that the Conservatives would move faster and with more efficiency on it. He did sidestep questions. He was asked his thoughts on this Mexico deal. He was asked whether he would support a help package for workers and businesses before bringing down the government if Parliament were to come back. But he sidestepped those questions and didn't really answer other than to say, well, Parliament isn't sitting, so there can be no vote.
And, I'm just wondering, I do want to get to a question about Canada's premiers today. But you know me, Karina, sometimes I see some things that everything's happening so fast, but it's just about, all right. So it's just about how the United States Customs and Border Patrol, that they've been given guidance on tariffs, that, there seems to be some indications that this is happening at midnight, that, the pause, if you will, for Mexico, that is happening. So there's a 1-month pause. Then Trump said there doesn't mean that Mexico is going to be let off the hook on tariffs. But, it's the wheels are being put in motion. So I guess the key question is, as you say, Karina, does this matter? Does this phone call matter? And what are we hearing from Canada's premiers?
And I'll get to the premiers in a second. Just in terms of the border, we have reporters looking into what it's going to mean for the average Canadian who might go to the States and shop and come back, and what that will mean for them, or vice versa. Or let's say people who have a secondary residence in the U.S., a cottager, and wants to bring some paint over to paint their cottage. Those answers we don't have yet, but and I would be surprised if the border agents had those answers yet either. I feel like perhaps the guidance they're being given will be a bit more basic than that. So maybe anticipate perhaps some confusion and chaos at the border when going across, because everyone's trying to figure out what this will mean when it actually happens.
Because just think about, right, Karina, just to point this out, right, it's a $1.3 trillion relationship. I know a lot of that is energy, and the energy plan is for 10%, and that's later in the month, but that is billions of dollars crossing the border every day.
And the stuff that goes, and it goes back and forth, right? So something's made in Canada, sent to the U.S., worked on there, sent back to Canada, especially in the automotive industry. So just the headache that trying to figure that all out. I'm glad I'm not in the position to have to figure that out, to be honest. The premiers, however, have been out today because they too are reacting as part of this Team Canada approach. All seem to be supportive of the federal plan that was unveiled yesterday in terms of the retaliation. Doug Ford really picking up his message now on the election hustings himself, hitting back, saying that we need to hit back hard. He says he will cancel the contract with Elon Musk's Starlink, and even if that incurs some kind of contractual penalty, that Canada and Ontario need to make more stuff here so we're less reliant on the U.S. Almost all the premiers at this point have announced pulling American alcohol off the shelves in their provinces and territories. And the New Brunswick Premier talking about, as others have, about curtailing procurement, so American companies not being able to bid on provincial projects and that kind of thing. Also, of course, all vowing to look at the interprovincial trade barriers that happen. Now, Scott Moe, the Premier of Saskatchewan, brought up his idea that he has talked about before about bringing the Canada Border Services Agency under the military, basically so you could add troops to the border. And obviously there's some concerns that of militarizing a border that has been unmilitarized for many decades. But this is sort of similar to what we heard from Pierre Poilievre as well. Have a listen to what Scott Moe said.
Would provide two things immediately. One, provide the availability for troops along our border, the 49th parallel between Canada and the U.S., thereby addressing concerns that President Trump has raised. And two, would bring our CBSA funding in under the military investment, would be part of ensuring we are working towards our 2% NATO commitment that we have.
Now, of course, the premiers have also been talking about diversifying the trade and diversifying their market, something that Canada has actually, and provinces have talked about for decades. Easier said than done, but Premier of BC, David Eby, said it is already happening even before these tariffs perhaps come into place at midnight tonight. Have a listen to what he had to say.
Right now, major firms in British Columbia are in the process of redirecting their critical minerals, their energy products, to markets outside the United States to respond to the tariff threat. This isn't to punish the Americans. This isn't anything else. This is in response to tariffs that have been put on by the United States. The absurdity of this, of allies and neighbors hurting each other, has really, I think, come home to many British Columbians and Canadians.
So all the premiers really trying to talk about what they can be doing, what they are doing, what they will be doing, what businesses are doing, to reassure residents of their provinces and Canadians as a whole that Canada is not standing idly by and letting this happen to the country. That said, as I said earlier, the trade between not just Canada and the U.S., but and Mexico, the whole continental trade, the whole economy is so integrated that even if we diversify markets, it's not going to take away that dependence on what is just such a large trading partner, such an important trading partner. And even if over time, you're able to become less reliant on that kind of trading partner, there will be pain in the near future. And no premier has said that that's not true.
$1.3 trillion, the largest trading relationship between any two countries in the world, about to go into a trade war, or what looks increasingly like a trade war at midnight. Karina, thank you. The CBC's Karina Roman, live in Ottawa. So for more on tariffs, we're joined by Douglas Porter. He is the chief economist with the Bank of Montreal, and he's joining us from Toronto. Doug, 1 week ago, you quoted Harold Wilson, the UK Prime Minister, during the sterling crisis of 1964. He said, "A week is a long time in politics." What a week we have had, what a week we're likely to have in the hours ahead. Just your sense of where this is going in terms of the hit to the Canadian economy.
Yeah, and thanks for having me, Andrew. So we're going to get a little bit more information, presumably within the next half hour or so on that front. But I think whatever we learn in the near term, I think we have to assume that there's going to be quite a bit of uncertainty on the trade front going forward. Whether we're talking about the next month, the next year, maybe the next 4 years. And, we've looked at what a full trade war might mean for the economy. The Bank of Canada also took a crack at this last week in their monetary policy report. Most economists are trying to work it out. Frankly, we don't know. We don't know exactly how long the tariffs will last. But an assumption that we have a moderate trade war for a year means Canada's output will probably be chopped on the order of about 2 percentage points or so. So in other words, if we were looking at 2% real growth before the trade war, we're probably looking at something closer to zero. And frankly, that might actually be an underestimate of what happens. We're also assuming that the Bank of Canada cuts interest rates more and that there's some support from Ottawa and the provinces as well in terms of some of the fiscal measures that they can take to keep the economic loss to about 2 percentage points of GDP. But I would just stress that nobody wins in a trade war. That's what the financial markets were telling us all first thing this morning. They were not happy. They got a little bit more relieved after it looked like Mexico got a 1 month reprieve. But it means, especially in the U.S., it means higher prices and it means weaker growth, and that's not a good combination. And as I said, no one wins from a trade war.
So no one wins. So for Canadians watching who are clearly, obviously anxious about this, because Canada is is more vulnerable than the United States is, right? In terms of being more export dependent and being more export dependent on the United States.
Yeah, I mean, in raw numbers, we export roughly 20% of our GDP to the U.S. Coming back the other way, U.S. exports to Canada are a little bit less than 2% of their GDP. Someone said the other day, this is the #1 story in Canada. It's maybe not even in the top 20 in the U.S., and it's because of the relative weights in terms of that bilateral trade, how much it affects the economies.
So what does it mean for people in Canada who are worried in terms of what do you think this could mean, excuse me, for jobs, for the dollar, for investments, for all of that?
So it really, there's different regions, different sectors will be affected quite differently by this. And I would just stress that the domestic part of the economy is not necessarily that vulnerable to this. So in other words, if you think of things like housing, it's going to be let off relatively lightly by this. In fact, if insofar as the Bank of Canada cuts interest rates more than they would have, that will actually provide a bit of support to things like housing. What's really vulnerable is obviously any industry that exports to the U.S. It's especially tough, I would say, on manufacturers. Natural resource companies, well, first of all, the energy industry is seeing just a 10% tariff. But natural resource companies are used to dealing with a lot of volatility in prices. They have some optionality in where they can send their exports. The prices are set on a global market. Manufacturers don't necessarily have that kind of flexibility. They're not used to huge swings in their prices. They don't necessarily have a lot of margins. So it's the manufacturing industry that will face the greatest strain in this trade war. The one thing I would suggest, the weakness we've seen in the Canadian dollar, in a way, is a bit of a buffer for our exporters and for our manufacturers. In some ways, you could almost think of it as spreading out the pain a little bit. Yes, it does hurt our consumers. Anyone who wants to travel to the U.S. or buy something imported, it will push up prices on those things a little bit. But it reduces the burden on manufacturers who are really on the front line of this trade war. And one of the reasons why the Canadian dollar is weakened so much and could weaken a little bit further is just the difference that we've seen in Canadian U.S. interest rates. The Bank of Canada has cut rates by 2 percentage points. They have been the most aggressive interest rate cutter in the world. No one else has cut interest rates as much as the Bank of Canada, and I don't think they're done. And to some extent, this will help support the economy, and as I said, it will help support the housing market. But the impact really does depend on what sector you're in. How exposed are you to the U.S. and are there any alternatives to the U.S. market?
Before I let you go, Douglas, you are the chief economist of one of the country's biggest banks. I mean, again, people I think are anxious watching. If you had a little advice for people who are a little anxious, who would like a tip in terms of what they can do to sort of manage themselves through this.
Well, I must say it's not easy given all the uncertainty. I would say the sort of behavior that we saw in financial markets today could be a little bit of a lesson to all of us. In other words, we saw a bit of a step down at the start of the day, but there was, no disorderly move. There was certainly no panic in the markets. It was just a cool, rational response to the tough news we received over the weekend. But it wasn't extraordinarily weak by any means. It wasn't out of the ordinary. And I think we should all stay calm, be strategic in terms of how we respond here, and realize that it's quite possible that this could blow over relatively quickly. It might be with us for years. We just don't know. We have to take it one step at a time, but just get used to the uncertainty, accept it, and try to control what we can control. I know that's an oldie but a goodie, but I do think that's really what we should focus on, is strengthening our own economy and looking to the long term, and don't get too upset by the short term noise.
Doug, thank you. That was Douglas Porter, the chief economist for BMO.
Doug, thank you so much.
And provincial leaders are readying their own tariff responses and pulling American liquor from store shelves in just one part of the plan. We'll look at what Ontario is doing just ahead on CBC News Network. The trade war with the U.S. comes in the middle of an election campaign in Ontario. Progressive Conservative leader Doug Ford says the province is ready to do its part to thwart tariffs. It's ending its $100 million contract with Elon Musk's Starlink company. Ontario's government-run liquor stores are also ditching American booze. The CBC's Jamie Strachan is watching those angles. He joins us live. So, Jamie, what more can you tell us about Ford's retaliatory plan?
We have to remember, Andrew, Doug Ford called an election in Ontario with his main rationale being that he was the one person who could stand up to Donald Trump. He was the one person who could fight against these tariffs. So he's made it the central part of his campaign, which is, now in its second week. Ontario's going to the poll at the end of February. And today he kind of outlined three things that he plans to do as the province of Ontario to fight against these tariffs. Number one, liquor stores in this province. The LCBO, one of the biggest liquor buyers in all of North America, taking all U.S. booze off of its shelves by tomorrow. Ontario buys about $1 billion worth of booze from the States every year, so a big cut there. Number two, when it comes to American companies bidding for Ontario provincial contracts, procurement contracts, Ford is saying no more, telling reporters today that's going to take hundreds of millions of dollars in potential revenue away from U.S. businesses. And the last one that you mentioned off the top, Starlink, that's Elon Musk's company. It was at a contract with the province, a $100 million contract to expand the quality of internet in rural and remote areas of Ontario. Ford saying today he's ripping up that contract. Here's what he told reporters.
U.S.-based businesses will now lose out on tens of billions of dollars in new revenues. They only have President Trump to blame. We've gone one step further. We'll be ripping up our contract with Elon Musk's Starlink. Ontario won't do business with people hell-bent on destroying our economy.
Now, Andrew, moments after Ford made that announcement, Musk on his X platform simply saying, "Oh well." So, not quite sure it's going to have a big impact on Elon Musk, but a symbolic move by the Premier today. Again, he called this election with the ballot box question for Ontarians being these tariffs and who was best to defend the province. So all of these things, the uncertainty south of the border, playing into that narrative, giving Doug Ford a chance to talk about Donald Trump every day on the campaign trail and outlining, as he did today, things that he's going to do to fight back.
And Jamie, one sector in Ontario which could be really hard hit by tariffs is the auto sector. So tell us about that.
Well, Andrew, the auto sector, definitely one of the biggest factors in all of this for the province of Ontario. You have that Windsor-Detroit corridor where you have vehicles being made a little bit here, shipped back to the other side of the border, finished there. So it is integrated. We've heard that many times, and we've heard from people in industry that these tariffs could see, auto plants on both sides of the border idle within a couple of weeks. We heard today from Flavio Volpe. He's the head of the Canadian Automotive Parts Manufacturers Association. And on one hand, people are obviously concerned. They're worried. They don't know what's going to come next. But his tone was kind of interesting today. It was kind of that tougher tone, similar to what we've been hearing from Doug Ford, that said, listen, we don't want you to simply, roll over and just do whatever they're saying. We have to emerge from this with a deal that's right for a sector that is integrated, where workers on both sides of the border rely on this being resolved in a way that benefits both sides.
The Prime Minister has got a much deeper discussion to have, because their argument on why we have tariffs doesn't hold. And I think the Prime Minister has announced on the weekend a rather tough package. I think that's a deep conversation. We're hopeful, but we've also advised them not to take a dive just because of the pressure. Where Canadians are galvanized to do the right thing and to suffer a little bit of pain here to make sure that we make the right steps for the future.
And Andrew, you've seen, premiers across the province, across the country, kind of fanning out today with different announcements. But in Ontario, this is especially a big deal. Quickly, some numbers. If Ontario was a country, the third largest trading partner of the United States, Ontario itself, the biggest trading partner with half of U.S. states. So a lot at stake all across the country, but a lot of stake here in Ontario especially.
Jamie, thank you. That is the CBC's Jamie Strachan live in our Toronto newsroom. A little later in the program, BC's critical minerals and energy firms are making moves to new markets outside the U.S. We'll take you live to Vancouver with the latest updates. You're watching CBC News Network. Recapping our top story this hour, U.S. President Donald Trump has again publicly called for Canada to become the 51st state. This is during a phone call that is taking place right now between the President of the United States and the Prime Minister. He said it while he was signing executive orders in the Oval Office, coming just hours before Canada is due to be subjected to heavy U.S. tariffs. Here's the clip.
What I'd like to see, Canada become our 51st state. We give them protection, military protection. We don't need them to build our cars. I'd rather see Detroit or South Carolina or any one of our Tennessee, any one of our states build the cars. They could do it very easily. We don't need them for the cars. We don't need them for lumber. We don't need them for anything. We don't need them for energy. We have more energy than they do. We don't need them for energy. So I say, why are we doing this? Why are we willing to lose between $100 billion and $200 billion a year? We don't need them. As a state, it's different. As a state, it's much different. And there are no tariffs. So I'd love to see that, but some people say that would be a long shot. If people wanted to play the game right, it would be 100% certain that they'd become a state. But a lot of people don't like to play the game because they don't have a threshold of pain. And there would be some pain, but not a lot. The pain would be really there. So we're going to meet again by phone at 3 o'clock, and we'll let you know.
And so that was earlier that Donald Trump said that, and he is speaking with the Prime Minister as far as we know right now. That call began around 3:05 p.m. Eastern. As far as we know, it's still underway. For more on all this, I want to bring in Stephen Marsh. He's the author of The Next Civil War, Dispatches from the American Future, and he's joining us from Toronto. Stephen, appreciate you taking the time to talk to us. Thank you.
Pleasure.
So, first of all, I just want you, we've heard it many times from Donald Trump, this 51st state. I want you, what's your takeaway from that clip that we just played from Donald Trump from just a couple of hours ago?
Well, you know, they've come off of 70 years of failed wars of occupation. One thing you have to understand about these comments is that they come from a profound weakness. that America really is unfamiliar with, and Canada is unfamiliar with America being this weak. They can't hold Baghdad. I'm not sure why they think they could hold Montreal, but I mean, they're also being kicked out of Niger, and they are weaker than they've ever been in a lot of ways. They are extremely fragile as a country. They have absolutely no solidarity. They have absolutely no unity. They are in the middle of dismantling their administrative state. And war is a test fundamentally of the strength of the administrative state. So I think you should take this about as seriously as you would take the ramblings of a crack addict on the subway, i.e. you pay attention to it and you get out of the way and you do what you can. But, this is not something to be treated like an actual, something to be thought about. It's just the ramblings of lunacy.
Okay, but he is the president of the United States. He says it over and over again. And so, listen, while he can say that that's what he wants, whether that's what he gets is totally different. But if, just the psychological, I don't know what you want to call it, trauma maybe that it kind of inflicts on Canada, especially, never mind that, the economic turmoil that could be inflicted on this country as of midnight with 25% tariffs, sort of repeating this call, repeating this threat, saying, hey, all of this pain that you're suffering, Canadians, it can all be lifted if you become the 51st state. I just wonder about the wear and tear that it could have on Canadians. I'm not saying Canadians are going to just wake up in a week or two and say they want to become the 51st state, but do you know what I mean? Just the kind of
Well, look, I actually think, he's actually managed to make Canadians patriotic for the first time since I can remember. Right? I mean, the defiance of this is actually probably very good for our national identity and our sense of self as a nation. I think obviously there's going to be pain here, but I think, you have to remember, like you say, he's the president of the United States, but the United States is crumbling, right? Like it is like their institutions are falling apart. And what the United States, and this is the really key point for Canadian businesses and people in power to understand, who the United States is at this moment that's not a meaningful phrase. Like you really have to ask yourself, which America are you talking about? Which institutions are you talking about? Because they are not under the guidance of anyone, right? Like, are you actually talking about the U.S. military? Because whether they would do this is actually very, very unclear. And whether the president has the power to do any of that, all he can do right now is destroy. And, the American stock market is falling. Even the threat of this going into place has caused, inflation to raise its head. The American people fired everyone who has caused gas prices to rise almost immediately. They can tolerate almost anything from their political class. War crimes, whatever, but increased gas prices they go crazy for. So it's just very important to understand that this is spoken from a position of profound weakness. I also think, we know what to do here. Like, the strategy is not very complicated. As someone who, attended British boarding school briefly, I feel like I know about bullies, and you just have to hit them as hard as you can and take your lumps right at the start. And that's what we're going to have to do, and there's not really any other choice for it.
What do you make of, a lot of the booing we've heard? It was at an Ottawa Senators game against an American-based team. I can't remember the American-based team, so I'll just do this. Ottawa Senators game, a Toronto Raptors game, and a Vancouver Canucks game over the weekend. Loud booing from the fans.
America's obviously, obviously right now they are our opponents in some silliness, right? I think Canada is anti-American. Like, Northrop Frye said that Canadian is an American who rejects the revolution. And we are rejecting what America is going through. I mean, America's never been an uglier place to want to become part of. I mean, who would want to be American at this point in history? They're about to start killing each other. There is no question that there is a Canadian rejection of American values and the American government and America itself. And that is a perfectly natural reaction to why wouldn't you reject these people? They're awful.
Yeah, I should say that did I say that during the playing of the Star Spangled Banner? That is when the fans kind of did these booing. But, you know, that's not something that you usually hear. There seems to be an anger in Canada right now, a real anger at what's happening.
Well, look, this is what Trump does, right? He makes people angry. That's his system. That's what he uses to get power. That's what he uses to get attention and to get exposure from that. I mean, he's very much in all of our thoughts. And that's what he really cares about. You know, he's really a reality television star who has infiltrated power. And that's what he can do. You have to deal with him on those terms. And you also have to understand that the anger that he provokes, you know, I mean, it is going to be very destructive. I mean, I think our allegiances and our alliances are all going to crumble. And I think, you know, there will be, of course, enormous damage from the destruction of the liberal order that he represents. But, you know, we've seen that coming for a long time now, right? Like those orders have been crumbling for a while. And this is just really the end of them.
Stephen, thank you. Stephen Marsh is the author of The Next Civil War, Dispatches from the American Future. The Premier of BC was among the provincial leaders quick to announce countermeasures to Trump's 25% tariffs. And the CBC's Sarah Galashan is in our Vancouver newsroom with more. So Sarah, what can you tell us?
Yeah, Andrew, well, so this morning we saw Premier David Eby in a hard hat standing in the North Vancouver shipyards in front of a shipment of copper concentrate that is destined for parts of Asia to be made into other products and then shipped to other parts of the world, illustrative of the fact that BC plays a part in a global trade economy, but also not so subtle example of a product that the U.S. does import from British Columbia, for which there are other customers out there, something we heard that David Eby plans to actively pursue now. And he did make the point as well that this is going to be the operations moving forward in British Columbia to diversify trade and find those other partners, regardless of what might come from conversations between Justin Trudeau and Donald Trump today, regardless of what might happen to this recent tariff threat here. But take a listen to the Premier.
We have a reputation for being a chill, relaxed, kind of easygoing country. We want to see Canadians get their back up and get some things done, then threaten our sovereignty. And so we're going to make sure that we're never again in the position, certainly British Columbia is going to do this, of being so exposed to the whims of one person in the White House.
But of course, diversifying trade partners is not something that's going to happen overnight. What we did see in British Columbia happen literally overnight was the removal of what we're calling, or what is being called, red state liquor or booze, liquor that is imported from so-called red states in the those who voted Republican for Donald Trump in the United States. Having that liquor store in the provincial liquor stores removed and replaced with signs encouraging customers to buy either BC or Canadian made substitutes. So what you're not finding on these government liquor stores are products like Jim Beam, Jack Daniels, Bullet bourbon, Bacardi rum. Those shelves are bare, just those signs in place. They, our crew this morning, CBC caught up with a BC liquor representative who said that the measure is also going to hurt the private liquor stores and the restaurants that already have some of this in stock. But once it has been depleted, they won't be in the position to be allowed to order more into BC. And it totals about $400 million that BC imports of this liquor from the United States. But also, he said that in the interest of Team Canada, he encourages customers and all of those businesses that might be affected by this to get on board. Take a listen to what he said.
It's hard to tell, right? Like Corona, although it's owned by an American brand, is brewed in Edmonton, Alberta by Canadian workers. Budweiser is brewed here in Canada as well. So as you're trying to make decisions about however you want to react to this, please just speak to the staff at liquor stores and pubs and restaurants to make sure you're doing what you want to do as we all kind of grapple with the new reality here.
That is kind of complicated, right? Okay, so what kind of reaction are you seeing from customers?
Well, I mean, just to that point, that it is complicated. And so we see retailers trying to provide that kind of advice and people having to make up their own minds, because consumers obviously have their own purchasing power. And as long as it's on the shelves, it's not going to be dictated what people can or can't buy. But people have, there's a little bit of a mix from those we spoke to. Certainly there are those who want to be on board, but also there are some who question whether or not their own personal shopping is going to make the big difference. Take a listen to a bit of that.
As a consumer, are you going to feel kind of any ill will in terms of not having, say, American bourbon on our liquor shelf?
Not really. I can survive without that for a while.
How much Canada is producing? Is there other options? Is there a variety? Or are we going to be stuck to one, brand of maple syrup, and we're going to have to eat that instead of everything, right? So that's one of those things. Like, the economy's got to be flexible and robust, well in advance of you facing sanctions or tariffs like that.
So customers can do what they like, but the BC Premier has actually, as of Saturday, ordered BC government and Crown corporations to choose Canadian goods and services over American. Andrew?
Sarah, thank you. That's the CBC's Sarah Galashan in our Vancouver newsroom. As we wait to see what comes of a second call today between Prime Minister Justin Trudeau and Donald Trump, we already know the U.S. president has paused tariffs on Mexico for 1 month. That announcement coming after Trump spoke to his Mexican counterpart this morning. Earlier, I spoke with journalist Eduardo Castillo in Mexico City. He's the Associated Press News Director for Latin America and the Caribbean. He tells us what Mexico had to promise to get a 1-month tariff reprieve.
President Sheinbaum and her government officials, they are really pleased because they were trying to avoid this, and for the moment, it's going to be a month without tariffs. Basically, Mexico agreed to send 10,000 National Guard members to the border with the U.S. Mexico already had deployed some of the National Guard along the border, but this is it's going to be an important number. As you know, the U.S. has been saying that there's a lot of fentanyl trafficking from Mexico to the U.S., that the drug cartels are using the border. So Mexico has been saying that they're going to be doing more. Now the president is saying, okay, we're going to move that. We have 1 month, and she was really happy with that.
And the president, President Sheinbaum, spoke to reporters this morning and said sovereignty is not negotiable. What is she referring to, and what was the reaction to that?
Basically, she's referring to this idea that some in the U.S. have been saying that maybe the U.S. will use the U.S. Army to attack the drug cartels in Mexico territory, maybe some operations in the national territory, and Mexico, the president has said no way. So she has been repeating this idea that sovereignty is first, and it will be, and this is part of a dialogue, of a negotiation with the government, but sovereignty first.
Let's talk about who Trump has been dealing with. On the one hand, Mexico's president is still early in her term, while of course Canada's prime minister is in his last weeks in office. The president has expressed his dislike, if you will, of Justin Trudeau. He hasn't really expressed any kind of warm feelings towards the Conservative leader in Canada, so I don't know whether that's a factor, but do you think that is a factor for President Trump when dealing with President Sheinbaum?
That's a great question. I don't know if I have the specific answer, but it's a fact. President Sheinbaum started a few months ago, so she has still almost 6 years ahead of her. So she needs to start talking and negotiating in a different way with the Trump's government. Trump government will finish, and President Sheinbaum will still be here. So it's 6 years. For Trump for Trudeau on the other hand, yes, he's leaving. So he needs to show a different approach. One of our reporters in Canada talked to a senior official in Trudeau's government, and they don't think that they are going to avoid the tariffs. So it seems that we're going to see a very different image with Canada.
Eduardo Castillo is the Associated Press News Director for Latin America and the Caribbean. We reached him in Mexico City. You are looking live at Ottawa and Washington. The White House says Donald Trump and Justin Trudeau began speaking earlier this hour. We're waiting to hear if the U.S. still plans to impose 25% tariffs on Canadian goods overnight. Our coverage continues straight ahead here on CBC News Network. Hello, this is CBC News Network. I'm Andrew Nichols. Canada's Prime Minister speaks regularly with other world leaders, but few such calls are as closely anticipated as the one that's been taking place this past hour between Justin Trudeau and Donald Trump. It comes just hours before the U.S. plans to implement a 25% tariff on Canadian goods. We don't know what was said during their conversation, but the U.S. president spoke about his intentions in the Oval Office earlier today, suggesting yet again that he has a bigger idea in mind.
What I'd like to see, Canada become our 51st state. We give them protection, military protection. We don't need them to build our cars. I'd rather see Detroit or South Carolina or any one of our Tennessee, any one of our states build the cars. They could do it very easily. We don't need them for the cars. We don't need them for lumber. We don't need them for anything. We don't need them for energy. We have more energy than they do. We don't need them for energy. So I say, why are we doing this? Why are we willing to lose between $100 billion and $200 billion a year? We don't need them. As a state, it's different. As a state, it's much different. And there are no tariffs. So I'd love to see that, but some people say that would be a long shot. If people wanted to play the game right, it would be 100% certain that they'd become a state. But a lot of people don't like to play the game because they don't have a threshold of pain. And there would be some pain, but not a lot. The pain would be really there. So we're going to meet again by phone at 3 o'clock, and we'll let you know.
So let's bring in the CBC's Caroline Bargout for more on Trump's position and the messaging coming from the White House. That was from earlier in the day. We can tell you that the call must be over because I can see out of the side of my eye that Donald Trump is welcoming the Florida Panthers, the Stanley Cup champions, to the White House and has been speaking about that. So while we wait for news on the call, bring us up to speed on what do we know at this point?
Well, we know at this point that the U.S. struck a deal with Mexico today to delay those tariffs, the 25% tariffs that U.S. President Donald Trump said would be imposed on Mexico at midnight tonight, same as Canada. We know that the U.S. and Mexico struck a deal to delay those tariffs for a month. Mexico has agreed to send 10,000 troops to the U.S.-Mexico border to try and prevent illegal migrants as well as fentanyl from flowing into the United States. We know that Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau spoke with President Trump this morning. President Trump said in the Oval Office this afternoon that it was a very good conversation, but it doesn't appear to have It doesn't appear that they came to any kind of conclusion when it comes to tariffs because they spoke again at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. That call is over, and we are anxiously awaiting to see what happened during that call. But earlier in the Oval Office, Trump was complaining about something else. So he's been talking about fentanyl for the last couple of weeks. He's been talking about trade deficit. That's been a problem for him between Canada and the U.S. And now he's complaining about banking regulations. Take a listen.
Canada is very tough. Canada is very, we're not treated well by Canada, and we have to be treated well. Banks are not, as an example, allowed. Did you know that American banks are not allowed to do business in Canada? Can you believe that? And that's one of many things, and we talked about it, and I think we'll win most of the subjects. But for some reason, a lot of things have been very unfair with Canada.
U.S. banks do, in fact, have a presence in Canada. For example, J.P. Morgan and Chase employs about 600 people in several Canadian cities. And Citibank, which is an American bank, has also been around since 2019. Now, the Canadian Bankers Association says that U.S. banks make up about half of all foreign banking assets in Canada, with 16 subsidiaries and branches worth about $113 billion in assets. They say that these banks specialize in a range of financial services, including corporate and commercial lending, treasury services, credit card products, investment banking, and mortgage financing.
So, Caroline, what about Trump's repeated statement that this is about fentanyl crossing the border from Canada to the U.S.? Is the White House still going with that argument, even though, as we say over and over again, we have to say it again, that it's just a tiny fraction of the fentanyl that's seized on the northern border with the U.S. compared to the southern border?
For sure. And yes, that is still something that the Trump administration, as well as U.S. President Donald Trump, continues to say. He mentioned fentanyl again today from the Oval Office. He says that it's killing 200,000 Americans every year, and that Canada needs to do more to stop fentanyl from coming in. Canada has promised over $1 billion to beef up security at the Canada-U.S. border. So far, that has not been able to appease Trump. Now, Kevin Hassett is the director of the White House National Economic Council. This is what he said about fentanyl and trade today.
This matter this weekend is 100% about the drug war, and I think that the outcome is likely to be very positive for Americans, Canadians, and Mexicans. What you need to do is go back and read the executive order where President Trump was absolutely 100% clear that this is not a trade war. This is a drug war.
So you're saying that this is really more of a negotiation to try and say, no, we want more focus on the border, and if you give that to us, these go away?
This is not what I'm saying. People need to read the executive order. President Trump has said this is about the fentanyl crisis, right? No, but so I don't know how somebody reads the executive order if you're Canada and then comes back and says, oh, we're going to start a trade war. We're saying we're really, really serious about going after fentanyl, and President Trump means it.
As you mentioned, Andrew, just a fraction of fentanyl is coming in from Canada as compared to the U.S.-American border. U.S. Customs and Border officials say that they seized 43 pounds on the Canada-U.S. border last year, compared to more than 21,000 pounds from U.S. Mexico. You mentioned that Trump is holding a press conference for the Florida Panthers. We are anxiously awaiting the Q&A because surely some reporters are going to be asking questions about that phone call with Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. I've been refreshing Truth Social. So far, I've seen nothing there. And we're waiting, of course, for the Prime Minister or the Canadian government to say what exactly happened. Will we see these tariffs today at midnight? Or won't we? That's the big question.
And Caroline, I'm looking out of the corner of my eye, listening to you. Do we expect Trump to take questions from reporters?
He usually does, so I'm hoping he will, especially on a day like today.
Yeah.
So either he'll take questions or he will post about it on Truth Social, which is what he did when he was talking about the deal that was struck with Mexico. And then later in the Oval Office, he did take questions about it, as well as a variety of things. So at some point, we are going to find out whether it's through Truth Social or a Q&A. We're going to find out exactly what happened, and hopefully we will hear very soon.
Okay. Caroline, thank you. The CBC's Caroline Bargut, live in Washington. So, as I mentioned, the Prime Minister spoke to the U.S. President last hour, their second phone conversation of the day. The CBC's Karina Roman is tracking the latest developments from Ottawa. She joins us now live. We are certainly waiting for any information coming out of that phone call. It is kind of unusual to sort of be thinking about this and watching Trump welcoming, I don't know if we have that shot. We can show
the Florida Panthers?
Yeah, the Florida Panthers, the Stanley Cup champions. So he has been
Canadians on that team.
There are a lot of Canadians on that team. So this is just the scene right now taking place in the White House. Donald Trump, this is pretty customary, right? You win a championship and then you get welcomed to the White House. Do you want to listen a little bit? Let's just take a little listen.
I said air is right. I heard that name so much for Hagee. Is scoring champion, and he's scoring, and really the opening goal of that game was very important, wasn't it? That put you in a position where got you the butterflies out a little bit. Way to go. Congratulations. That's a great job. Everybody. Carter skillfully directed a shot past the Oilers goalie and gave the Panthers your first lead in the series since Game 3. And
there
not
we go.
to forget.
Okay, we just wanted to give you a little, so this is what's happening now live. Probably Canadians don't want to be reminded that, yes, it was a Canadian team that was
Another
beaten.
year without the cup at home,
yes. The Edmonton Oilers. All right. So as we wait for any information about that phone call, I mean, this is just to think that the biggest trading relationship in the world could be hinging on a phone call and a last-ditch attempt to try and avert, because that has been the Canadian government's position, right, to try and avert this trade war, which could happen at midnight tonight.
Yes, and we are waiting for word both from obviously the government here in Ottawa and the Prime Minister. Obviously, we know the call is done because the President has moved on to other things, and we assume as well that the President will let us know his thoughts on that call as well. So we are all refreshing to try and see what we can learn from that. There is also going to be, according to federal sources, a U.S. Canada or Canada-U.S. Cabinet Committee meeting, that special cabinet here in Ottawa. I think much of it perhaps virtual, but that's supposed to happen at 6 o'clock. So I don't know how much information we will learn from the Canadian side of things before that meeting happens. Sometimes, in fact, often we hear more about these calls and meetings first from the Americans. So we'll have to wait and see how that goes and find out whether the Mexico deal was mentioned on the call and perhaps, you know, why Mexico would get this stay of tariff execution and Canada wouldn't, especially with Canada's efforts to appease what Donald Trump said was the issue at hand, which is the border and fentanyl. But meanwhile, you know, while we wait for those in power right now to do what they need to do to try and defend Canada, the leader of the opposition, Pierre Poilievre, also talked today about his plan if he were Prime Minister, what he would do in a plan he calls his Canada First plan in terms of beefing up interprovincial trade, having more national standards for things like trucking rules or professional accreditation to make the flow of people and goods easier to go west and east, not just north and south. He also talked about increasing and perhaps having a military presence at Canada's borders to secure the border, including surveillance towers, although I don't know whether that would be something that there's any evidence to show that those actually work, especially on such a long border that we have. He also took the opportunity to blame Canada's situation that we're currently in terms of Canada's vulnerability to these threats on the current government and its, as he would say, lack of action on a number of issues over the last 10 years. But at the end of his news conference, he was asked about Trump again repeating his desire to make Canada the 51st state. Here's what Pierre Poilievre had to say.
Canada is an independent country. We will never be the 51st state, and we will have a strong and independent country. And by the way, my Canada First plan will make us more independent and less reliant on the Americans.
As well, it's sort of important to note that the things that he has in his Canada First plan, many of them are being worked on or have been worked on by both different levels of government. The Conservatives likely arguing that they would move more quickly and that they can be trusted to actually do these things that have been worked on perhaps but not come to fruition over 10 years of a Liberal government. He did sidestep questions, though, the ones on the Mexican deal that we've been reporting on, whether or not he would support a help package for Canadian workers and businesses before taking down the government once Parliament resumes, or if Parliament were to resume earlier. And Pierre Poilievre saying, well, right now it's not sitting, it's prorogued, and therefore there can be a no vote on anything. So he didn't actually answer that question.
And Karina, we're hearing a lot from Canada's premiers today and how they're responding to Trump's tariffs. What are they saying?
Well, you have Doug Ford, who's campaigning right now as the leader of the Progressive Conservatives, talking about canceling the contract with Elon Musk's Starlink. I believe that Musk put on his platform sort of something like, oh, well, or that, not a very robust response, sort of a shrug of the shoulders kind of thing. But Ford also talked about making more stuff in Canada, especially in Ontario. You have almost across the board provinces and territories pulling U.S. alcohol off the shelves. It has been noted that doesn't seem to have been announced by either Alberta or Saskatchewan. Those two provinces have privatized liquor distribution and sales, so perhaps that's why people have not heard from those provinces on that measure. They've provinces like Susan Bolt, the Premier of New Brunswick, talking about bringing down interprovincial trade barriers. Many of the premiers, including Holt, talking about procurement, government procurement, and not entertaining bids from U.S. companies. And then you have Scott Moe from Saskatchewan, the premier there, bringing up a proposal he's brought up before about having the Canada Border Services agents fall under the military and be brought under the military to militarize the Canadian-U.S. border, which obviously has some people raising their eyebrows. But he says it would do not just that, it would also help with another goal that he believes is important. Have a listen.
It would provide two things immediately. One, provide the availability for troops along our border, the 49th parallel between Canada and the U.S., thereby addressing concerns that President Trump has raised. And two, would bring our CBSA funding in under the military investment, would be part of ensuring we are working towards our 2% NATO commitment that we have.
That said, in an interview, I believe I'm just seeing a note here that General Carignan, the Chief of Defense Staff, has said that there's no intention to militarize the border, I mean, at least at this point. So that's merely a proposal right now from one of the premiers. The other thing that the premiers really want to do and have all talked about is diversifying markets and becoming less dependent on the U.S. That's something that the Premier of British Columbia also talked about today. Have a listen.
Right now, major firms in British Columbia are in the process of redirecting their critical minerals, their energy products, to markets outside the United States to respond to the tariff threat. This isn't to punish the Americans. This isn't anything else. This is in response to tariffs that have been put on by the United States. The absurdity of this, of allies and neighbors hurting each other, has really, I think, come home to many British Columbians and Canadians.
Now, many would have a resounding yes to the idea of diversification, something that's been talked about in Canada for decades. But many experts would say even with successful diversification, it will not take away from the idea or the fact that the U.S. will continue to be our biggest trading partner for now and for many years to come. We're just that integrated that you can't just siphon off a whole chunk of that and put it with another country or another economic union somewhere else. So that's the reality of the situation.
Okay, I'm just listening to you and watching the Panthers and Donald Trump. And by the way, this is just Donald Trump, all right, is leaving with some members of the Florida Panthers and heading to the Oval
not taking
Office.
questions.
So it looks like, yeah, he didn't take questions. I think he just walked by. We may get some information. We may not. We don't know. This is the way we roll. But we'll come back with you, Karina, if we do. CBC's Karina Roman live in Ottawa. For more on this, I want to bring in Louise Blais. She's a former Canadian ambassador to the United Nations and a former Consul General of Canada in Atlanta. Louise, thank you very much for taking the time to talk to us.
Thank you for having me.
So we are waiting for this call, for the details of the second call. One was in the morning, one was at 3 o'clock between the Prime Minister and the President. I mean, do you think we're going to get information? What do you expect to come out of that call? Do you have any information on what's come out of that?
I'm also checking my phone. Yeah. No, I mean, it's we watching now Ottawa and see what the Prime Minister will say. It's probably, I would expect that the demands that the President had were a moving target and might have been really difficult to respond to. I mean, it seems like he's asked us for one thing, we met it, he comes up with other requests, so who knows what he really asked the Prime Minister today. It was obviously this morning something that the Prime Minister was not prepared to give him. It sounds as if he wants the entire country, and clearly the Prime Minister is not going to give him that. So let's wait and see if there isn't a deal, then our conversation is going to be ongoing for a deal, or have conversations broken off. We just don't know.
Louise, I just want to think about how extraordinary what you just said. You're a former Canadian ambassador to the United Nations. And you are saying that the ask of Donald Trump, I mean, we've heard the clips, the ask of Donald Trump is basically turn Canada into the 51st state. Like that's what's on the table. Do that or else. Is that kind of what you're gleaning from what he has been saying? It's not about fentanyl. It's not about the migrants crossing. Is that it?
Well, I think so, and I think what we're seeing, and we had Mr. Navarro this afternoon talk about that this is a drug war, not a trade war, and all of a sudden they're coming up with these expressions that they weren't using before. I think the legal basis upon which they're doing this is pretty new. And they had to invoke a national emergency, security emergency, so they need to tie tariffs to something that has to do with security. But you're hearing the president go off on all sorts of different directions. One day it's the deficit, one day it's banks, one day he doesn't need any of the things we make. You feel that for him, the rationale is different than what the legal basis for what he's trying to do. And this is why you're seeing the aids come back to the security, the fentanyl, the border. And I think that was a real argument for Mexico, but we have reported often and repeatedly that really the quantities are not at all in the same stratosphere, and that for Canada, the agenda seems to be different.
I just want to let you know, Louise, that I don't think we have that clip. I don't know if we were rolling on that or not. But as Donald Trump was leaving, the Stanley Cup champions were there, the Florida Panthers. As he was leaving, he was asked by Caitlin Collins of CNN about tariffs, whether they would be coming. Trump said that the call with Trudeau went well. Then when she asked if the tariffs are coming, he said, watch. Just want to make sure. Yeah, so that is the latest. So what do you make of that? What do you, I mean, as somebody that's, I mean, who knows, right? But what do you make of just that?
Well, I mean, I don't know. I think it's a little flippant. Again, I don't think, he doesn't treat our leader and our prime minister the same way that he treats the president of Mexico. He seems to give her a lot of respect. He compliments her. With us, it's the call went well, but you don't really get the sense that there was a deal that was struck. It's just more difficult because he doesn't have the history with President Sheinbaum. She was elected last year, came to power in the fall. It's his first time really dealing with her. He seems to have developed a good working relationship with our prime minister. He has a history, and our prime minister obviously defended Canada in the USMCA negotiations afterwards, after the president was out of power, said certain things. We remember the G7 in Charlevoix, the president left feeling that the prime minister had betrayed him. So there's a history there. We feel it's a bit more difficult to get through the cause of all of that, to get to the root of what the president is. And so again, cryptic message when he was much clearer this morning, and the president Sheinbaum was able to come out and make her announcement very quickly. So I think all eyes are on Ottawa right now.
So, Louise, Justin Trudeau will not be prime minister in 5 weeks from now. So this is it he wants Canada to become the 51st state? Is it that he doesn't like Justin Trudeau? He said that. He doesn't like the leadership in Canada. And so this is about who's prime minister. And so if there's another prime minister, whether it's a Liberal prime minister or a Conservative prime minister, Pierre Poilievre, if the Conservatives were to win an election that'll happen likely this year, is that going to make all of the difference?
I don't think it's going to make all the difference at this point. I think that Donald Trump's position has evolved. And he's certainly going in a direction that's difficult to come back from. I think he's in a position of wanting to extract things out of Canada. And I think it's going to be a challenge for any prime minister to manage this relationship. Not to say that it cannot be managed. It can. And we're seeing a lot of the folks around the president are talking to our ministers. There's a lot of communication going back and forth. We always hear that the calls are cordial, that they go well. We want that to continue. But I don't think it's going to be a walk in the park for any prime minister to manage this presidency moving forward.
And Louise, can you tell me a little bit about some of those that back channel that's going on, right? Because you've got Commerce Secretary, you've got all kind of his cabinet secretaries speaking about what it's about. It really, really is about fentanyl. Okay, and then it's 43 pounds versus 21,000 pounds. I mean, it just can't be about fentanyl, or maybe it can be, I don't know. And then you have Donald Trump coming on saying, you know, quite aggressively that he wants Canada to become the 51st state. So, like, who's, at the end of the day, it is the American president's decision, right, in terms of this executive order. He is the one that can impose these 25% tariffs, right? And this could be happening as of midnight.
Well, of course. I mean,
likely.
It's likely at this point. He's also, you know, we know that he needs the revenues. He needs the revenues to get the tax cuts. He said there's no other better word in the dictionary than tariffs. So if he exempts us and Mexico, then where is he going to get, you know, the money to do what he wants to do with his tax cuts for corporations and the rich and so on. So I think it's difficult to see what his end game is, and it changes from one day to the next. We'll have to wait and see. And even if we get over this hurdle, we have to remember that there is this USTR study that is mandated that will be tabled on April 1st that will look more holistically around the world where tariffs should be imposed and on what and to what degree. So it feels that even if we kind of get a little bit of a reprieve like the Mexican did, because that's all they got is 1 month, then there's going to be another wave and another demand down the road. So I'm sure that is playing in the mind of the Prime Minister, and he's thinking, well, you know, if I am going to make a deal, maybe I don't rush into it. I want to make sure that the deal will hold, and we also have to. What is the deal going to be worth? I mean, basically, the president is stirring up NAFTA and USMCA now, imposing or threatening to impose these tariffs. You know, you have to have that trust between the two leaders that whatever agreement you're going to make is going to be respected, because there's a lot of uncertainty in the system now, and what we need is to tone down that uncertainty and know what we're dealing with. And I'm sure that's in the Prime Minister's mind.
How would you characterize this moment in terms of in the history of Canada-U.S. relations?
Well, it's unprecedented in modern times. I mean, there were periods of time in the 19th century where they talked about annexing Canada. Well, at the time, it was different territories and different provinces, and so there's been moments like this, obviously, but in modern times, this is unprecedented. We have disagreed historically on some big issues, and we have had inheritance, but the way that the president has cast the relationship, described Canadians as dependent, as abusing of the United States, is really unprecedented. But the good news that I can tell Canadians is I'm here in the US right now. I'm interacting with a lot of Republicans, and I can tell you that this view is not shared across the board. It's one that the president has, that he's now familiarizing and trying to pick up on among his base, but it is not at all. He does not have the critical mass necessary to make good on his ultimate threat to annex us.
So he doesn't have it yet, but he keeps talking it up, trying to maybe gin it up, trying to get it. So this just constantly going at it, day after day after day. I mean, is this a dangerous moment for Canada?
Well, it is, and we have to take it very seriously. I think that it's a wake-up call, as many have said. I think there are things that we need to do to strengthen our country, strengthen our defense, our security, but also our economy. We had structural problems in Canada way before Donald Trump came to power. We need to address those, and we need to really make sure that we build an economy and a country that's resilient to this kind of, even the threat or damaging. And so this is a time where we have to work together as Canadians and tackle some of the big issues that we've neglected as like the interprovincial non-tariff barriers that we have, and as well as other measures that we could take to make sure that Canada remains a great place to do business and we can continue to attract international capital to Canada.
Louise, you are a former Canadian ambassador to the UN, so you've dealt with diplomats from all over the world. Where's the rest of the world right now in terms of this attack on Canada? They seem to be nowhere.
It's interesting. You know, I have to tell you, today I was speaking with certain groups in the United States, really senior, well-funded groups that are going to a legal means to perhaps, because some of the things that the president is doing might be unconstitutional, including the tariffs, depending on the mechanism he's using. So you're looking at international law. And if any other country talked about annexing their neighbor, you would have discussions at the UN. For some reason now, everyone's a little stunned. Everyone's a little bit paralyzed. There was the sense in the past that Donald Trump, president and candidate and private citizen, says all sorts of things that he doesn't always make do on. So there was a bit of willingness to let it go for a while as a joke. But now that it keeps going on and on and on, I think there might be ways in which Canada might invoke certain international mechanism to try to rally support. At the moment, I think that would be too soon to do that. I think everyone is trying to find their way. We hear often about, well, we should work with the European Union. If the U.S. is going to slap such a high tariff, maybe we need to get closer with Europe. I'm not seeing this happening right now. I think everyone's looking, observing. They cannot believe that we're receiving this treatment, but they're willing to kind of let it play out. It's just been a few weeks. So I think at this time, everyone's looking, observing, but I'm certainly not ruling out the possibility of international mechanisms and movements and coalitions that will come together to just say, well, look, we just can't say that and we can't do that.
Louise, appreciate your time and your insight as always. Thank you. Louise Blais is a former Canadian ambassador to the United Nations.
Thank you.
We're taking you now to Winnipeg. Manitoba Premier Wab Kinew has been speaking about the incoming Trump tariffs. Let's listen.
It's great to see Manitobans united and people are stepping up. You got leaders of business, you got labor, Indigenous leadership, people from all regions of the province, people from the ag industry, the mining sector, and there's a consensus, a unanimity that now's the time to stand up for Canada, protect our jobs, and protect our economy. So it's really great to have that buy-in, a lot of great ideas being shared. Of course, there's a ton of concern about the potential impacts of tariffs and a lot of good ideas about how we can work together, recognizing that this is an immediate challenge we're facing, but it's also something over the long term. We need to have a good strategy, not just for tomorrow and the weeks to come, but we need to have a strategy over the coming years to make sure that we don't let ourselves be in a vulnerable position again. How do we safeguard our jobs? How do we Trump-proof our economy in Manitoba? That's the discussion that we're having, and it's great to see the participation. Yeah, there's tons of ideas, like, you name the sector, and people are bringing forward some important initiatives. I think one of the good things that we got to keep in mind here is that in the first instance, in the first glance, we have to bring in supports for business and for workers to ensure that they can keep their head above water and we protect jobs in this country and in this province. But over the longer term, when we talk about how do we pivot our economy to sustain a good standard of living for the average middle class person out there for the years to come, that's where all of a sudden the conversation turns to what do we need to do in terms of mining and energy? What do we need to do in terms of education as being a huge part of our future economic plan? And there's a lot of those good suggestions being brought forward.
Are there any contracts that are ongoing right now that are going to be paused with any U.S. companies?
Not making any news on that. That's not really what we're talking about this morning. Yeah. Yeah. People who drink American booze? Yeah, so, we spoke to some private retailers and folks who sell American booze, and what I would say is this: we're taking action as the government. We're pulling booze off of our shelves, and in the future, people in the private sector aren't going to be able to order booze through the wholesaler, but we're not being directive to them. And so some conversations and consultation happened, but as you saw over the course of the weekend, the situation is one that we have to respond to forcefully to stand up for ourselves as Canadians and Manitobans. Well, here's the great thing about cutting off American booze. The Canadian stuff is way better. Okay? So if your patriotic duty is to grab a 1919 or a Crown Royal, I think most Manitobans think that's a good deal. And when we're talking about the wholesale price, it's a perfect, better substitute, I would say, actually, a better substitute. So yeah, so I think this is something that we're doing to send a message to the U.S. to say we're not going to be pushed around, we're not going to have our sovereignty infringed, but at the same time, we're trying to make sure that we do this in a way that the average Manitoban out there just embraces that Canadian pride that everybody's feeling right now, and can do some tangible, real things in your day-to-day life to support our country. Okay, we're going to go to Zoom now.
Okay, thank you, Premier. We have 3 outlets on the line today. First up, Steve Lambert. Go ahead, Steve.
Good afternoon, Premier. Question there about other tariffs and things. I noted in Ontario, Doug Ford is he's referred to Elon Musk and said that the government's canceling its contract with Starlink. I know there are a lot of balls in the air, but one of the things the Manitoba government does is it subsidizes electric vehicle purchases through rebates, including Tesla products. Is the government looking at changing that?
We're certainly looking at all options that we have to respond. And I think some of the discussion that we've had recently is about where do you spend your money as a Manitoban out there? And certainly where the province of Manitoba spends its money, I think is something that we're thinking very, very carefully about. And so one specific step that I've taken is to ask our Minister of Finance and the other ministries that are engaged with the economy to look at procurement and to ask whether we need to prevent American companies from bidding on these great opportunities that
we're
we put out there.
interrupting this to bring you some major breaking news from the CBC's Karina Roman from Ottawa. Karina.
Okay, so the actual headline here is that Canada has also secured a pause on the tariffs for 30 days. And this is in a post on X by the Prime Minister. If I could just have the liberty to read it to everyone.
Absolutely.
So that they can see the background. He says, I just had a good call with President Trump. Canada is implementing our $1.3 billion border plan, reinforcing the border with new choppers, technology and personnel, enhanced coordination with our American partners, and increased resources to stop the flow of fentanyl. Nearly 10,000 frontline personnel are and will be working on protecting the border. Now, here's where the new stuff comes in. Oh, there, you've got it up. Great. In addition, Canada is making new commitments to appoint a fentanyl czar. We will list cartels as terrorists, ensure 24/7 eyes on the border, launch a Canada-U.S. joint strike force to combat organized crime, fentanyl, and money laundering. I have also signed a new intelligence directive on organized crime and fentanyl, and we will be backing it with $200 million. Proposed tariffs will be paused for at least 30 days while we work together. So that is the news. Obviously, this is just breaking. This is just coming in. But the call at 3 p.m. between the president and the prime minister has clearly resulted in a deal, much like the one we have been reporting on with Mexico, to hold off on the tariffs for 30 days, I guess, to see how this actually gets executed and whether it's enough to satisfy Donald Trump to permanently decide not to hold tariffs, what would be very punishing and damaging tariffs to our economy, but also the U.S. economy beyond those 30 days. So that is just coming in right now. And there will be a meeting, as we know, we've been reporting, between the Canada-U.S. Cabinet Committee of the government, who will obviously be talking about this, and perhaps we will get further information, especially about these new measures being announced by the Prime Minister, about how they will work.
Karina, I mean, this is just an unbelievable day, right? I mean, you have the 9 o'clock call. Let's just kind of go back and let's talk about the day. The 9 o'clock call with the Prime Minister as well, the U.S. President talking with the Mexican President, announcing that to the Mexican President, there would be this 1 month reprieve, and then a 3 o'clock call. And it's sort of, the day kind of just wasn't sure. We got some alerts about how the U.S. Border Patrol was getting ready to kind of, go through the list, and then all of a sudden, bam.
Absolutely. And this does seem to be sort of the new reality, the new normal with the Trump administration, that there is a lot of unpredictability, both in terms of what will be said and what will be done and what will come of it. So it's interesting, too, that the money attached to this, $200 million to these new measures, or the intelligence directive on organized crime and fentanyl, and backing that with $200 million. I think just from a financial point of view, yeah, that's probably a lot cheaper than the damage to the economy. Well, it is a lot cheaper than the damage to the economy that Canada would have suffered through tariffs. But it still is a wad of cash for measures. And what does 24/7 eyes on the border mean? Is that drones? Is that people? And it's a very long border. So
almost 9,000 kilometers long.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yes. But it is interesting hearing about this. It does seem that there is a real concerted effort in this messaging to talk about cracking down on organized crime. I'm not going to pretend to be an expert in Canada's previous efforts on that and dealing with money laundering and cartels and organized crime, but this does seem to be a renewed focus. We haven't really heard the Prime Minister talk about organized crime to this extent, at least to my ears.
This is very important breaking news to a lot of Canadians, and I think they want to hear from the Prime Minister again. So I've just been told, can we do that again? I can do it, you can do it, Karina, but this is what the Prime Minister had to say online.
If we want to put it up again?
Yeah,
and
let's
then,
put it up.
Absolutely. So I'll paraphrase the first paragraph just because it's stuff that people already know. That obviously he reiterated the border plan that we've been talking about for weeks now, $1.3 billion, where we're going to get new choppers, there'll be drones, additional personnel, that there'll be even more coordination than already existed between our border staff and the U.S. border staff, increased resources to stop the flow of fentanyl. As I said, additional frontline personnel, 10,000 in this posting. Then, though, it goes on to talk about the new commitments, and this is what we will be obviously parsing for a while as we try and figure out what it means and how it will work. So a fentanyl czar, there does seem to be this tendency to appoint sort of a person who is in charge of one crisis issue. And so this is not a border czar in terms of, we already have a public safety minister. This is a fentanyl czar. So I don't know. At this point, of course, none of us know how this czar person, whoever they turn out to be, will work with the existing people who deal with the border to focus solely on fentanyl, but also that the government will list cartels as terrorists, ensure 24/7 eyes on the border. We obviously need more details on how that will transpire. Launch a Canada-U.S. joint strike force to combat organized crime, fentanyl, and money laundering, And the Prime Minister says he's also signed a new intelligence directive on organized crime and fentanyl that will be backed with an investment of $200 million. All of this resulting in that very key line there at the bottom: proposed tariffs will be paused for at least 30 days while we work together. So that is still hanging over Canada's head. Obviously, everyone's probably pretty happy about this stay of the tariffs, but 30 days, we could be having all these conversations again, because even if all this happens, and all this happens even to the satisfaction of the president, there's nothing to prevent the president from changing the goalposts and saying he wants something more, or to say that he isn't satisfied with that, or something else. So again, I think it's still hanging over. Obviously, it's a reprieve that most people will be very grateful for, but it still sows uncertainty in the economy, which will still have repercussions. But I'll be curious to see how the markets react. I guess, well, the markets are closed now, but tomorrow we'll see how the markets react.
Well, they certainly reacted. It was interesting to watch them react to Mexico, right? Because the markets were falling, and then the Mexico came in, and then and then this happened. But you know, if we can just kind of go forward a little bit, so a month from now, if it is a month from now, that'll be, I think, if I've got my math right, March 9th is the Liberal leadership campaign ends, right? A new leader. Yes, that's when
they announce the new leader.
The new leader will be on March 9th. So this goes until March 1st, as long as it does with Donald Trump. You never know. And then 9 days later, there will be a new prime minister.
And then I don't even actually know how we're going to focus on so many things. There'll be this, which is just huge. There will be whether we'll be headed into an election or not. There are just so many things going on. Earlier on our channel, Alex Panetta in Washington was talking about how it's amazing how this is on the front page of all the many of the American newspapers when there's so much else going on as well. You know, this is going to be a challenging time to parse for everyone when there is so much going on.
It's interesting, you know, I mean, we don't really know whether this is about the border, whether it's about fentanyl or migrants, because you know, you're trying to get a sense of what it is that Donald Trump wants, and then he repeats his 51st state, right? Going on about that, he sort of repeats some falsehoods around American access to banking in Canada. So it's just kind of, it's a little bit hard to sort of follow the puck, if you will, if you want to continue with that, in terms of what it is that the U.S. president wants. And then it's a $1.3 trillion trade relationship, the largest in the world between two countries. And you know, you think about the auto sector, right? These parts moving back and forth 6 or 7 times, and saying the president can say he wants all cars built in Detroit and not in Canada, but that's just not going to happen tomorrow. And so just trying to make sense of it all, Karina, but this has got to be welcome news for a lot of Canadians that were very, very concerned and very anxious about what tomorrow would bring in terms of the cost of groceries, in terms of, because of the counter tariffs that we know were going to come, right?
Absolutely. I think, you know, we're all part of chat groups with our friends and people, you know, who we live in our neighborhoods with, who aren't necessarily, you know, in the political bubble or, you know, in the news industry. And this is a widespread anxiety, and people very, very stressed about what it would mean, especially when you heard the numbers of how hard it could hit the economy and plunge us into a recession. So this is definitely welcome news.
And I just want to let you know, we're just getting some news from, this is a statement from the Premier of Ontario, Doug Ford, the Progressive Conservative leader, because he's in an election campaign. He says, "We have some good news today. We have temporarily averted tariffs that would have severely damaged our economy, giving time for more negotiation and time for cooler heads to prevail. Thank you to the countless workers, union leaders, businesses, and everyday proud Canadians who rallied together to make this happen. With the U.S. pausing tariffs, Ontario will also pause our retaliatory measures. If President Trump proceeds with tariffs, we won't hesitate to remove American products off LCBO shelves or ban American companies from provincial procurement. Make no mistake, Canada and Ontario continue to stare down the threat of tariffs, whether it's tomorrow, in a month, or a year from now, when we're renegotiating the United States-Mexico-Canada agreement, President Trump will continue to use the threat of tariffs to get what he wants. We're already feeling the impact. So long as our trading relationship with our largest trading partner is up in the air, we will continue to see many potential projects frozen and projects that were already underway put at risk. Canada and the U.S. need to remain united and focused on the real trade war we're fighting with China. If we want to win, we need to fight together, not each other. So there's just more.
Now I have a little bit of sympathy
Yep.
for the people who were just pulling all the stuff off the shelves, and now they have to put it back on the shelves. But and I wonder what this means for the Starlink contract that he said he was going to cancel as well. But that it is interesting to look ahead to 2026, which is when it's supposed to be renegotiated. How do you negotiate or renegotiate or review a deal that one side was clearly totally willing to rip up and not even adhere to? So I don't know how you negotiate with a party like that, because you can then negotiate a bunch of things and agree to a bunch of things, and they won't adhere to it anyway, right? So that's interesting that he mentions that, and that he too recognizes that just because we've had a reprieve for 30 days, no one's denying that that's good news, but that cloud still hangs over, and this shows Donald Trump that it works to some extent, so why not use it again?
And then, Karina, we also have from our colleagues, Catherine Cullen, right? She's saying that Canada, did you mention this already? I'm sorry if you did, but that Canada pitched the fentanyl czar, that the call was 45 minutes long, and it was a wide-ranging discussion. So just some thoughts on that.
And I'm just looking at, I just got a message from a colleague of ours saying that Ford and General Motors shares jumped in post-market trading after Trudeau said tariffs would be delayed. Ford is up 1.6%, he says, and GM 2.3%. And the dollar, I guess, is back to 69.5 cents U.S. This is according to our very esteemed colleague Peter Armstrong. So. I was curious as to how things would react.
There's definitely, you're right. I'm looking at the dollar too. It is climbing fairly quickly in sort of post, and markets are closed. I think that's how it works. I'm not going to get into whether this market's closed in North America, but
we'll leave that technology to someone who knows more. Yes.
But I mean, just in terms of, you mentioned the auto sector. I mean, it has been Doug Ford that has mentioned that was really, it seemed to be, and the president mentions it over and over again. We don't need Canada's cars. That's the target. And so just to think of that shutdown and to think of the wider concern in the manufacturing sector in this country, I mean, it was a very, very serious concern about potentially the production of North American vehicles just stopping within a week.
Yeah, well, because Flavio Volpe from the Manufacturers Association saying that it could have happened that quickly, because the money lost through shutting down production would be less than keeping it going, but dealing with the repercussions of tariffs and higher prices and people not being able to buy the cars, or choosing not to buy the cars because they would be thousands of dollars more. So that sounded like those repercussions would have been felt pretty quickly.
All right, Karina, if you don't mind staying by, I'd also like to bring in the CBC's Kyle Bax, who's looking at the impact on business. So, Kyle, what are you noticing in terms of this has got to be a huge relief just for just about everybody in this country?
Yeah, it's been such a rough ride today. The markets opened quite a bit down. The TSX was down 2.5%. The loonie dropped below 68 cents US. It's hitting a low that we haven't seen in about 22 years. And then now, the market's closed just recently, but we're seeing in after hours trading, yes, the loonie has recovered all of its value and actually gained a little bit. Some of the companies that lost quite a bit today, manufacturers, energy companies, we're seeing their stock prices go up in this after hours trading. And, it's also going to be interesting to keep an eye on the price of Canadian heavy crude, because that was, something that people, were keeping a close eye on, and the value has been kind of dropping over the last few weeks. And I think, Andrew, too, today, to me, it's really reminiscent of Inauguration Day, because we saw the kind of similar thing. We had Canadian political leaders, business leaders who went down to Washington expecting the worst, and then throughout the day, they actually had some really good news. Didn't look like there would be any sort of tariff announcement, and then it came near the end of the day. And then today is kind of the same suspense, really. We're really expecting the worst, and then now, near the end of the day, we see that there is this delay in tariffs.
And Kyle, thank you. I just want to go back to the CBC's Karina Roman and just mention, Karina, when I was trying to freelance about how currency trading, Jacqueline Hansen, former CBCer, she said, currency markets keep trading. So there you go. So thank you, Jacqueline, for sending that to us.
There are always people who know more than we do.
I know, exactly. So, there has been a jump now. Yeah, there's been a fairly significant jump in the Canadian dollar, because obviously there was very, very serious concern. What are we going to be watching for in the next couple of hours?
Well, we are going to look for some reaction, although I'm hearing that there might not be any kind of news conference by the Prime Minister or anything on this. So we might have actually heard what we've heard from him. But there is that Cabinet Committee meeting, so we will hope to get some reaction from that. And then we'll just have to keep watching what industry, business, Canadians say, and also see how consistent the message from Donald Trump is going forward, because that's really what we have to watch to see how much we can rely on what's just happened.
Karina, great work, as always. Thank you. For the CBC's Karina Roman live in Ottawa with the major breaking news that we have been giving you. I know you've got a busy night ahead. You are looking live at Ottawa and Washington. The major breaking news that we are providing to you is that Prime Minister Justin Trudeau says Donald Trump has agreed to pause tariffs on this country for at least 30 days following a phone call earlier this afternoon. More ahead.
Hi there, this is Power in Politics. I'm David Cochrane in Ottawa, and we begin with breaking news this hour. Canada has been granted a 30-day reprieve from those punishing U.S. tariffs. Prime Minister Justin Trudeau announcing just moments ago the 25% tariff that was supposed to take effect at midnight tonight is on hold, as both countries work to secure the border. We'll have the latest reaction from lawmakers in Canada and the United States. And with the threat still looming, we'll break down the severe economic consequences of a potential trade war. Power in Politics starts right now. Nearly 7 hours out from the United States imposing massive tariffs on Canada, Prime Minister Justin Trudeau says there's a reprieve and those tariffs will be paused for at least 30 days. Tariffs on Mexico were also put on pause this morning after outcry from all three countries and concern over the consequences for the North American trade agreement. That concern prompted 43 Democratic lawmakers to sign a letter in opposition to those tariffs, saying these broad tariffs will devastate Americans already struggling with high prices, will kill jobs and hurt diplomatic relationships with our closest partners. We urge the administration to rescind the relevant executive orders immediately. So, is this pause a victory for those lawmakers, or will this fight just pick up again in 30 days? Congressman Greg Stanton led this effort and sent the final letter to President Donald Trump, and he joins me now. Congressman, it's good to see you. Welcome to Power in Politics.
It's good to be on.
This is not over, but they've pressed the pause button on these tariffs. What's your reaction to these latest developments?
Well, I'm glad that there was a pause, but it's really unfortunate that the United States is threatening our next door neighbors, our most important trading partners, Mexico and Canada, at a time when our greatest economic adversary is China. We should be working more closely with our next door neighbors, forming a North American economic unit, which is the best way to win this economic battle with China. It was unclear to me what the real reason was. Obviously, it seems like the concessions that Mexico made were concessions that were already being made, and concessions made by Canada could have been done through the negotiating table. That's what the USMCA was all about. It was such a big victory for North America. And that's the model about how we should be working together, not just on economic issues, but on security issues as well.
When the executive order was released and signed on Saturday, it cited a public health emergency caused by fentanyl to use the extraordinary emergency powers that the president is using to now threaten these tariffs, not impose these tariffs. There was a pushback here in Canada that isn't really about fentanyl. It isn't really about the border. It's about the larger economic agenda of this president. Do you buy that this is about fentanyl and that this is about the border? What is your view?
Well, fentanyl is a major issue inside the United States, and the United States, Mexico, and Canada should be working together to challenge the cartels and the delivery of this dangerous and deadly drug that hurts too many of our fellow Americans and Canadians. We should all be working together on a regional security cooperative agreement, particularly because the World Cup was just around the corner. So this is a real opportunity for the three countries to be working together. The way to deal with that is not through the threat of tariffs against our economic partners, which I know you're looking through the lens of Canada, but as an American, the fact that we're focused in on lowering prices and we're doing something that is just the opposite of that, it's going to significantly increase the cost of living for Americans. It's just heading in the wrong direction. There is a better way of going about it. That's through using the soft power of the United States, the negotiating power, our relationships, working with our allies. That's a better way to deal with these challenging issues than the threat of unnecessary tariffs.
Yes, even at the lower 10% rate on energy, you're still looking at 25 to 30 cents a gallon on gasoline in certain parts of your country, and then heating prices going up in the winter. The president has posted on Truth Social saying, I am very pleased with this initial outcome, and the tariffs announced on Saturday will be paused for a 30-day period to see whether or not a final economic deal with Canada can be structured. Fairness for all. So here he is again, though, going back to an economic deal. I do think the fentanyl, which I concede is a significant problem on both sides of the Canada-U.S. border. We have a lot of deaths and a public health emergency that goes back years in the province of British Columbia. But is this just a pretext for economic recalibration, or do you really think it is fentanyl? Because the president himself is saying it's about a fair economic deal.
Well, the president said during the campaign he was looking at tariffs on Mexico and Canada. He said it earlier in his presidency, and then he executed on it. Look, I don't want to get in the president's mind. I would never fathom to guess what's going through our president's mind on an issue like this. All I know is completely self-defeating at a time when we're in a year's time, we're going to be renegotiating USMCA. That is the time to talk about the details of the trade arrangement between the United States, Mexico, and Canada. But using the threat of tariffs, which would greatly increase prices on Americans, obviously increase prices on Canadians as well as Mexican citizens as well. That is self-defeating and moving us backwards when we know that we are such good friends with Canada and we have a great relationship with the new president of Mexico, that the best way to deal with these issues, including security issues, is by working together. We know we have willing partners on both to the north and to the south of us. Working together at a negotiating table is the best way to deal with this. Again, I mentioned the World Cup again because the World Cup is such a great opportunity to really solidify and increase the security working relationships between our three countries.
Canada had initially responded to the president's demands with a $1.3 billion border plan, putting more resources at the border, helicopters, drones, better tracking of fentanyl precursors, some proposed legislative amendments for money laundering. The new developments today, sir, is Canada is making a commitment to appoint a fentanyl czar, will list cartels as terrorists, and ensure 24/7 eyes on the border, launch a Canada-U.S. joint strike force to combat organized crime, fentanyl, and money laundering. And the Prime Minister says he's also signed a new intelligence directive on organized crime and fentanyl, and we will be backing it with $200 million. How does that sound to you? I know these are very just high-level details, but what do you make of that response from the Canadian government?
That's great. That's a very positive thing, and I believe that all of that would have occurred, and even more can occur when we get across a negotiating table and do this the way that partners do it with each other, which is through discussion and negotiation. The relationship between the United States and Canada is arguably one of our top bilateral relationships on this entire planet. It's the reason why we've had such success being neighbors, and we serve each other in war, and we serve each other during times of need, like Canada has helped us during natural disasters or the forest fires in Los Angeles, et cetera, how they have helped us so tremendously. And we helped Canada when they were going through difficult times. We are partners, we are friends, and we are better when we are working closely together. And all of the things that were mentioned are good things, steps in a positive direction. And oh, by the way, the United States needs to do more to make sure that, for example, weapons are not crossing the border into Mexico, and money laundering, money isn't flowing illegally across the border as well. So in order for this to work, it's not one country casting blame upon another. It's all three of us as a North American unit working more closely together, economically and from a security perspective.
Look, when you look at the economic consequence of tariffs in both directions, the job losses, the inflationary effect, the lost productivity, the lost economic growth, and then you look at the shared history of the two countries, fighting together on the battlefields of Europe and Afghanistan, it does seem almost absurd that it would get to this point to deal with a common shared problem. But it's inflamed some of these sorts of tensions. We've seen at hockey games, at basketball games, Canadians booing the U.S. national anthem, with the Minnesota Wild being the first victim of it here in Ottawa. What's your sense of what this may have done, even with the 30-day pause, kind of to the relationship between the two countries? Are you worried about some lasting damage or diminished trust, at least in the medium term?
Yes. I mean, and just look, the United States needs to be the global leader, and we need to embrace that role. I'm concerned about a retreat from our global responsibilities under President Trump. I'm a big believer that the United States has led the post-World War II world order, and that has been great for this planet, certainly great for the United States and for our economy. We shouldn't retreat from that responsibility. We should be embracing that responsibility and using the threats of tariff against our next door neighbors and friends, the ones that we need most if we're going to win the ultimate long-term economic battle with China, I believe is self-defeating when we could accomplish the exact same things through conversation and negotiation at a table, like we will be doing in just a short period of time with the renegotiation of USMCA.
I wonder how you think this affects that. You know what I mean? If this really is about an economic deal, as the president says, that is going to raise, I think, the anxiety levels about the review process of the Continental Trade Agreement starting next year. I wonder what concerns you have on that, because here we are, we're not just 2 weeks into the presidency, and it's already been a couple of months of disruption going back to the tariff threat on social media in November. I mean, what are your thoughts on what we can expect when we actually do get to that formal trade revisiting on the USMCA?
Well, we're going to have tough negotiations, as we should. We had tough negotiations when we renegotiated NAFTA. I was a leader in the United States Congress in making the case that we needed a modernized trade agreement, but we needed a trade agreement because we are stronger when we have that growing trade relationship between the United States and Canada and growing trade relationship between the United States and Mexico. It has to be done fairly. It has to be done fairly from a labor perspective to make sure the workers across North America are being treated fairly, but we are stronger when we have an agreement. We're going to have some tough negotiations, but it has to be done in a spirit of trust and understanding the shared history between our nations. And that's why I think this unnecessary threat of a trade war of these tariffs was really ultimately self-defeating for what we're trying to accomplish.
So we have a 30-day window here, sir, to try to resolve this for good, ideally. I mean, what do you think will happen in the next 30 days? What do you hope to see happen in the next 30 days? Because I'm sure businesses and politicians on both sides of the border don't want to go through this on a monthly basis. Well, what would you like to see happen over the next few weeks here?
Well, look, you know, I don't want to cast aspersions on anyone, but I do suggest that the reaction of the United States stock market to the threats of these tariffs, which went terribly. Obviously, the stock market went very, very badly today because a trade war with our two largest trading partners is obviously very bad for the American economy and very bad for American workers. And I think the president got, unfortunately, became well aware of that in advance of any short-term agreement with Canada or Mexico. I think he's going to want to avoid that. So I'm actually optimistic that when this 30-day period is done, that we're not going to continue to see this sort of behavior of unnecessary threats of tariffs against our top two trading partners. It is just so disruptive to the United States economy, so disruptive to the American workforce, that I am hopeful we're not going to continue in that direction.
Just as a final question, Congressman, because I know I have to let you go. The common view is that the president is very transactional and likes to win and get a win out of any kind of a confrontation or a negotiation. Based on seeing the $1.3 billion border plan with another $200 million and some movement on that, does that feel like he can sell that to the American people as a win? How do you think that's going to be interpreted?
Look, everyone's going to view it through their own political lens, and the president has a very strong base that believe that his book that was, ghostwritten by another author called The Art of the Deal is the way we should run international relations. The problem is, of course, that the art of the deal involves kind of win-loss type negotiations. For every dollar I gain, that's a loss for the person across the negotiating table. When it comes to international relationships, these are long-term partnerships. We need the friendship and the support of Canada and Mexico to achieve our long-term goals. And so if we get involved in a negotiation and use the threat of tariffs and maybe gain some short-term benefit, what is the loss long-term? And I wonder if the president, who's negotiated a lot of construction deals or development deals, that type of negotiation may not be the right negotiating style in international relations, particularly with our friends.
Congressman Greg Stanton, we do appreciate your time. If things do go sideways in 30 days, we may call you again, sir. I want to thank you very much for being here today. Thank you, sir.
Bye.
Okay, we're just hours away from that deadline when the U.S. was supposed to impose those 25% tariffs on Canadian goods. But after his second call with U.S. President Donald Trump today, Prime Minister Justin Trudeau says Canada has secured a reprieve. In addition to its existing border plan, Trudeau says Canada is making new commitments to appoint a fentanyl czar, Canada will list cartels as terrorists, ensure 24/7 eyes on the border, launch a Canada-U.S. joint strike force to combat organized crime, fentanyl, and money laundering. Trudeau says proposed tariffs will be paused for at least 30 days while we, Canada and the United States, work together. So how did Canada get this reprieve, and how can it make it permanent? Well, joining me now is the Minister of Public Safety, David McGuinty. David McGuinty, thanks for being here so soon after the breaking news. We appreciate you.
Thanks for having me.
Tell us how this happened. I mean, there was a 9 o'clock phone call, then a 3 o'clock follow-up roughly. Was there a demand put on the table, and then it was responded to in the later conversation? How did it go today?
David, this has been in the works for weeks. We've been corresponding, working with our American counterparts. Melanie Joly, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, has been leading group after group, delegation after delegation. My colleague, Minister LeBlanc. I was in Washington last week meeting with the border czar and other officials from the White House and Congress. So we've been working on some of these elements for weeks. It came together, I think, at the right moment. We are obviously pleased to see this development, but we have more work to do.
What changed, though, or what transpired from the first call this morning to the second call this afternoon to then the public statement from the Prime Minister?
I think that it's fair to say that the President was apprised more directly with many facts around the work that we've actually done on the border. He's much more aware now of the investment we've made, how far we've come. These new elements are building on some of the things we've already begun. For example, this question of a joint North American strike force is something we've been negotiating for some time, bringing it forward. So I think what we've got now is a situation where we've got some work to do over the next 30 days to get this right. And, you know, the President expressed concerns, we listened, but we're working now jointly, hand in hand, especially when it comes to this scourge and this tragedy surrounding fentanyl.
I'm in no way trying to diminish the effort you put into the border plan, but do you think it might have been some of the business community backlash, the stock market hit in the United States, and even shows like the Today Show did like a 11, 12-minute segment today on tariffs, and it was seeping in, it seems, to the American consciousness that, uh-oh, this is going to cost us some cash.
That could be. I haven't been following it that carefully, David, if you forgive me. But look, it was all hands on deck. I want to say this. The premiers of this country, the provinces come together, the territories came together, businesses came together, everyday Canadians came together, I think in a real joint Team Canada approach. And I think this also helped get a message across to President Trump and his administration that Canadians were serious. Now we have 30 days to keep moving forward. We have progress to make. We're just, of course, content to see this happen right now, but there's work to be done.
Okay, I want to, if I can, Minister, go through some of the specific new measures that have been added here. Let's start with the fentanyl czar. Daniel Smith had floated a border czar. Sort of the reaction to that was, well, we've got a public safety minister, right? We have an RCMP commissioner. Explain to me the difference between a fentanyl czar and a border czar and how exactly this will work and
Sure.
Who's that going to be?
Look, we'll get into more details over time. We've got 30 days to put the flesh on that. But the fentanyl question, of course, transcends my department or any other agency or department. It really is a whole of Canada challenge. So the fentanyl czar will help us navigate through Health Canada, new regulations, new laboratories that we're standing up to trace and track fentanyl. Global Affairs Canada's got to be involved, of course, because it involves the precursors that are used to fabricate fentanyl that come from China and other sources. Our agencies of public safety are involved because it involves reaching out, for example, to folks in Mexico. So the fentanyl czar is really about following the fentanyl and finding out where it's coming from, what the sources are. And I think it's a very good, unique position inside the government to navigate through all of the players.
Do you see that as like a law enforcement type person,
or
a bureaucrat?
Role, but we'll get there. But I think it's more of a coordinating role. We have phenomenal folks on the front lines at the Canada Border Services Agency. The RCMP has done incredible work at breaking up 47 fentanyl labs, including the largest bust in Canadian history recently. 95,500,000 lethal doses, David. So huge progress has been made. We want to go further. We're very concerned. Look, this is an issue that transcends Canada and the United States. It's a global issue, but our societies are being deeply affected.
But this is a role, just so I'm clear, this is devoted exclusively to the issue of fentanyl. This won't deal with migration and migrants. It's not a border and immigration issue. It's strictly on...
That is correct.
Why narrow it to that and not do the broader border person?
Because we have so many good folks right now on the broader border issues. The RCMP, the CBSA, other players, provinces, provincial police forces are stepping up and helping out in this Team Canada effort. But the fentanyl issue is very, very important to us. It's very, very important to the new administration. And so I suspect it will, of course, bump up on some of the border issues we deal with, but the fentanyl crisis is one that we're deeply concerned about.
Okay, on fentanyl, Donald Trump's executive order said it was about fentanyl, and this is the pretense they used for invoking or threatening the tariffs using the emergency powers. In his reaction to this 30-day pause and the new $200 million plan, he ends his Truth Social post with, "I am very pleased with this initial outcome, and the tariffs announced on Saturday will be paused for a 30-day period to see whether or not a final economic deal with Canada can be structured. Fairness for all." And economic has a capital E. He's basically saying the 30 days, it's not about fentanyl, it's about an economic deal. How do you view this? This is the president saying this, because this sounds to me like he still wants to restructure trade flows, reduce the trade deficit, and fentanyl's part of it, but it's kind of the entry point for this larger agenda. And that's how he ends his post today. How do you react to that?
I think we're going to react to that the way we've reacted to this entire situation since it began, which is it's very important to manage our relationship with the United States well. And we've been doing it for decades. In fact, we've been doing it for 150 years. It's very important to make sure that that border remains the longest undefended border in the world. If this spills over into economic considerations, our U.S. Canada Cabinet Committee will deal with it.
He's talking about bank access, though, like market access for banks. He's talking like it is much bigger than just one issue. He seems to have a laundry list of things he wants from Canada, and tariffs are his weapon to try to get it.
I am really confident, David, that we're going to manage our way forward on this. We always have, we will. And the fact that so many Canadians are behind this effort, provinces, premiers, police forces of local jurisdictions, so many different Canadians. You know, today in my constituency office, I had a couple of company owners call me in tears, worried about what was going on before this announcement. That's serious. A lot of families are worried. Jobs are at stake, the auto sector. So we're going to move forward. We're going to keep working forward together on this. We're going to remind our American colleagues, our neighbors, just how integrated we can be, how much success we've had together. I'm convinced we'll find a way forward.
It seems though like the goalpost can shift here, right? If he's already talking about the consideration in 30 days as an economic deal, you know, whether an economic deal with Canada can be structured in 30 days, it seems to be it's more
well,
than
building
the
on your
fentanyl
analogy
side.
about goalposts, David, our job is to get the ball down the field.
Well, but Lucy pulls it away sometimes. You're trying to kick it, right?
And Lucy might, but then Lucy might bring them back. We're going to move forward. I'm confident we're going to be able to do this. We have a lot of work to do, and I do want to thank Canadians. I want to thank business leaders. I want to thank provinces for stepping up. This is a truly important moment, a turning point in our relationship with the United States, but we're going to find our way forward.
Okay, the fentanyl czar is a thing that is going to stand out. You are also agreeing to list cartels as terrorists. This question is in no way a defense of the cartels, but what is the justification for listing them as a terrorist entity? Because that has been a high bar in this country. There's been resistance to do it with Iran and other groups for a long time. Why a quick acceptance of that, and how do you justify it in law doing that to the cartels?
Not a quick acceptance, something that we've been considering for some time. You have to look at the nature of the activities of cartels and the similarities that they share with terrorist groups. So we took a long, hard look at what they're doing, how they're doing it, the scourge that they've become, how vicious they can be, and we've made a tough decision. And this decision is we've got to move forward and give our law enforcement folks more access to powers, extraordinary powers, not granted easily, because we want to nip this in its bud.
Like specific cartels? Will you name specific cartels?
We'll get there. We'll get there. This again in the next 30 days. We'll
but if you've been working on it for quite some time and it's not quick acceptance, there should be more details.
Well, there is, but we're going to wait until we have a better, more opportune moment to share more details.
24/7 eyes on the border. Yeah. Is that the drones, the blackout, or
cameras,
is there more beyond?
A combination of factors: cameras, Blackhawks, drones. Stationary and non-stationary radar and tracking systems. Obviously, a lot of this is operational. Can't get into too much detail, but we're certainly going to have much better focus on the border and in between borders.
One of the things that's in here too.
Border crossings.
Border crossings, yes, sir. One of the things that in here too is a Canada-U.S. joint strike force to combat organized crime, fentanyl, and money laundering. This is something you've been talking about when you were in Washington.
Yes.
Is that RCMP, FBI? How does that work? Is it DEA? Is it how is this strike force going to be structured? How will it be operated, and who will lead it?
Almost all of those and more, because this has also a domestic component to it. The Joint Strike Force involves our provincial police forces, our police of local jurisdiction, our attorneys general, folks who are doing investigative work. This is about wrestling the scourge and the tragedy of fentanyl to the ground. It's also about getting to the money. We brought some changes already to FinTrack to bear just 2 weeks ago. I think we can do more on this front. I think so. What I could say is stay tuned.
The Prime Minister also said in his statement, there's a lot of stuff jammed into a single tweet here, Minister. You know, a new intelligence directive on organized crime and fentanyl. We'll be backing it with $200 million. What can you tell us about this intelligence directive?
I can tell you that the relationship between Canada and the United States on security and intelligence is still strong. We share a lot of information. We'll be enhancing some of that information, some of that sharing, to deal precisely with the fentanyl crisis and a few other threats at the border.
Okay, will the details of this intelligence directive be revealed publicly?
They should, as far as we can go. As far as we can go, of course. Obviously, there are some limits to this, but we're well on the way now. We'll begin a lot of these negotiations as of tomorrow morning.
The sense, though, Minister, like I know there is a pause here, largely because of efforts on the border and fentanyl, and I think, you know, many Canadians are relieved to see this. But, you know, Donald Trump's again talking about the 51st state. He's talking about an economic agenda here. The Prime Minister, in his meetings with the premiers on Saturday and with his briefings to the opposition leaders, made the point that the sense was nothing you do on the border is going to stop this. It's about a much larger sovereignty threat to Canada. Was that assessment wrong on Saturday, and now there's a reprieve with this, or do you still believe as a government that there is a existential push here by Donald Trump that threatens the sort of the independent decision-making of sovereignty of this country?
Look, on this question of the 51st state, I think we have to take President Trump's comments seriously, but I also think those comments are just not serious. I think we have to be vigilant, but we need to move forward with discipline and show progress as we have here, I think, in this plan going forward, as we have in the last several months of invested time. You know, it's hard to divine what the president's saying some days, and that's fine. I think he's trying to meet the obligations he's promised his own people. Having been elected in a free and fair election, he's moving forward. So we're going to continue to manage that relationship, and we found in our outreach to Congress and in Washington, for example, as recently as last week on Friday for several hours, there's quite a receptive ear here, David. People are aware of this long-standing neighborly relationship. They know there's a win-win to be had. We're going to keep driving home that message as we implement these changes.
Some of the things you talk about on money laundering, for example, I know this was in the initial $1.3 billion border plan and had been proposed in a fall economic statement, I believe, to do that, but that's going to require legislative changes. So are you at a point now where you need to go back to the House of Commons to deal with some of these things? If you have 30 days, you can't keep promising changes to the law to deal with money laundering. You got to have changes to the law to deal with money laundering. So does the House of Commons need to come back to get this done?
Some of the changes that were brought to bear on the money laundering side were regulatory, so they did not require an act of Parliament or some kind of legislative change in that regard. We'll look at this very carefully and see where we stand. And I've said before, and I'll say it again, I think parliamentarians of good faith and goodwill, if they come together and put the interests of 41 million people ahead of their own parties, if we have to, I think we will.
Okay, so you got 30 days to get all this done. How worried are you that you will be back here close to the 30-day deadline with a whole new list of demands that have been put on the table? Because this has been fluid.
Can't focus on that, David, to be frequent, honest with you. I mean, I think we just have to keep moving forward, implement. This is, I think, a good next step, but we have work to do.
Public Safety Minister David McGuinty, I appreciate your time. Thanks for being here today, sir.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. Well, Canada has received a temporary 30-day reprieve from U.S. President Donald Trump's threatened 25% tariffs. It happened following a couple of phone calls between Prime Minister Justin Trudeau and the U.S. President. The Prime Minister shared on social media that on top of the $1.3 billion border security plan, Canada will now appoint a fentanyl czar, among other new commitments. President Trump celebrated the deal in a Truth Social post just moments ago. He wrote, "Canada has agreed to ensure we have a secure northern border and to finally end the deadly scourge of drugs like fentanyl that have been pouring into our country, killing hundreds of thousands of Americans while destroying their families and communities all across our country. As president, it is my responsibility to ensure the safety of all Americans, and I am doing just that. I am very pleased with this initial outcome, and the tariffs announced on Saturday will be paused for a 30-day period to see whether or not a final economic, with a capital E, deal with Canada can be structured. Fairness for all. Saskatchewan Premier Scott Moe joins us now. Premier, it's good to see you again. Thanks for being here today.
Great to see you, David.
Okay, we've just gotten word in the last hour from the Prime Minister that proposed tariffs will be paused for at least 30 days. Now that Canada's come forward with some additional measures on the border, including a fentanyl czar and listing cartels as terrorists. What's your reaction to this development?
This is positive, albeit only for 30 days. This is a significant change, and it's a positive change, I think, for not just each of us as Canadians, but for all of us in North America, as we have 30 more days to engage on how integrated our North American economy is and how beneficial that integration is to each of us, wherever we live, north or south of the 49th parallel.
So listing cartels as terrorists, 24/7 eyes on the border, launch a Canada-U.S. joint strike force to combat organized crime, fentanyl, and money laundering. And the Prime Minister says he's also signed a new intelligence directive on organized crime and fentanyl, and will be backing this with another $200 million. So this, on top of the border plan, is about $1.5 billion in response to the demands from the President. Do you think that's going to be enough? Because things do keep moving.
Well, I'm sure the conversation is going to evolve as we find our way through time. And as I have said many times, where there's priorities raised by our largest trading partner and President Trump, if they align with the priorities of Canadians and Canadian families, such as the removal of fentanyl from our communities, such as limiting and stopping illegal migrants coming into not only our continent, but the communities where we live, we should act on those. And credit to the Prime Minister, and credit to Dominic LeBlanc, who I know will be central to these conversations for, albeit a 30-day reprieve. It's better than we were an hour ago.
Well, I just wonder, it's a 30-day reprieve. Are we going to go through this in 30 days, do you wonder? I mean, the President signed the order saying it was about fentanyl and migrant trafficking, but he's been talking about banking access, trade deficits, natural resources. It does shift, Premier Moe.
There's going to be many conversations that will happen over the course of the next 30 days. The border security and the removal of the fentanyl, those are areas where we can agree. There will be other priorities in areas where we may not agree with President Trump or with what he might raise. I think what's important as we find our way through this 30 days is this is all heading towards some conversation around USMC and our trading relationship more broadly, is that myself as a subnational leader and other subnational leaders continue with the very ambitious engagement on with policymakers throughout the U.S., but in particular those that are close to President Trump, on the positives of the integrated North American economy that we have. It is positive for job growth, it's positive for investments, and it's positive for both Americans and Canadians. And we need to engage like we did 4 or 5 years ago when USMCA was signed under this president in his first term and Prime Minister Trudeau's administration.
I wonder, Premier, the conversation on Saturday in the First Minister's meeting, my understanding is the Prime Minister and his officials said to you and your colleagues that they don't really think this is about the border. They do feel this is more about an assault on Canadian sovereignty. I just wonder, how do you view that? Like, what do you think the President's end game is here, at least when it comes to the sovereignty of us as a country? Because he keeps talking about the 51st state and, bringing us in as part of the United States. I mean, those are fighting words, right? I just wonder what you think his end game is here.
Well, currently it seems to be about the border, because if we see another $200 million, a significant investment in addition to the 1.3, in addition to the investments that have been made by numerous provinces, including Saskatchewan, the appointment of a border czar that was called for by myself and Premier Smith in Alberta. Those are all positive things that I think not only the President had called for, but Canadians, I think, will stand behind as well. I know I certainly do on behalf of Saskatchewan residents. And so this is not a win forever, but 30 days without tariffs is, we should not underestimate the impact and the power of that. And it does provide myself and others more time to engage on what really does matter in the North American relationship, how we create that North American energy, food security, and general security.
You've got a lot of trade-exposed industries, right? Potash would have been hit by this, your energy industry, agriculture, all of it. I mean, your key industrial sectors have to be breathing a big sigh of relief, at least with this 30-day pause.
I think North Americans would breathe a sigh of relief. We're actually the least trade exposed, or one of the least trade exposed provinces to the U.S. We have done made a significant effort and investment, criticized at times, to diversify our trade around the world. That being said, our largest and traditionally our most allied trading partner is the United States of America, and we want that to continue into the future. So I would say this afternoon is a positive step forward. And we're just going to have to try to line up as many of those as we can over the days, months, and years ahead, quite likely.
Premier Scott Moe, we're going to invite you back in 30 days, if not before, because who knows when it'll change there. Saskatchewan Premier Scott Moe, thanks for being here, sir.
Thank you, David.
Oh, 30 days, it could change in 30 minutes. But coming up, what does Canada need to do to make this pause on tariffs permanent? The Power Panel is here to discuss that next. U.S. President Donald Trump was just hours away from imposing crippling tariffs on Canada, but after a second phone call today with Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, Trump has agreed to press pause for 30 days. But the threat remains, and the White House says it's because of fentanyl.
This is not a trade war. This is a drug war. there are perhaps 100,000 people last year that died of fentanyl, and the fentanyl is coming in across the Mexican and Canadian borders. 80, 90, 95% of Mexicans want the drug war to end, and the same is true in Canada. So I don't know how somebody reads the executive order if you're Canada and then comes back and says, oh, we're going to start a trade war. We're saying we're really, really serious about going after fentanyl, and President Trump means it.
But speaking this afternoon, President Trump listed off a whole list of reasons for why tariffs may be necessary.
We have big deficits with Canada. Why are we willing to lose between $100 billion and $200 billion a year? We don't need them. You know, banks aren't allowed to do business in Canada. Canada is very tough. Canada is very, we're not treated well by Canada. They don't take our agricultural product for the most part. They don't take our cars. They make cars, but they basically don't take our cars. What I'd like to see, Canada become our 51st state.
Okay, time to bring in the power panel to talk about all of this. Lisa Raitt is a former Conservative cabinet minister. Brad Levine is a former national campaign director for the NDP. Here with me in the studio, Vandana Cotter is a former advisor to Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, and Rob Russo is the Canada correspondent for The Economist. Rob, quite the headline. 7 hours before the deadline, there is a reprieve, though Donald Trump is saying on Truth Social that this will be paused for a 30-day period to see whether or not a final economic deal with Canada can be structured. Fairness for all.
But I thought it was all about fentanyl.
Well, it's economic deal with a capital E, according to this. So this is what I wonder. Okay, the fentanyl issue has been responded to. It seems to be about something much bigger than that.
It's a good day for Canada. I'd say it's a good day for both countries. What have we learned? We've learned that despite the fact that the Prime Minister put us in a very, very bad position by waiting as long as he did to resign, he went into this not with a weak hand. He went into it with no hand, really. Came out of it after the weekend with, I think he could claim a victory. I think both countries can claim a victory. A rather remarkable victory for the Prime Minister, given the weak hand that he had. So what happened? I think that the Trump administration was trying to make this into a fentanyl war, even though the president kept insisting that it was almost everything but fentanyl. And the Canadian government and the Canadian people seemed to take him at his word. The president did something that hasn't been done in Canada for a long, long time. We've been a very divided people for a while. He united Canadians, and he got a market brushback. And we even heard from Republicans. We heard from Chuck Grassley and other Republicans basically beginning to come out and saying, you've made a mistake. Yeah. I think everybody learned something. I don't think the lessons are over. I think the Prime Minister learned something too. You have to negotiate. You can't go in with your opening position and stick to it.
Yeah, but I think they've demonstrated that. I mean, they clearly moved on things, And Vandana, I appreciate the point that the internal liberal dynamics put the government in a weak spot. But Claudia Sheinbaum has a brand new 6-year mandate. She got hit with this. Europe is being threatened with tariffs. Canada is being threatened with tariffs. South Africa is being threatened, and Colombia was threatened. It's just this is the way it's going to be with Trump, it seems. But there's a reprieve. I mean, what do you make of where we are right now?
I think it's again a breath of a sigh of relief.
Yeah.
I think this is going to be more than just this month. It's going to be over the next 4 years. I mean, there is some volatility. There's a different type of president who looks at different norms differently than we have in the past, and we have to be ready for that. Now we've seen elements of this playbook under NAFTA, so there's things we can learn from, and there's things that are new. This is a different type of Donald Trump. This is his second mandate. Overwhelmingly voted for. So we have to learn from that. But it's a win for today. I don't think we should fully be excited yet, but I think we'd pay attention. So if it means I think we've answered the issues on fentanyl on the border. I also think while I understand the idea that the Prime Minister left us at a certain point, but he gets to just negotiate. And I think the most important thing is not to antagonize this man. I know everyone wants to fight back, so let the candidates do that. They want to say that. They want to say the right things for their political people. That's fine. The Prime Minister knows that the best way is just to negotiate with him, not antagonize him and say, hey, I know you need to win. How can we give you the win, but also protect our own interests?
Yeah, the leadership candidates are getting all kinds of international media interviews. I mean, there's a studio here with a big table. If any of you want to talk to the national public broadcaster, people want to be the Prime Minister of Canada, but that's just me. Lisa, your thoughts on this? I mean, it's a 30-day reprieve, but I have a feeling we're going to be back at this in 30 days because he's now saying it's about a fair economic deal at the end of this.
It's like the sword of Damocles.
Yeah.
It's like the sword of Damocles. It's going to be over our heads. 3 things I take away from this. Number one, the President Trump, I think, was frustrated in his first term with how slowly things took to get to a final deal with Canada. And he just showed how to short circuit the entire operation. And now he wants his fair economic deal done a lot quicker than he did in his first term. The second thing that I learned from all of this is how little the Americans care about whether or not Canada's feelings were hurt about this. And quite frankly, we didn't rank or rate much coverage at all in the United States, in the newspapers, or even anyone coming to our support. So that's a wake-up call. And then the third thing, I think, domestically, if we lose this opportunity to figure out our own world in Canada on trade and on doing business going forward, then we will have missed an opportunity, but as well, we haven't learned a lesson. Right. And I'm going to go back to the one thing I always talk about all the time, because I'm not away from this point. I really do think Parliament should be sitting right now. And I think that this is a time for good speeches made by people from their communities talking about the impact of what tariffs would look like and why it's important that we do something to bolster our own country.
Yeah, Brad, I need to figure out what it is people want. Like, I take Lisa's point that Parliament should be doing this, but the politicians in the opposition bench are saying Parliament needs to be recalled, but then it also needs to be immediately dissolved so we can have an election. So it's like Schrodinger's Commons, right? Are we going to go in there and do work and pass legislation, or go in there and vote non-confidence and have an election? I'm not sure what the play is, but it seems like it's not needed for at least 30 days based on this. We'll see, though. What are your thoughts on things?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, no, I mean, I do share the opinion that we shouldn't be prorogued and that we shouldn't be in a Liberal leadership race. We knew that Trump was taking office at the end of January and that he was going to come after us fairly aggressively. So none of this should be a surprise. And we actually, I think the Liberals and Trudeau himself created, it just weakened the overall ability because while we did get a 30-day reprieve, to others' points, we didn't really have much of a hand here. We have a lame duck prime minister. Our parliament is not sitting. And even if we wanted to pass legislation that would provide supports for Canadians if tariffs were to be brought in, it's not sitting for another number of weeks. I think that the 30 days, I think this is all part of a larger plan. I don't think any of this is by accident on behalf of Trump. I think that I think it's compelling that this was part of the whole plan, waiting to the 11th hour to squeeze out as much as possible. I don't think it's about fentanyl. I think this is more about overall exercising authority that he has, and he certainly made a lot of our leaders sit up and figure out what does this man want, what does he need, and of course he kept changing his mind. He never really had one thing, as we said at the outset. For some of them it's about fentanyl, border security, but it's about a whole bunch of other things. What we instead of spending the time going, I hope he doesn't come back in 29 and a half days and do this again, we should be figuring out what is it that we can do as a country. And I think the unity has been quite promising. A lot of Canadians are coming together. There's a whole Buy Canada movement that's quite grassroots and starting up. But the idea of interprovincial trade could boost GDP, increase productivity, and lead to some real economic benefits. Diversifying our markets where we are reliant on the United States. Yeah. It's because of proximity. It makes abundant sense to be their good trading partner. But we've talked a lot about diversifying our trading capacities, and I think what we should be doing is harnessing some of the goodwill internally within the country to figure out what are some of the things that could make us less vulnerable. Because, David, 2 weeks down, 3 years and 50 weeks to go with this guy.
Oh, look! I know it is 2 weeks of what? 208 weeks. That's what a presidency is, right? But look, Rob, like the internal trade, premiers have been talking about that forever. Then they never want to give up the things that affect them, and it never goes anywhere, and we'll see, though this could create some more urgency. I'm bringing Parliament back. The economists you talk to, and you work for The Economist, they say it's like 3 months, really, before it gets to the point that these tariffs, if implemented, would really, truly be aggressively felt throughout the broader economy.
I think they're already being felt. I think that the investment is already on the sideline.
But to the point where you would need a large-scale relief support measure of some kind, because you kind of need to see what it looks like before you come up with a plan to deal with it, right? So, what can you do in advance? Legislatively.
I think what they were planning to do were things like waive the waiting period for EI.
Yeah. Can you do that through regulation, though? Like, can the minister,
you can.
right? So you don't need Parliament for that.
You don't need You begin preparations to supply businesses with credit so that they don't seize up, businesses that lose contracts. You begin to do things like prepare the CRA and tell them you're going to have to take it easy on individuals and businesses. They're going to be late with their tax payments, unable to do
I get all that, but is that something that Parliament needs to be sitting for? It's like, is there an obvious thing I'm missing? Like, Lisa, I heard Lisa, you said cut taxes, right? Bring people in and tax relief and these sorts of things. I mean, would you do that this early in advance if you don't even know if you're going to get hit with the tariffs?
If you're asking Lisa?
Sorry. Would you do it this early in advance?
I always think, look, it's always a good time for a tax cut, David.
I should have known that answer was coming before I asked it.
Wow, underhand pitch.
That, I don't know why you're so keen on not having them sitting when they should be sitting. That's the part
I'm not at all. No. Look, I am agnostic on this. If parliamentarians want to come back and come on shows like this and talk about their plans and these things, then fine. Canadian democracy can function, but like the legislature doesn't just show up to talk. It needs to be acting on something. So like, what is the legislative work that would be churning through? Like, what is it that is not being done that could be done, right? That's all I'm trying to understand, right?
Yeah, I think reconstituting the committees, both in the Senate and the House of Commons, in order to bring in expert advice as to what we should be doing going forward makes a lot of sense. I think that we can put people to good use. I think Canadians would feel a lot more comfortable knowing that their voices are being heard. I think it's good for the perception that we're all in it together. I think it's good to be able to deal with things that you don't anticipate coming up so that you're actually all sitting there. I mean, in 9/11, we came back right away to deal with what the eventualities were that we didn't know what was going to happen. And I understand what you're talking about in terms of opposition parties just taking them out as soon as they come in. But that is a risk for opposition parties to do that as well.
Yeah, and Rob's right. Like I was asking for clarity on that. Like, I was speaking to the Conservatives today. I said, so you want them to come back and pass your plan? I don't think Justin Trudeau is going to call back Parliament to pass Pierre Poilievre's plan. Maybe he'll surprise me. But I said, like, where are you on going with a confidence motion and these sorts of things if they do come back? And they said, well, you can infer from what we said. I was like, I'm not inferring anything, because if I infer from the Conservatives and get it wrong, I'm going to get called all kinds of things, right? So I just wonder, like, could Parliament come back if everybody is threatening to have a non-confidence vote and plunge it into an election? Is because no one's saying we're not going to do it.
Yes, I still think that there would be benefit to having the House of Commons and Parliament back. I think there is benefit from the Prime Minister being held to account and answering questions. Canadians want to hear from the Prime Minister. That being said, the Prime Minister, we probably benefited from the Prime Minister making a very rare, and I would say a very effective appearance. The Prime Minister hasn't always helped himself, particularly when it comes to President Trump. I think, I suspect, I don't know this for a fact, but part of the reason why there is this feeling about Canada and fentanyl, where 1% of the problem that they have with fentanyl, is because President Trump really loathes Justin Trudeau. And so I think there is an advantage to a low-profile Justin Trudeau on this. He's going to be gone in 35 days. 35 days from now, he's going to be gone. So, look, but I still think that there is benefit to having the people's representatives back in Ottawa.
So he's got one more tariff showdown left to go, right, in those 30 days. So, Vandana, sometimes I ask these questions about why Parliament should come back, to get people to make the argument, not because I have an opinion on it. Right. So you've heard the arguments. The Prime Minister can be held to account. He can explain himself, what he's doing, what he's not doing. Committees can bring in experts and study this. And you can reassure the country that the government and its Parliament is functioning and dealing with this potential economic crisis. So why not bring it back to deal with all of those concerns?
I think from a machinery of government perspective, you don't need these things. The PM can speak. The Committee of Internal Trade met. There was a meeting already talking about internal trade, some of those key pieces there.
Those are parliamentary committees, because those are all non-functional now.
I would say that, but from a political theater perspective, yes. I mean, there is benefits to having them. People come back. People want to hear representative talk. They want to hear people being held to account. That helps you in your ridings. It helps people maybe show that government is functioning, because that's what they see it as. Like, they don't know when you're in the ridings what you're actually doing, but they can tune into question period, then get clips on the news, right? So that's where I can see both sides of it. But the only thing I worry about is from the American perspective. If we're trying to look united and have a strong hand, are there going to be clips from the House of Commons that will not show us in a strong and positive position, right? That would make it harder to negotiate with them. So I do agree with what Rob said about like a lower media perception, and just show just focused on what the premiers are saying, what the prime minister is saying, but not be out every day, because if it does make us look weaker, I'm not sure if that helps.
Quickly, I gotta get Brad.
Sure. Can we all agree, though, that an international crisis is one of the few areas that allows an unpopular incumbent government after a decade to have some advantage over the opposition leaders who are shut out? Just look at what's happening in Ontario. Doug Ford is campaigning against Trump. He's not campaigning against the opposition leaders, and they are shut out of an election campaign.
Yeah, an Ontario foreign policy election is not something I thought I'd see. But, there's a perfect segue to a clip I wanted to play before I go to Brad, because this is what Manitoba Premier Rob Canoe was out today. And he was asked about what's going on here and how this deals with the point Rob raised about changing the national political conversation. Have a listen to the Manitoba Premier.
What I would say is there's a pretty clear ballot question for the federal election now, and that is who is best suited to stand up for Canada in the face of President Trump.
Brad, what do you think of that?
Well, I think we probably said the very same thing, and of course I'm a big fan of Premier Canoe, so I would agree. And I think we've said that before on this panel, that the next election is a federal election. I mean, if this Ontario election, which is currently underway now, it's all, or much of it, I should say, not all, much of it is consumed with, Doug Ford called this a year early, this provincial election. He's on American television. That, of course, is getting picked up by local news here, and people are basically watching their premier basically talk to Americans about the need for jobs. So there's a lot on the line there. Now, will we be, if the election is this spring, the federal election is this spring, which I am predicting that it will be this. There's no question that this 30-day reprieve doesn't take off this ongoing threat that Trump poses to Canada. It also, I think, the conversation has already started. Even if he said no tariffs, I'll take it all off and I'll find something else to distract myself with later. The conversation within this country has already started, right? You've seen Buy Canada. You see on my social media feeds, lots of people are saying, I'm not going to the States for my holidays this year. I'm going to buy Canadian products. We're going to spend money here. It's something Premier Canoe has also said, is spend your holiday time in this country and put your neighbors to work. I think that conversation is already, I think we should have a good discussion, because it's forced us to have this conversation over the last handful of weeks as to whether or not we want to stand up. What does that us getting up off of our heels look like? And how do we defend ourselves? And then how do we define ourselves? I mean, what you're seeing at these sporting events is somewhat fascinating. Canada's being sung louder, and there's a lot of people who are booing the Americans. That was not the case a short while ago. So something's happening that we haven't seen in quite some time. Maybe during the NAFTA '88 federal election, you'd have to go back to touch into this sovereignty, this national pride sentiment. So I think it's going to carry over for sure in the election. We'll have good conversation as to what does us standing up for ourselves look like, and what should the next federal government take it on the economy as well as on non-economic matters as well.
So Lisa, to Rob's point earlier about a government down in the polls dealing with an existential threat like this, it sort of helps you pivot and reorient and maybe reset the political calculus. If Justin Trudeau was sticking around, that'd be easier to capitalize on. But you've got this weird, diffuse situation where Chrystia Freeland and Mark Carney are on CNN and MSNBC and CNBC talking to the world about this. And how does this reshuffle the political conversation at the federal level when you don't really know who the Liberal leader is going to be yet?
I don't think it does. And ironically, if Mr. Trudeau wanted to cement a legacy of really leading the country through this albeit shortened period of time, difficult time, he would have the ability to walk into the House of Commons and give these speeches and be able to talk about the important things of Canadian unity and sovereignty and host meetings and continue to function as the Prime Minister between now and whenever it is somebody else takes over. And they're not availing them of those opportunities. So it's going to be a scramble each and every day for one of the candidates to find a way to get attention on them during their process, and the Prime Minister to try to make sure that he's moving the ball forward. You think it's over with fentanyl, I would see you and raise you defense. Like
Look,
that's next.
and capital E economic deal, Vandana, which is right there. But I mean, Premier Canoe says the ballot question will be who can deal with Trump. In this weird moment we are in, it is the Prime Minister with a rogue parliament and some of the top advisors running to replace him. I mean, how do you think, how does this moment affect how Canadians view the upcoming election, do you think?
I think definitely he's right. It changes the ballot box question. I think we're talking about affordability all this time, and people are going to talk about Trump and who's best in place to deal with him. So I see the ballot box shifting. That being said, I wouldn't be surprised if end of March we were in an election campaign when the House comes back from prorogation. So I do think that's not too far away. But I think we'll have to just keep an eye out. But I do think that's what Canadians are going to be evaluating for. I think things have changed. I will say to Brad's point, I am seeing, like the early days of COVID, people are coming together, people across all political stripes. I think of even Doug Ford, EB, Fury, all different parties, all standing behind like the Prime Minister, showing a national united front. I think that's important. I hope that stays that way, but what I've learned from COVID too is that the longer people suffer,
it fractures.
It starts to fracture. So I hope we can capitalize on it. And the one of my really good friends said, we're so polarized these days. Only big things can bring us together. And he mentioned the sad thing, it's usually war. Now we are kind of in an economic war right now.
Sure.
Right? So I hope this works out. I think it can capitalize, but I think that can change the ballot.
I don't mean to be crass purely in electoral sense, but I'm curious. If over the course of these 30 days, Prime Minister Justin Trudeau resolves this and the tariff threat does go away, does that help Prime Minister Mark Carney, Chrystia Freeland, Karina Gould, whoever comes next? I mean, how does that
elevates the Liberal brand overall. Where people were tired of Liberal brand, they thought we're tired of ideas. While there's looking for a change election and they're looking for candidates for change, I do think anything the Prime Minister can do to elevate the brand overall and show gusto and show ideas and innovative ideas and remind people what the brand is about definitely can help any one of those candidates.
Rob, your thoughts on that?
I think Trudeau's departure has drained some of the toxicity from the Liberal brand. We're starting to see that in some polls. I also think that that Trump bringing the country together is evident. Anytime that you can hear a Manitoba premier selling the charms of Flim Flon in February to Canadians as a destination, divisions of the country are being healed.
Yeah. Lisa, just a quick last question to you. I mean, we saw Pierre Poilievre out today with his sort of response on things, and kind of his playbook in these moments is recall the legislature and pass my plan, and that will solve it. He's done that a couple of times, which is politics. But they have wanted to have a get rid of Trudeau, get rid of the carbon tax election. This is all just shaking everything up, and we're only 2 weeks into this. How do you think what kind of a recalibration does this force on the front-runner party right now?
Yeah, I think you're seeing it in real time. I think what they did do is they pivoted quite quickly into realizing and recognize that Canadians want to actually see a plan that would be implemented. The politics side of it, of course, is demanding that the legislature passes it. But the reality is he's throwing ideas out there, and we have seen we've seen Liberal candidates come forward and take from the Conservative platform in the past, and I'm sure that they'll try to take some of these going into the future. I'm not fussed by this ballot question about being who can work with Donald Trump, and I would say that in terms of the branding of the Liberals and the branding of Mr. Trudeau, I don't think Donald Trump wants to see Justin Trudeau have a win here. So I wouldn't be too quick to think that he's going to pull something off of a great magnitude.
Yeah, it's a good cheery note to end it on. And just for the record, when I ask why should Parliament come back, I'm not advocating a position. I just want to know what you wanted to do. Just like,
I know, David.
I'm just making that clear. You can't say anything these days without being accused of something. So I just want to make myself clear to everybody. And thank you all. Lisa Raitt, Brad Levine, Rob Russo, and Vandana Cotter. The Power Panel is going to go away, but there is still lots more to come right here on Power and Politics. Just ahead, Newfoundland and Labrador Premier Andrew Furey reacts to the 30-day pause on U.S. tariffs. Plus, we'll talk to former U.S. Treasury Secretary Larry Summers, who says those tariffs would be a self-inflicted wound to the American economy. And the Power Rankings panel is here. They'll give their picks for who is up and who is down in Canadian politics today. Want to catch up with Power and Politics while you're on the go? Then check out and follow our daily podcast. I'm David Cochran. The Power and Politics podcast starts now, where I speak to the key players in the political stories that everyone is talking about. You can find the latest episode on the CBC Listen app or wherever you get your podcasts. U.S. President Donald Trump has agreed to hold off on tariffs against Canada, at least for now. Trump will give Canada 30 days to secure the border and stop the flow of fentanyl and illegal migrants. It happened after Prime Minister Justin Trudeau held 2 phone calls today with Donald Trump. The CBC's Katie Simpson joins us now from Washington. So, Katie, phone call in the morning, phone call in the afternoon, no tariffs at midnight. I mean, how did we get here?
I think there's a song about that, David. I think that's got to be some kind of famous song.
It will be by the end of this, but anyway.
Exactly. So what a day. Let's just put it that way. A roller coaster of a day, I think, is how we would describe it, from, you know, those gut-wrenching dread to a sigh of relief for now. That's kind of been the trajectory of all of this. So, yeah, it was those two phone calls. One that left Canadian officials not feeling exactly optimistic, that 9 a.m. phone call. But Donald Trump had come out to say after the 9 a.m. phone call with Canada, he also had a phone call with Mexico. And out of that phone call with Mexico, he had actually reached an agreement there. The president of Mexico had promised to put 10,000 soldiers along the southern U.S. border to crack down on fentanyl, to crack down on illegal migration. And that satisfied him. So he said, hey, look, we'll give you a 30-day reprieve. We can try to reach some sort of agreement in 30 days, and so there will be no tariffs at midnight. Justin Trudeau, that added pressure to Justin Trudeau to ensure he was able to get a similar deal for Canada. And it wasn't until that 3 p.m. phone call, everyone was anxiously looking for any sort of signs of what was going on, frantically calling sources, trying to figure out, is there a deal? What's the verdict? What's happening here? And Donald Trump emerged from the Oval Office and went into the East Room, where today happened to be a long-standing day plan to celebrate the Florida Panthers NHL hockey team. So there are Canadians in the White House at this celebration. They give Donald Trump like a golden hockey stick, and he's standing right beside the Stanley Cup. All of these things that are so like rooted in Canada, as everyone's waiting to find out, are the tariffs coming? Like, what is happening? And it wasn't until he left that he gave some sort of indication saying, okay, it was a very good call with Justin Trudeau. And he was asked, are you going to put tariffs on Canada in this moment? And the answer was watch. And then moments later, a statement came out from Prime Minister Justin Trudeau confirming that there would be a reprieve, citing Canada's $1.3 billion border commitment. There were some new things in there, or some things that haven't received as much attention. Plans to create a fentanyl czar, similar to the border czar in the United States. That's the kind of language that Donald Trump likes to use. Putting 10,000 frontline workers along the border, making sure the border is patrolled 24/7 or monitored 24/7, those kinds of things. And so there is a little line at the end of that, though, that was Justin Trudeau's statement. Donald Trump's statement is very, very similar, but the end of his, there's a little thing down at that last line where it says, in the next 30 days, we'll find an economic solution. So he keeps saying it's about the border, but there are all these other reasons for Canada to have tariffs. So that was just putting it in writing, that's saying the quiet part out loud.
Right, so this is the thing, right? So, because the fentanyl czar, it's not a border czar, it's only going to deal with fentanyl. It's not going to deal with migrants, is what David McGuinty told us earlier in the show. Okay. There's also, they're going to list cartels as terrorists, which is like Trump's executive order very early. But you're right, that the final, this will be paused for a 30-day period to see whether or not a final economic deal with Canada can be structured. Fairness for all in all caps, economic with a capital E. So this is about much more than the border, even it was border measures that got the reprieve today.
Yes, and if you just point to Donald Trump's own words, it is very obvious this is about more than just the border. The thing is, Donald Trump's surrogates and members of his inner circle have been going out on American network news saying things like, this is a drug war, not a trade war. One senior advisor for the National Economic Council suggested Canada is misinterpreting it. Look at the language in the executive order. And so, okay, look at the language in the executive order, that's one thing, but then you listen to the words out of Donald Trump's mouth. He talks about making sure that American banks have greater access to the Canadian market. He talks about Canada spending more on its national defense. He talks about getting rid of the trade deficit. The thing is, America needs Canadian energy products. That's why they had the 10% tariff rather than 25%, because America needs Canadian energy. All of these other reasons, but there's one reason that keeps coming up, and it has reached a point where the language is becoming more and more incendiary. Donald Trump today in the Oval Office making the case again for Canada to become the 51st state. Have a listen to this.
Some people say that would be a long shot. If people wanted to play the game right, it would be 100% certain that they'd become a state. But a lot of people don't like to play the game because they don't have a threshold of pain. And there would be some pain, but not a lot. The pain would be really theirs.
So my follow-up question is, what game, number one? Number two, what kind of pain are you talking about here? And number three, what are you talking about here? And number 4, what are you talking about here?
Yeah, that's a very common question right now.
Exactly. So that is sort of, that is something that is certainly unwelcome in Canada. When you talk to people up sort of on Capitol Hill, Republican lawmakers, anytime you ask them about it, they kind of laugh it off and brush it off. Marco Rubio did last week, saying, listen, that's all just part of, that stemmed from a conversation that Justin Trudeau had with President Trump at Mar-a-Lago, where, Trump had asked him about, what would happen if I impose these tariffs. And Justin Trudeau said, it would hurt the Canadian economy and the American economy. And he took from that it would, that he's said a number of different, he's described it in a number of different ways about how, Canada would be a failed economic state, or Canada would cease to exist as a viable country. Harsh but true, he wrote yesterday on social media. So is that kind of incendiary language that is certainly going to stick and resonate back home in Canada? It doesn't necessarily get a lot of traction down here, but there's a lot of things going on in this moment, major changes to the American government and tests of democratic institutions and systems. So Americans have their eyes on that.
Okay, I got 30 seconds because then I got to go to the Premier of Newfoundland and Labrador. But Katie, the markets took a haircut today, not as severe as mine, but they took one today on the threat of tariffs. And you were texting me this morning saying that the Today Show did 11 minutes on tariffs. This started to be a thing in America today, and the pushback. Did it become a real big thing in the U.S. media conversation, the public conversation, because so many things are happening? Could that be the pushback that maybe brought Trump to this point, do you think?
I don't know if it was there certainly was pushback because Donald Trump went on the defensive really, really hard about this. Basically, every major newscast had significant coverage dedicated to your prices are going to go up. Yeah. And the way that Democrats had framed it, they were like, listen, this is Donald Trump's Super Bowl tax. Your guacamole, your beer, it's going to get more expensive. And those kinds of things that are easy to understand really seem to resonate. There was attention around some of the bigger picture stuff, but there wasn't as much attention on the jobs, like what's going to happen to the auto sector. Are auto workers going to be laid off, which is a massive concern, obviously, but it sort of stuck to that, and the Trump administration just keeps saying, this is about drugs, this is a drug war, not a trade war. But obviously, when you look at the big picture with Canada, is it about drugs? They will say yes, but when you look at the big picture, is that the conclusion that most people would come to? No.
Yeah. Well, we've got a fentanyl czar coming, so we'll see what they do about it all. Katie, always good to talk to you. It seems like only a couple of days. We're doing it for hours and hours. That's Katie Simpson in Washington. Well, Canada's premiers are expressing cautious optimism after this 30-day pause on tariffs.
I think it's very clear that this is very much going to be a situation that continues to play out over the long term. There still is that threat of tariffs in the future, and so we have a responsibility to continue to take those long-term steps to ensure that our economy is Trump-proof in Manitoba. At the same time, I think that some of the steps that we've taken to show that Canada is willing to stick up for itself were effective here.
It's not a complete victory. For me, I still think that Mr. Trump wants to attack Canada. He said things during last weekend, like if it wasn't of United States, Canada wouldn't be a viable country. It's terrible to hear things like that. So we have to be ready to all kind of scenarios with this guy.
Joining me now with his reaction to all of this is the Premier of Newfoundland and Labrador, Andrew Furey. Premier, good to see you. Thanks for being here on a busy day.
Thanks, David.
Francois Legault says this is not a complete victory. Do you share that analysis? How would you describe this move today?
Yeah, I share that analysis. I think I'm cautious in my weight of excitement on the reprieve. I think it's important that we all recognize that we have some time now. But David, who knows? I mean, he's saying 30 days. Can we really, take him at his word? We need to be ready. We need to be ready for what comes tomorrow, the next day, or the day after that. Hopefully it is the full 30 days, but he's once again proven to be erratic. And as Canadians, we just need to meet that irrational approach with a logical, well-thought-out strategy in response.
When you and the other premiers met with the Prime Minister and his team on Saturday, were you optimistic that you could see something like this today, or did you pretty much have it in your head it's coming and it's unavoidable?
I really thought that this was coming and it was unavoidable. I mean, there was, I don't like to assign probabilities to things, but I had this pegged at less than 10% that it would, I really thought that this was going ahead. I mean, just before the president and the prime minister had their call, I was in the Newfoundland liquor stores pulling U.S. wines off the shelf. So I was not incredibly, I'm optimistic by nature, but wasn't optimistic that this would be the outcome today. Hopefully, what really drove the president towards this realization is not necessarily just the measures on the border or even the good work and the leadership by the prime minister. Hopefully, and what will win the day ultimately is he's heard from Americans. He's heard from decision makers. He's heard from average Americans that they don't want to see their electricity bills go up. They don't want to see their grocery bills go up. They don't want to see their gas bills go up. This is the message that will penetrate in, not just in his sphere of influence, but he wants to be liked by all Americans. And when you look at the common items that will increase and the incredible pressure that will cause on the cost of living in an already tense time for Americans, hopefully it's that voice that is penetrating through to the president.
Yeah, I saw you in the liquor store earlier today, and I don't know what it says about me, but I think I know exactly which liquor store you were in. But like you have pulled the American products order. Like, do you put them back now? Do you order them back? Like all the retaliatory moves that were being contemplated in response to this, do those go in abeyance for 30 days? Because I might just antagonize them if they don't.
Yeah, I mean, that's our thought. I would like to see the president's statement stand at least until the light of day tomorrow. So I'm very wary of whiplash, knee-jerk reactions. But if he's true to his word and you know, there's not some Truth Social post tomorrow to the contrary, then certainly we'll be looking to put U.S. products back on the shelf. It's not our intention to punish Americans at all. It's our intention to stand up for Canadians. And we didn't start the tariff issue. We're responding to the tariff issue. So I'm happy to put Kentucky bourbon back on the shelves. I'm happy to put U.S. wine back on the shelves. What I'm not happy about is a continued assault on workers in Newfoundland and Labrador and across the country. So hopefully this stands the test of 12 hours and we'll put American alcohol back on the shelves. But again, it's just completely unpredictable.
Yeah, look, 30 days from now, who knows where it could be. But, you know, he has said it's about the border and fentanyl. And this is the pretense that we use in using the emergency powers to threaten the tariffs as a public health emergency. But in his statement today on social media, on Truth Social, he goes, "I'm very pleased with this initial outcome, and the tariffs announced this Saturday will be paused for a 30-day period to see whether or not a final economic deal with Canada can be secured. Fairness for all." That's not fentanyl. That's the trade issue, right? So what does that say to you?
Well, first of all, I've said from day one, he's intentionally conflated and confused Americans and Canadians alike with the false narrative on the border. If there's any way that we can be taking fentanyl off the street, whether it's an ounce or pound or a kilogram, we should be taking it off. And it doesn't matter, by the way, if that's on the American side or the Canadian side. That's in the best interest of both citizens. I mean, we're family across that border. And so if we can take those drugs off, great, but we should be doing it for Canadians. I have maintained from day one, it's not about the borders. It was never about the borders. How do we even show a reduction in fentanyl from where we already are at such low amounts? It'll be tough because he's asking for gigantic reductions in fentanyl crossing from Canada into the United States when there aren't gigantic volumes to begin with. So it was an intentional strategy on his part to confuse and conflate two issues. The real issue, as you suggest, is an economic issue. He has a false belief that there is a trade deficit. And when you know just as well as I do, when you back energy out, there's actually a trade surplus. In addition to the fact that His main objective is to, I think, is to, number one, renegotiate CUSMA, but number two, to secure, in doing that as well, to secure manufacturing jobs in the United States.
Yeah.
How can you have manufacturing in the United States unless you have access to our raw materials in Canada? It's a different partnership than exists with other countries around the world, which is why it's been so successful for over a century. And we need to continue to tell that story to his sphere of influence, to ensure that he understands that. I also noticed today that he's reacting to other countries around the world. So Canada needs to stand strong in response to it. It needs to stand united. And we can't for any second dismiss as a joke this continued narrative of a 51st state. We have a good partnership with the U.S., but that's based on strength. It's based on the strength of our people, and it's based on the strength of our resources.
Right. Look, I don't know if we have a clear sense of what the fentanyl flows into the U.S. are. The seizures are certainly very small relative to what's seized at the other border. The actual flow, I don't know how you measure that with any precision. But if it is not about this, and the conversation at the First Minister's meeting on Saturday was that this is really about sovereignty, as I understand it. How do you interpret what we mean by that when we say sovereignty? Is it about, forcing us to give up a manufacturing base? Do you really think it is about economic and political absorption into the U.S.? Or is it just about stripping our industries away, moving them down there, and just making us customers and providers of raw materials? How do you see it?
I think both can exist in the same space. I don't think they're exclusive in any way, shape, or form. I think that this president often starts without knowing what the finish will be, or even what he is in his head perceived as a success. So we have to be very wary on both fronts. We have to protect Canadian workers. We have to protect Canadian manufacturing. We have to protect Canadian resources. But beyond all of that, we need to be fundamentally committed and have the courage and the resolve to protect Canadian values. Because he is not joking when he says the 51st state. It started as a joke. I remember people saying it was a joke back in December. I have never taken it as a joke. It's an insult. It's an insult to our history. It's an insult to our historic familial relationship across that border. And it's an assault to Canadian workers from coast to coast to coast. It's time for us to own the moment, to seize the moment, and to stand up against the bully who is coming to get Canadian values.
So the moment now, Premier, is 30 days. Right, in terms of there's an extra series of measures here, like a fentanyl czar listing cartels as terrorists, 24/7 eyes on the border, a Canada-U.S. joint strike force on crime, fentanyl, and money laundering, and the Prime Minister has also signed a new intelligence directive on organized crime and fentanyl. A lot of details we still don't know. I think a lot of this probably happened pretty fast, based on the morning phone call, the afternoon phone call, and then the pre-showtime reprieve. What do you think needs to happen in those 30 days? I mean, obviously the federal government's going to move on these. From a provincial level, First Minister's level, what do you think needs to happen in the next 30 days to ensure we don't just have another stare down and another new set of demands put on the table?
Yeah, certainly we can't let this reprieve lighten the load. We need to make sure that we're more engaged and more energetic than ever before. And I'll be traveling with the other premiers down to D.C. next week to continue to tell that story to decision makers in the United States. We need to make sure that they not only understand the integrated economy, which I think they do, but I am not sure that they understand the impact that it will have on the cost of living. I'm not sure that everyone understands the historical nature of an instrument like this, and that it has been tried in the past and failed miserably. President Hoover tried it, and it didn't work. It didn't work then. The fundamentals of the economic equation are no different today than they were in the late 1920s. Right. And so to continue to tell that story, plus the products that we have to make available to them in this time of geopolitical uncertainty, when he has attacks on all fronts, are going to be critical to their industrial agenda. And so we need to make sure that we're telling that story while standing up for Canadians and our sovereignty and not succumbing to his imperialistic agenda.
Yeah, I spent a lot of time this weekend reading about Smoot, Hawley, and tariffs in the 1920s and 30s. It's history has some important lessons. Premier Andrew Furey, I appreciate the time. Thanks for being here on a busy day, sir.
Thanks very much, David. And if someone wants a little clip of that, Ferris Bueller does a great job.
All right. Thank you, Premier. Well, this impending trade war between Canada and the U.S. has found a temporary reprieve. The U.S. President Donald Trump and Prime Minister Justin Trudeau came to an agreement over the phone today, which ended in a deal to pause tariffs for 30 days. Now, it's no secret that Donald Trump sees using tariffs or the threat of them as a strong tool to negotiate with allies, but that hasn't always been the view of Republican presidents. Here's how the conversation of free trade has changed in nearly 40 years.
Over the past 200 years, not only has the argument against tariffs and trade barriers won nearly universal agreement among economists, but it has also proven itself in the real world, where we have seen free trading nations prosper while protectionist countries fall behind.
The word tariff is a very misunderstood word. You've heard me say, I say it kiddingly, but it's one of the most beautiful words in the dictionary. It really is.
Our peaceful trading partners are not our enemies. They are our allies.
Canada has been very tough to deal with over the years, and it's not fair.
We should beware of the demagogues who are ready to declare a trade war against our friends, weakening our economy, our national security, and the entire free world, all while cynically waving the American flag.
Larry Summers is the former U.S. Secretary of the Treasury under President Bill Clinton, and he joins me now. Larry Summers, it's good to meet you, sir. Thank you for being here today.
To be with you.
What's your reaction to this reprieve? 30 days because of more action on the border. What do you think is happening here from the president's perspective?
I guess it's certainly better than if the tariffs were imposed, but this is all surreal performance art. I don't believe that you're doing things that are profoundly different than you were ready to do before. This is letting the president off the hook on a set of threats that had done significant damage in our financial markets and undermined confidence. But I don't believe you've made a real and significant concession. You wanted to cooperate with us before on fentanyl. You're not an important source of illegal border crossings. This is all just theatrics, it seems to me, of a rather depraved sort. And I'm sorry that a U.S. president is resorting to this kind of tactic.
Yeah, $1.5 billion is the price tag of the response, and that's Canadian dollars. If that's the price tag of getting out from under 25% tariffs, Canadian government's going to pay that any day of the week, right? So do you think this will last beyond the 30 days, or do you think the president is serious on this? Because a lot of people look at things Robert Lighthizer and others have said in the past about using tariffs to force manufacturing to move to the United States, using it as a source of revenue. Do you think that's what this is really about and where this is headed?
I don't think they are a meaningful source of revenue for the United States. When government was a tiny fraction of the economy in the 19th century, tariffs could finance an important part of it, but that's not with any realism at all in today's world. I think that this is going to do damage to American manufacturing. Look, as you well know, cars go back and forth across the border as part of North American automobile production. If we have the government take money every time they go back and forth across the border, then North America is going to be less competitive with Europe, less competitive with China, and is going to have the opportunity to produce and sell fewer cars. So this is stop or I'll shoot myself in the foot economics. Yes, I'm sure if implemented, it will do damage to Canada, but economics isn't zero sum. And just because it'll do damage to Canada doesn't mean it's going to help the United States. In fact, it's going to hurt the American economy.
Yeah, we spoke to representatives of the auto sector as we were approaching this deadline, and their view was that the entire North American sector, all three countries, it would just shut down in about a week because it would become so unaffordable to make cars. You're better to just stop producing than keep making them as a money-losing venture. Do you think it would have been that severe and could be that severe should he go ahead with it 30 days from now?
I think whether it would literally shut down the automobile industry, I don't know. That it would damage the automobile industry, I have no doubt at all. These are theatrics, and I think your government did the right thing by helping President Trump walk back something that markets were saying was going to do substantial damage to the economy. And I think you did it artfully in the sense that I don't think Canada made any important concession at all. This was not a negotiating victory of any kind for the president. He'll try to portray it that way, but I don't believe that this did anything other than alienate American allies and hearten American adversaries.
When you look at his statements on it today, Secretary Summers, Donald Trump says he's pleased with the initial outcome, and he says these tariffs will be paused for a 30-day period. And he doesn't talk about fentanyl. He says it'll be paused to see whether or not a final economic deal with Canada can be structured. You know, the sense here is that this is sort of about our economic sovereignty, trying to bully us into a lesser arrangement with the United States while he's president when it comes to the review and renegotiation of NAFTA, CUSMA, USMCA, whatever acronym you like. Do you think that's where this is going in the relationship between the two countries?
I don't really know. I think that the degree of random improvisation in the policy process here is quite stunning. And I don't have any idea what's going to come next. It would be a real mistake to assume that there's some broad, coherent strategic vision behind all of this. I think there is a flailing enunciation of the economic theories of the 17th century here, rather than a strategic and coherent plan. And I think it's very sad. I think that your prime minister is doing the right thing by simply absorbing this, explaining rational arguments, not losing temper or anything like that, underscoring the fact that Canada and the United States have a friendship and a relationship that transcends any single personality, that Canada wants to work together with the United States for North American security and for North American prosperity. And that's something you're going to be prepared to do. And so I think that Americans have to welcome your patience with what is a quite bizarre set of actions that are coming from our current government.
We're 2 weeks into a 4-year term, and look at where we are, sir. I just wonder, what are your thoughts about, as a final point, how you see the economic relationship functioning over the next 4 years? Like, what are the risks here if this sort of uncertainty keeps, intersecting with investment decisions, trade negotiations, trust between the two countries? What are the real risks here?
I think we're going to be poorer on our side of the border, and you're going to be poorer on your side of the border, because nobody's going to be able to make plans with confidence. I think there's going to be a higher uncertain premium in markets, and that's going to make markets not be as strong as they otherwise would be. I think the willingness to innovate and do new things is going to be diminished by an unsettled and uncertain environment. I think we're both going to lose out from losing the opportunity to partner with lower wage Mexican labor to make North America stronger. And I think the big winner here is going to be China, because people who find China problematic to deal with are going to give them another look, given the kind of uncertainty that's coming out of North America. I think they're going to be given, because of our tariffs on them, an excuse for their poor economic performance, and that's going to help to further legitimate the Communist Party. So I think that all of us who are at a little bit of distance have to just take a deep breath and carry on and recognize that this isn't forever, and get through what I think is probably going to be a difficult period.
Larry Summers, really appreciate your time and your perspective. That's former U.S. Treasury Secretary Larry Summers. Thank you for being here today, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to take a break, but first is our quote of the day. Can you guess who said this today? If you want to see Canadians get their back up and get some things done, then threaten our sovereignty. Find out after this break. Welcome back to Power and Politics. It's time for our daily power rankings, our look at who is up and who is down on Canada's political stage. I'm joined today by Rick Bell, a columnist with Post Media. Shannon Proudfoot, she is with the Globe and Mail. And Rob Benzie is the Queen's Park Bureau Chief for the Toronto Star. We got all like the big newspaper chains covered here from the English side. All right, let's get to it with our quote of the day. Today's quote is this: if you want to see Canadians get their back up and get some things done, then threaten our sovereignty. Rick, who do you think said that?
I have no idea.
All right.
Can you repeat the quote?
If you want to see Canadians get their back up and get some things done, then threaten our sovereignty.
I'll say Ford.
Okay, Doug Ford, I'm assuming. Shannon Proudfoot, who you got?
I'm going to guess Wab Kinew, Manitoba.
Okay. Benzie, who you got?
Good.
Yeah, I agree with Shannon. I think it's Wab Kinew because I don't think I heard Ford say that. I heard Ford say lots today, but I don't think I heard him say that.
Okay, all
I
right.
was guessing because he says so much.
All right, let's see who did in fact say that quote.
We have a reputation for being a chill, relaxed,
kind of easygoing country. We want to see Canadians get their back up and get some things done, than threaten our sovereignty.
Okay, you're all in the right church but the wrong pew. It was a First Minister. It was BC Premier David Eby in his Bob the Builder outfit. Yeah, he was talking about the trade dispute with the U.S. House United Canadians. That certainly, Rick, maybe not in the build-up to Saturday, but once Saturday came and people were booing the anthems and tuning in and sending notes, it did have a unifying effect. What's your view from it out in Calgary?
Well, yes, it did. I mean, people were paying attention and they knew something was going to happen, and there was countless stories about the effects it would have on people. I think the media did a good job, including CBC, on really outlining what the effects would be in concrete terms. There was still some, disagreement about how much focus should be put on the retaliation part and how much should still be focused on sort of continued diplomacy, particularly out here. I think there were more people, perhaps than elsewhere, who were not against retaliatory tariffs, but were more interested in still focusing on getting some kind of a deal, temporary or permanent, with Trump. And there were some people probably out here as well who were blaming the federal government, as has happened once or twice in Alberta in the past.
Past 5 minutes,
for the situation we were in. But no, I mean, and it's funny you mentioned the booing, because I was talking to somebody about it today, and they said that the booing was, they're a Vancouver Canucks fan, they said the booing was stronger elsewhere than in Calgary. In Calgary there was booing, but not as much. We have a lot more Americans here, I think, with the oil business,
right?
And the more conservative. So, but yeah, this is what everybody was focused on. I was watching you all weekend.
Well, Rick, we appreciate that. A lot of people were, shows the importance of a national public broadcaster in a time of national urgency. And by the way, the booing at the games, I'm going to out myself. I'm a Red Wings fan. I'm kind of glad they went through the Western and went 3-0. Shannon, your thoughts on what David Eby was saying and what this has done in terms of the national mood?
Yeah, I mean, I think Trump's threats about the tariffs, but moreover the idea of Canada becoming the 51st state was obviously trolling. I mean, it was like grade 4 level trolling, but sort of built into that mentality, what I found really insulting was the idea that Canada wasn't worth more than that we would roll over, that we wouldn't fight, that, the stereotypes about us being too polite or whatever, even baked into the trolling. I saw there was a message that was really incredibly disrespectful. And then I found it really heartening that Canada's response was, oh yeah, you want to go? I'll go you. And so we saw all the booze being pulled from the liquor stores. We saw the cancellation of a $100 million contract with Elon Musk's Starlink. And we showed that we weren't going to roll over. And, it is kind of nice to see a sense of unity. It's not, as Rick's alluding to, it's certainly not a unified rally around the flag, but we kind of had each other's backs. And we're going to have to again in like 29 and a half days. This is not over. But it was nice to see some national feistiness kind of rise up against this.
Benzie, I don't know what Doug Ford's doing on the campaign trail tomorrow, but will we be restocking the liquor shelves with California Reds and Tito's vodka and things like that? What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, they hadn't taken them off the shelves yet. That was as of tomorrow, but actually Ford is in Ottawa tomorrow, so you might see him, David. Maybe he'll pop by Power and Politics.
We've invited him. We're working on it.
Well, he's doing all the American networks, so he really kind of owes CBC one. But I mean, and the Starlink deal that Shannon alluded to, that is now back on. At least they've lifted the pause on their cancellation of that, so it's sort of a double negative. But again, 30 days from now, who knows where this psychodrama goes? I mean, it's going to be quite a soap opera, and I think it's going to be exhausting for all of us. But I mean, it's good. It's good for newspaper readership. Our web traffic's up 71% today, so I presume it's good for viewership on CBC as well. David.
We're the only people benefiting from a trade war. All right, Rick, let's get to our picks. You got an up. I think I'm reading this right. You have an up, and it's the Prime Minister. Am I reading that right?
Oh yes, but don't. No, don't get. It is, but don't get to. Just don't count the chickens before they hatch. Yes, it's an up because obviously he talked twice with Trump today, and we have this 30-day pause. That's the up. Now, I want to confront the viewers with this. I'm really confused because exactly what the Prime Minister and Trump agreed to, people like myself were talking about 2 weeks ago when people like Doug Ford could do nothing but rant and rave, may I say. We were talking about this. We were saying, take the border seriously. Take fentanyl seriously. This and that. And what were we called, ladies and gentlemen? Traitors, sellouts, bootleggers.
I don't think it was take the border seriously that had people freaking out, Rick.
Seriously, fentanyl. Fentanyl. I thought fentanyl was nothing. I thought there were those big charts that said fentanyl is so much in Mexico at the border and nothing, almost nothing in Canada. And Trump is fantasizing about this. It's like a figment of his imagination. And yet we are pouring in the same amount of frontline people on our border, I gather 10,000, as Mexico is pouring in on their border.
But that's
10,000.
new. That's new in Mexico. Our workforce is 10,000 and will be increased to 10,000. Mexico's got like 40, 50,000 troops at the border.
Right. No, I agree. But I guess what I'm saying is fentanyl, is that really a big deal or is it not a big deal? I'm just confused. I'm not really criticizing. I just thought fentanyl was not a big deal and it was just Trumpy. What really wasn't about a trade war. It's about us being a 51st state, which I believe. I'm going to go on the record right now. I believe that when Trump finishes his term, it will not be Calgary, Alberta, USA. Just saying.
Okay.
Look, I just wonder because, and the borders are all of this stuff. And you know what? I'm going to predict this right now. He's going to have to get even tougher 30 days from now. So he's going to have to make even more commitments than he made today.
Well, it's not a border czar, Shannon. It's a fentanyl czar. And I asked David McGinty, who was on the show.
Czar.
No, because I asked what's the difference, right? Because are you just branding it differently? It's not going to deal with the migration stuff or anything. It's purely about coordinating the response to fentanyl across different jurisdictions and everything. So it is what it is. But to Rick's point, is fentanyl the reason? Trump's statement was, we wanted a better economic deal. And that wasn't about fentanyl. And if you're Canada and the total price tag is $1.5 billion to avoid a 25% tariff, you take it and you run, Shannon?
Yeah, I don't think we can take any of the federal government's response here at face value. To me, this was a manufactured crisis or pretext for a crisis. You had this morning one of Trump's economic advisors out there fully gaslighting and saying that Canada had misinterpreted and started a trade war by accident because this was a drug war. And then you had Trump 90 minutes later saying, no, I would like to absorb Canada the way, that you absorb a twin in the womb. And I expect them not to put up a fight. And so to me, what the federal government is doing here is all they could do and pretty much what Mexico did, which is sort of a show and tell. Look, Donald, we have 2 Blackhawks for you. Look, we have a fentanyl czar. Look, we have 24/7 eyes on the border, which frankly, I hope is like a hockey stick stuck in a snowbank with googly eyes glued to it, because all of this is a show to pay tribute to the king so he feels like he has a win, right? I don't know if these are escalating demands that we are going to have to do more in 30 days, but I think that's what this was about today. It was gestures toward giving him a win so he could back down, because I don't think he backed down because of what we announced. I think he backed down because the markets took a dive this morning, and that matters to him.
Well, and Benzie, on the performative side of things, even the 10,000 troops that Claudia Sheinbaum is moving to the northern border, they may have already been deployed at the Mexican southern border to interdict migrants there. They're now just going to make that border less secure so more people can get into Mexico, but then have a harder time getting into the U.S. I mean, your thoughts on where we are?
Yeah, exactly. And I think there is this whole thing is contrived and confected for sure. The bottom line, I think, was on Saturday when the United States Chamber of Commerce, the world's largest business organization, said that Trump's tariffs are a very bad idea. And this is a very Republican group. It's a blue chip business group. And it's a very, very important constituent in the United States. When it says this is a bad idea, even someone like Donald Trump, who loves the attention he's getting and it loves to be a disruptor, has to pay attention. So to Shannon's point, the markets sent a signal, the big business sent a signal. And remember, what's the business of the United States? Business. And if you start to mess with business, as this would do, you can't proceed. Grocery prices would go up, gasoline prices would go up. car factories would shut down. I thought what Larry Summers said to you earlier, David, the former Commerce Secretary, was very, very important. This is all a bunch of performative, poppycock. Let's face it. This is Trump was looking for off ramps. He got an off ramp from, with this fentanyl czar, which is good. We should stop the flow of drugs. We should stop the flow of guns from the United States. I mean, I'm all for a strong border. I think most Canadians want a stronger border. Right. So I think that maybe we've had a 30-day reprieve. Hopefully, a month from now, we aren't going through this psychodrama again. I suspect we might be, though.
Okay, we got 5 minutes and 2 picks. So I'm just going to get Shannon to make her pick, which is related to this, and then get Benzie to make his pick, because it's also related to this, because really there's one conversation today. But Shannon, you go first.
My vote this week is up for chaos, because that was the only thing I was sure was still going to be an active issue at 6:45 tonight.
Yeah.
Which I think is, I'm being very sarcastic because it's been a really long 2 weeks and I'm tired of this already. But I think that's very clearly a negotiation tactic on the part of Trump. It means that his adversaries, the people across a deal-making table from him, are always on their back foot. You never know what's coming next. I think it allows him to sort of claim this kind of godlike status, like as though he's the guy who sets the weather. We didn't know on Friday. I think it was every hour or so there was a different credible report coming out about whether tariffs were coming and when. And then today, like one of my colleagues came flying out of someone's office yelling, "They're canceling the Mexican tariffs," and sat down at a computer to type. And that's the pace and the level of chaos here, which I think, you can always think of that saying, like, don't mistake incompetence for malice. And that's always a possibility with this White House. But I do think this is strategic. It's just 5,000 things flying out of the Oval Office every day. You can't keep track of them. You don't know what's coming next. So everyone is constantly in sort of a semi-vulnerable state responding to Trump. And again, we're at like 2 weeks in of 4 years. So I expect chaos is going to reign supreme.
It is day 15 with 1,446 days to go. Benzie, let's get to your pick and bring Rick in.
I have an up, so we have 3 ups today, David.
It's an up day.
My up, it's an up day. My up is Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum. Because she got Donald Trump to blink first. And I think she did that by being smart, a negotiator, because unlike the current president, she wasn't once a casino operator who actually went bankrupt operating casino, the only known businessman in history to go bankrupt running a gambling house. But she, I think, reminded Mr. Trump that 63% of the vegetables that Americans buy on their shelves, or the imported vegetables that Americans buy, come from Mexico. 47% of the fruit sold in the United States, imported fruit sold in the United States, comes from Mexico. Can you imagine what grocery prices would look like if those tariffs had been imposed on Mexican horticultural products? It would have been devastating to Mr. Trump's popularity. He was only elected, after all, because of cost of living. He wasn't elected to annex Canada. He wasn't elected to impose tariffs. He was elected because the groceries were expensive in Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Arizona. That's the only reason he won.
Well, annexation could be his third-term pitch. But you know what I thought too. Sheinbaum was really tough on Saturday when she said, "Yeah, drugs are going into your country because you got a market for it. Why aren't you dealing with that? Why aren't you doing public health outreach?" Rick, your thoughts on what your co-panelists had to say?
Well, I like that the chaos reigns supreme, and I think the reign will continue even these 30 days and beyond. And I think Trump will ask for more. I think it will not be on the border issue, but I think it will be on perhaps opening up the trade deal a year early. I think he's going to lean on that sort of stuff, and I think he's going to pursue what other agenda, what other way of doing things does he know? He thinks this is. I still think he believes this is effective, even with the commentary that's been made. I still think in his own mind he thinks he's winning. He thinks it's effective. He thinks things are going great. Onward and upward, and that's why the chaos is going to reign supreme, because he believes that he is winning, and he has other things that he would like to win on beyond just what was in the statement from the Prime Minister, the so-called 30-day deal we got.
But Rick, you make a very good point, because this and Mexico and Colombia, it's all a proof point that the bullying and the threats get him action. Right?
Exactly.
And 2 weeks in, this has been happening since before he was even inaugurated.
Right.
You know, look at what we've all been through as a country on this. I mean, so Rick, like this is the cycle from now on.
Because he wants the car plants, he wants the dairy, he wants. Trump wants a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
And that's why there's going to be a lot more of what we've seen, and we're going to be glued to CBC News Network every weekend and every day, watching the constant interviews and the constant ins and outs of this whole theater of the absurd.
Shannon, I got 30 seconds. He put bank access on the table today.
I was going to
right?
say, I actually think that last bit is what Trump wants more than anything. He wants constant attention. He wants to be sort of the whirling dervish that no one can look away from. and look, he can now claim that he had, you know, I'm having a hard time not having just sort of an angry reaction as a Canadian citizen that we sort of had to line up with these other countries as supplicants. And I think that is something he likes. I do think it's a negotiating tactic, but I also think it feeds something deep in his soul that is missing otherwise, and the attention and the constant breathless coverage of what is he going to do next, what is coming, what is striking from out of the clouds. This is his sweet spot.
Okay, we got to go because we're out of time. Rick Bell, Shannon Proudfoot, Rob Benzie, that banking demand he put on the table today, go find out why we didn't have the bank collapses in 2008. That'll tell you why. I'm David Cochran. Thanks for watching Power and Politics. We're back in 22 hours. More coverage coming up.
I'm Dwight Drummond. This is Canada Tonight. 2 phone calls, 1 subject, a 30-day reprieve. Those 25% tariffs on Canadian products entering the U.S. are on hold for now. They were supposed to go into effect at 12:01 Eastern Time, but concern remains for the future of our partnership with the U.S., our economy, and Canadian sovereignty. It was a roller coaster ride of developments on the trade front for us today, and here to walk us through how we got to this point is CBC's Karina Roman. She's joining us from Ottawa. And Karina, we're exhaling, all right, but what did Canada do to get this reprieve? What did we promise?
Well, on the heels of a deal between Trump and Mexico that got Mexico a 30-day reprieve, there was much attention to the 2 phone calls that Justin Trudeau was having with the President of the United States. And after the second phone call, which was at 3 p.m. Eastern Time, we eventually got a social media post from the Prime Minister with the news that Canada had received this 30-day reprieve, and what was involved in it was a reiteration of the $1.3 billion border plan. So that's something that had already been reported and obviously just needed to be reminded to Donald Trump that had been something that they were working on. But also, in addition, Canada is making new commitments to appoint a fentanyl czar. And he said in his social media post, "We will list cartels as terrorists. We will ensure 24/7 eyes on the border, launch a Canada-U.S. joint strike force to combat organized crime, fentanyl, and money laundering. I have also signed a new intelligence directive on organized crime and fentanyl, and we will be backing it with $200 million. And then saving the news for the last line of that post, saying, of course, that the proposed tariffs will be paused for at least 30 days while they work on this plan. Now, on Power and Politics this evening, the Public Safety Minister was interviewed and gave a little bit more clarity as to some of these new commitments, what they mean. The Joint North American Task Force had already been mentioned before, brought up by ministers as something they were working on. It's going to involve provincial police forces, local police forces, the attorney generals, investigators on both sides of the border. But what's new really is this fentanyl czar, not a border czar, which is some people had called for, but a lead coordinating role to deal with the fentanyl crisis and trafficking itself, working with Health Canada and public safety and law enforcement. Also new is listing the cartels as terrorists, although David McGuinty, the public safety minister, didn't have a lot of details on that. He says details to come on how that's going to work. The intelligence directive, not a lot of details on that either, other than it's to do with the sharing information between both both countries. And these 24 hours of eyes on the border, well, that is with part of the border plan in terms of the combination of cameras and helicopters and drones and boots on the ground. But the minister was asked, well, what if in 30 days we're just given another list of demands, especially if what's really at the heart here of this isn't fentanyl, but is the economic trade deficit that the president sees as a reality, even if the numbers don't bear that out. And this is what David McGuinty had to say. Have a listen.
The fact that so many Canadians are behind this effort, provinces, premiers, police forces of local jurisdictions, so many different Canadians. You know, today in my constituency office, I had a couple of company owners call me in tears, worried about what was going on before this announcement. That's serious. A lot of families are worried. Jobs are at stake, the auto sector. So we're going to move forward. We're going to keep working forward together on this. We're going to remind our American colleagues, our neighbors, just how integrated we can be, how much success we've had together. I'm convinced we'll find a way forward.
Now, he was also asked, considering there's quite a bit of money attached to these new commitments, whether Parliament needed to be reconvened or did they need parliamentary approval. Some of the measures, McGuinty said, can be done through regulatory change. He was a bit non-committal, didn't have an answer really about whether some of the others would need some kind of parliamentary approval to go forward, just basically saying we'll see how it plays out over the next 30 days.
Karina, what are you hearing from some of Canada's other political leaders?
Lots of reaction. Pierre Poilievre, the leader of the Conservative Party, putting out a social media post saying he's relieved but still demanding that Parliament be recalled. Jagmeet Singh, the leader of the NDP, saying this is good news but saying that the threats likely won't stop and it's time to make Canada less reliant on the U.S. And then a post from Danielle Smith, the Premier of Alberta, saying she's greatly heartened by this agreed-upon crackdown on fentanyl trafficking, saying that she always knew that a fentanyl czar would be the key. And then in her post, she goes on to say, diplomacy has won the day. Let us ensure that continues as we know there is much more work ahead of us. I once again call on our federal government officials and fellow premiers to de-escalate rhetoric, abandon any non-tariff measures for the time being, and turn our efforts entirely to advocacy and good faith negotiation. There are so many win-win solutions on trade and security between our two nations. Let us turn the crisis into an opportunity to find them for the benefit of Canadians and Americans. And she goes on to remind people that she will be going to Washington with her fellow premiers next week. And then she says later in the month she will be going to the Republican Governors Conference. There's also reaction from Quebec Premier François Legault, echoing what many other premiers and people have been saying today about what's Trump's real motive or target, especially since Trump himself reiterated the 51st state musings that he has been saying often. Lots of people saying today that they're still worried that the real goal is Canada's sovereignty. Have a listen to what Legault had to say.
Of course, I was happy because it gives us 30 days to have better programs. But for me, it's not a complete victory. For me, I still think that Mr. Trump wants to attack Canada. We have to be ready to all kind of scenarios with this guy.
Now, the Premier of Newfoundland and Labrador, Andrew Furey, was also on Power and Politics this evening. He also says that Canadians should be taking Trump very seriously when he talks about Canada's sovereignty, and says that, 30 days, obviously welcoming that, but is wary, just like Legault is, of celebrating too soon. Have a listen.
Who knows? I mean, he's saying 30 days. Can we really, take him at his word? We need to be ready. We need to be ready for what comes tomorrow, the next day, or the day after that. Hopefully it is the full 30 days, but he's once again proven to be erratic. And as Canadians, we just need to meet that irrational approach with a logical, well thought out strategy in response.
So the cloud, the threat still hangs over Canada. I mean, 30 days is a reprieve. It's not a permanent withdrawal of the threat. But in the meantime, the provinces and premiers have said today that they will put the U.S. alcohol back on the shelves in provincially run liquor establishments and distribution and retail stores, but also that they will not cancel contracts that they had planned on or threatened to, such as in Ontario, the Starlink contract, a $100 million contract with Elon Musk's company, and that, you know, the other threat that U.S. companies would not be allowed to bid on provincial contracts in terms of procurement. All those non-tariff measures at this point are off the table for now, because, Dwight, a lot can happen in 30 days.
Yes, it can. CBC's Karina Roman in Ottawa. Thank you, Karina. Let's bring in CBC's Caroline Bargout for more on Trump's latest response and the messaging coming from the White House, taking a look at that side of the border. So, Caroline, bring us up to speed on the U.S. side of things.
Well, U.S. President Donald Trump says that he is very pleased that Canada has agreed to secure the northern border and keep what he calls the scourge of illegal drugs like fentanyl from coming into the United States and killing hundreds of thousands of Americans. He took to his social media platform Truth Social and posted this: "I'm very pleased with this initial outcome, and the tariffs announced on Saturday will be paused for a 30-day period to see whether or not a final economic deal with Canada can be structured." He writes, "Fairness for all." Now, shortly before the pause on the tariffs was announced, White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt reiterated that this is in fact about fentanyl. Take a listen.
But when it comes to the cost of an American life, I think for those of us who have children, there's not enough money in the world to bring back the lives that have been lost because of the illegal drug and border crisis. And the president is committed to ensuring that Canada and Mexico and China understand that the United States is not going to be a dumping ground for illegal fentanyl that is killing young people in this country. It's the leading cause of death amongst those aged 18 to 34. And that's the president's #1 priority, is protecting American lives.
Now, data from U.S. Border and Customs officials says that about 22,000 pounds of fentanyl was seized along the U.S. border. Only 43 pounds of that came from Canada.
Yeah, we've been trying to get that message across to them with those numbers. They're their numbers. Caroline, Trump says this is about fentanyl at the border. But even with what you just read from that Truth Social quote, at the end of it, he goes back to the economies. He's been complaining about a few different things related to Canada, it seems.
That's right. Over the past couple of days, we've heard Trump complain about quite a few things, including the trade deficit with Canada. And today, he brought up something else. Today, he started complaining about Canadian banking regulations. Take a listen to what he said in the Oval Office before his 3 o'clock phone call with Prime Minister Trudeau.
Canada is very tough. Canada is very, we're not treated well by Canada, and we have to be treated well. Banks are not, as an example, allowed. Did you know that American banks are not allowed to do business in Canada? Can you believe that? And that's one of many things and we talked about, and I think we'll win most of the subjects. But for some reason, a lot of things have been very unfair with Canada.
Now, U.S. banks do have a presence in Canada. For example, J.P. Morgan and Chase employs about 600 people in several different cities across Canada, and Citibank has been in Canada since 2019. Now, the Canadian Bankers Association says U.S. banks make up half of all foreign banking assets in Canada, with 16 subsidiaries and branches worth around $113 billion in assets. Now, a former U.S. Treasury Secretary said that this whole thing makes no sense at all. Take a listen.
Why it would make any possible sense to raise the price of cars and foodstuffs and gasoline by hundreds of dollars a year for consumers in order to let some American bank sell some kind of investment certificate in Canada, I can't imagine why that would be a good trade-off.
So with all that, the tariffs are now paused for 30 days while Canada and the U.S. continues to work on some form of trade agreement.
CBC's Caroline Bargout in Washington, D.C. Thank you, Caroline.
Thanks.
Let's bring in Lori Turnbull for more on this now. She is a political science professor at Dalhousie University, and she joins us now from our nation's capital. Given the recent pause in tariffs, Canada for the next 30 days, can you call this a win for us then, Lori?
It's definitely not a loss, right?
All right,
like
we'll take the W
good.
over the L.
We have to put it in the win column, I think, right? Because what else can we do at this point? 12 hours ago, I think we were talking about this as though it was a done deal, right? And Finance Minister Dominic LeBlanc had indicated a kind of similar thing, right? That he didn't see any way that we were going to get out of these tariffs to come in tomorrow. And so I think based on what we were expecting, based on everything we had heard, we can only call this a win at this point. And of course, we don't know how long this is going to last. The fact that we were all, preparing for this and gearing up and governments were announcing what they were going to do. Industry was trying to fortify themselves and all of this. And then for him at pretty well literally the 11th hour to say, look, we're not actually going to go through with this. You've got 30 more days, shows that we don't know what he means. And what he says and what he does are totally, who knows, right? And so at this point, I think all we can do is say, hey, a little more time with no tariffs. Got to put that in the win column.
I wonder if he realizes what he's doing to the markets, because we believed it, the markets believed it, they were reacting to it. So what do you make of our strategy then, our Prime Minister Trudeau's strategy, including his promises to enhance border security and tackle drug smuggling in exchange for this tariff pause? We're putting soldiers on the border.
Yeah, I mean, I think we've always been trying to figure out, I think we're still figuring out, what is Trump's purpose with these tariffs? Is it because he honestly thinks that there is a fentanyl and illegal migrant issue at the northern border that he has to hold this over our heads and force us to do something about this, or else calamity is going to come to the U.S.? Like, is that really what this is about? Or is this about revenue generation? Because he thinks that people outside of the U.S. should be paying more into the U.S. and he wants to balance out what he thinks are, unfair relationships that the U.S. has with other countries. And he singles out Canada as being a country that takes advantage of the U.S. And perhaps he thinks, okay, this is a way he's going to equalize this. Or is it about something else entirely? Is it about an expansionist kind of agenda? And that's what he's doing, that he really does want us to become the 51st state. And he's going to try to bleed us dry economically so that we have no choice but to honestly ask to be the 51st state. Like, who knows what he wants to do with this? But I think at this point, like, we can say, I think we have to keep thinking that this could still be around the corner at any time. I don't think we can park what we've been thinking in terms of diversifying trade relationships, bringing down internal trade barriers within ourselves and our provinces to be able to work better with one another. I don't think we shelve any of that. I think we've got some time here that we may not have had otherwise.
Let's go back to the 51st state, because Trump keeps going back to it, and it feels like people in this country are genuinely worried about this. Do you think there's something that big at stake here? That because people in Canada feeling like, is he really coming for us? Because we always joke about them coming for the water and different resources that we have in this country. People are taking that more seriously today, don't you think?
Absolutely. I don't think it's a joke at all to think about what Trump might be thinking about in terms of trying to get access to resources that Canada has. Absolutely. I mean, a big part of what he thinks is the trade imbalance between Canada and the U.S. has to do with our energy, our oil. And I'm sure he looks at that and thinks, well, this would all be evened out if we were the 51st state, and then the U.S. wouldn't have to be importing this from Canada because there would be no Canada, right? Like, I don't think sovereignty, I don't think the concept of sovereignty bothers Donald Trump at all, or like keeps him awake at night. I think he just kind of sees past that and thinks of everything in terms of mergers and acquisitions. And so, of course, he's thinking about the border. Of course, he's thinking about water. Of course, he's thinking about the Northwest Passage. He's thinking about access to the Arctic to the north. He's thinking about all different ways in which America would be better off if Canada was the 51st state, but he wants to flip the logic and act like we'd be better off. And so, yeah, there's a whole agenda here. He still wants to buy the Panama Canal. He still wants to get Greenland. Like this, Canada's not the only piece in this puzzle that he's got.
Lori Turnbull is a political science professor at Dalhousie University, and she joined us from our nation's capital, Ottawa tonight. Thank you for this, Lori.
Thank you, too. Take care.
Now, fears over a trade war sent shockwaves through the markets worldwide today. They opened with huge losses, but bounced back after Trump and his Mexican counterpart announced their tit-for-tat tariffs are paused for a month. For more on this, let's turn to CBC's Kyle Bax now. He joins us from Calgary, going right across the country tonight. Kyle, how are markets reacting to this delay in tariffs against Canada?
Well, Dwight, the value of the Canadian dollar is rising a little bit tonight. The stock markets closed before the deal was reached. However, some stocks are up in after-hours trading, and stock futures tied to the NASDAQ, Dow, and S&P are all up. This caps off a tumultuous day on the financial markets. The TSX dropped 2.5% out of the gate this morning before bouncing back somewhat this afternoon. I spoke with an investment analyst who says his firm is trying not to focus on buying and selling during these roller coaster days on the markets. Here's what he had to say.
We've survived so many crazy stuff over the last 5 years. This will be another one to add to the books. I think we're just have to get used to the fact that over the next 4 years or however long it's going to be with Trump, that this is going to be par for the course.
And before the tariff delay was announced, we did see stock markets fall on both sides of the border, which shows how much concern there is in both countries that a trade war is going to cost households and hurt economies, not only in Canada, but Dwight, in the United States as well.
And Kyle, you mentioned our loonie today. It's going up a bit. Now, how did it fare overall today?
Well, it sure didn't start well. The Canadian dollar dropping below 68 cents US this morning to a 22-year low. Throughout the day, it did bounce back, and now in after-hours trading, it even rose slightly higher compared to Friday. Still, the loonie remains relatively low. It's worth about 69 cents US right now. 1 year ago, it was worth about 74 cents. So it's lost quite a bit of value over the last 12 months.
Yeah, that's quite a dip. What's the reaction to the pause on these tariffs from our energy sector?
There is relief, that's safe to say. Remember the tariff threat was 25% on imports from Canada and 10% on energy, so less of a hit for the oil and gas industry compared to other sectors. Still, with so much oil flowing south, the industry was staring down a significant financial hit, likely meaning lower prices for Canadian oil and lower investment in the sector. And that's why the oil patch companies headquartered here in Calgary are breathing easier tonight. The tariff threat not over, but at least it's avoided for now.
CBC's Kyle Bax reporting from Calgary tonight. Thank you, Kyle.
Thank you.
More reaction ahead here on Canada Tonight, beginning with Ontario's Premier, who is reversing course on several of his retaliatory measures. Then it's over to BC, where Premier David Eby is set to give his thoughts on the tariff pause, and we'll speak with a snowbird who says she's ready to return north in light of Trump's actions. Those stories and much more coming up here on Canada Tonight. Continuing reaction to U.S. President Donald Trump's decision to delay his tariffs on Canadian goods for 30 days, Ontario Premier Doug Ford had said he ripped up a $100 million deal with Elon Musk's Starlink company to provide internet to remote communities. But in light of the pause, the deal is back on. And in a statement, he says he's reversed the plan to stop selling American booze for now, adding, with the U.S. pausing tariffs, Ontario will also pause our retaliatory measures. If President Trump proceeds with tariffs, we won't hesitate to remove American products off LCBO shelves. With more Ontario reaction, here's the CBC's Jamie Strachan.
Dwight, really a remarkable 48 hours and up and down on this story. We saw really a code red Sunday night from Prime Minister Trudeau addressing the nation when it seemed like these tariffs were going to come into place at midnight tonight. We've seen Progressive Conservative leader Doug Ford out on the campaign trail today, making the rounds on various U.S. media outlets, laying out what Ontario, which would be, if it was a country, the third biggest trading partner of the United States, laying out retaliation that it was prepared to do, including yanking all U.S. booze off of the shelves at LCBOs across the province. The LCBO, one of the biggest liquor buyers in all of North America, Ontarians consuming $1 billion worth of U.S. alcohol every year, also saying to U.S. companies, listen, I'm closing the door when it comes to bidding on procurement contracts in the province. Then, of course, late today came word from Prime Minister Trudeau again via X, where seemingly all of the negotiations on this file have happened, that in exchange for a number of concessions, including Canada devoting more resources to border security, naming a fentanyl czar, that these tariffs were going to be paused for 30 days. Moments after that happened, we saw a release from the Premier's office saying that all of the things that Doug Ford had laid out around the LCBO procurement, those two were going to be paused for 30 days. But at the same time, Ford, seems to realize, as I think many do, that this is not over. It's simply paused for 30 days, saying so long as our trading relationship with our largest trading partner is up in the air, we will continue to see many potential projects frozen and projects already underway put at risk. So a brief stand down for 30 days as the two sides will continue to work on this file, but none of those retaliatory measures, both at the federal and at the provincial level here in Ontario, put into place, as both sides have agreed on a 30-day pause in this simmering trade war. Dwight?
Let's go out west next, where any moment we're expecting to hear from BC Premier David Eby. Sarah Galashan joins us from our Vancouver newsroom. So, Sarah, what can you tell us?
Well, we have heard from David Eby already earlier this morning, Dwight, and he was standing there at the North Vancouver shipyards wearing a reflective vest and a hard hat, standing in front of a shipment of copper concentrate that is destined for Asia to be turned into then various products that would be then shipped around the world. And he said this is an example of how BC is tied to the global economy, and it's not so subtle example of a product, copper, that the U.S. imports would probably like to still import, but one for which there are other customers. That the BC Premier said at that press conference, look, that's our priority, is to find these other customers, and we're going to continue doing that. And he also said that no matter how the call goes between Trudeau and Trump, that's going to remain a priority to diversify BC's economy even more than it already is, given what we have now sort of gone through in the lead up to this. So I'm going to play you that clip.
Let's be honest with ourselves. The deal that Mexico got is a 1-month reprieve. And what we're looking at is the next 4 years of potential threats and tariffs and attacks. And what has changed for so many Canadians is almost overnight is feeling like the Americans are our friends, to feeling like the president is out to get Canada, and in particular to try to turn us into the 51st state.
So I know we're still waiting to hear what he's going to say this hour at that press conference, but among the things we'll be listening for is there any change of tune? He also had already, I mean, we've heard of other provinces that have threatened to, as of Tuesday, tomorrow, pull American liquor off of their shelves, and they were in the process of doing it. Well, really overnight in British Columbia, from Saturday to Sunday, you saw the provincial liquor stores remove what they called red state booze. So states that are traditionally Republican and have supported Donald Trump in the last election, remove those things like Kentucky bourbon off the shelves, replaced with signs that's encouraging customers to instead choose to buy Canadian products. So will that reverse, as we have heard other premiers suggest that it will there? Will there be less of a buy Canadian message coming from the premier? That's also hard to say. And will they as well, Dwight, step back or away from promises in the last several days of investment and looking at private sectors in British Columbia, to which they were going to put a lot more investment in fast-track projects in order to ensure that there were more and safer Canadian jobs?
As we wait for the Premier to step up to that microphone we have beside you there in the picture, the Premier of Manitoba also had a similar reaction.
Yeah, well, so in the case of Bob Canoe, it was really interesting because as this news was breaking, he was holding a press conference talking about initiatives in Manitoba to stop and deal with money laundering. He left that podium, had to be brought back to react to the news that, in fact, the threat of tariffs does seem to have gone away for at least a 30-day period of time here, and he did describe that as being good news. He did talk about it meaning that they will put a pause on a ban of U.S. procurement of projects in Manitoba, and as well said that it will reverse. I talked about that, you know, taking the U.S. liquor off of the store shelves. In the case of British Columbia, I should say that it's something like $400 million worth in booze. It's $80 million in Manitoba, not insignificant. He feels like it was a real strategic move that was made on the part of all the provinces. He is going to put it back on the shelves, though. Take a listen to what he said about that.
It's clear that when we stand up for ourselves as Canadians and as Manitobans, we take steps like taking $80 million out of the American economy by not buying their booze, that gets attention. And so whether it's that or other steps that we need to take in the future to stick up for ourselves, we'll be willing to do that to protect your jobs and to protect our economy. But for now, if you like some of those Kentucky bourbons, I guess, you know, you'll be able to go to the LC and get that, but I'd still recommend the Crown Royal.
A little bit of a lighthearted moment there at the end there, Dwight. But the push to buy Canadian, Wap Canoe is not actually backing away from that. He does still encourage Manitobans, Canadians, to continue to shop locally and do what they can to support the economy. And as well, he talked about that trip next week made by the premiers. He'll be part of that as they head to Washington, D.C.
Sarah Galashan live in our Vancouver newsroom, and we're staying in Vancouver. BC's Premier reacting to Trump putting a pause on the tariffs. Let's listen in.
Eventful day. I am, first of all, would like to thank the Prime Minister and his team and the President for coming together to find some resolution to the tariff threat that was imposed on Canada and Canadian families. I think this work and this conversation is incredibly important. If we can avoid these tariffs, we should. But we won't do so at the expense of our sovereignty or of our integrity as a country or of ourselves as Canadians. I would love nothing more, as I'm sure many Canadians and Americans would like, than to say, hey, mission accomplished. We're done. Let's move on. But the reality is that these unilateral actions by the United States through the President have changed our relationship for the foreseeable future. Our work continues while this tariff threat hangs over our heads. First of all, we will pause our response, recognizing that there is an opportunity here to potentially avoid these tariffs and hoping in good faith that that is the path that this ultimately takes. But that doesn't mean that we will abandon our preparations for non-tariff measures if there's a tweet tomorrow that puts the tariffs back on. We need to be prepared. We will be prepared, and we will continue our work to respond. And hopefully, we don't need to, and we can all move forward. What work has been underway to strengthen our economy will only continue with greater enthusiasm and acceleration. We understand now very clearly from the President his intentions, which is to make Canada the 51st state. And we know that our best defense against that is a strong economy where we can stand on our own 2 feet here in Canada and British Columbia, not dependent on a single person in the White House and the whims that may come. That means for us, accelerating key projects, dealing with long-standing structural problems, challenges between the various groups that are sitting around our tariff and economic table right now, labor, Indigenous leaders, government, business leaders, all of us now working together with one purpose to strengthen our economy in a way that hasn't happened before in the history of the province. We're going to keep that going, and we're going to expand that work. And finally, diversification. We'll be supporting businesses. We've got 30 days. It's not enough time to shift away from our significant trade relationship with the United States. But we will take every minute that we are given here to ensure that we are supporting business, to diversify, that we are kicking down the internal trade barriers in this country that make it easier to trade with the United States than to trade with Ontario, and to make sure that we're stronger as Canadians in building our national economy, in trading with each other, and in trading with other countries that face similar threats, the EU, the UK, countries in Asia like Japan and Korea. It's just a matter of time before the President turns his attention to those countries, and we want to make sure that we are working together to respond, that we are diversifying our relationships with countries that want to trade with us, and to do so in a way that is fair and understandable and in a spirit of friendship. Americans are our friends. They're our allies. They're our family. And this has been a profoundly awful and uncomfortable experience for many people to go through. And I know in my heart that those relationships are unchanged with the individuals that are south of the border to us. But our business relationships have been severely impaired by the President. The threat is still in place. And so we will be watching very carefully and wish everybody the best to move forward. But for British Columbia and for our part in the Federation of this amazing country, we're going to stand up for Canadians. And we're going to make sure that this country comes out the other end of this threat stronger than ever before. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Premier, and thank you everyone for joining us again today. We have media here in person and on the phone lines, and all reporters will have one question and one follow-up. We'll start here in the room with Mira Baines from CBC.
Thank you, Premier. Question is for Katie DeRosa. Does this pause mean that U.S. liquor is going back on the shelves? And also, will the province do more to prioritize BC products as opposed to U.S., especially bidding on big contracts?
So we're going to be working closely with retailers, manufacturers, food processors to identify BC products on the shelf to make it easier for British Columbians to choose BC products, to choose Canadian products. I really want to thank those retailers that have moved quickly to make that easier for consumers, and we're going to do that work to support them, so that people, when they're shopping for their groceries, have that chance to support another BC family by buying a BC product or a Canadian product, support one of the families across the country. People want to make that choice. We want to make it as easy as possible for them to make that choice. Ultimately, yes, it does mean that we will be pausing all of the actions that we put forward. There's not a huge rush, I don't think, to put the bottles back on the shelf, but I do know that they will ultimately end up there. And I guess the feeling that I have about this is one of hope for the best, and also some skepticism that we won't find ourselves back here 29 days from now, wondering what the President's going to decide. So making sure that we have those measures immediately ready to deploy again, that they are expanded, that they are deepened, so that we can truly send the message that we're not joking around here, is critically important to me. I know it's important to British Columbians and to Canadians, and that's the work we'll do over the next 29 days, as well as everything else that I laid out.
You've talked about inspections at the border being a federal responsibility. Will you be pushing for increased inspections at ports to help, the stream of fentanyl and its components going out or coming in?
Well, we'll certainly participate fully with the federal government in terms of their response to the president's requests. I think there's a significant role for us to play. We've done extensive work on these issues to coordinate and support the federal government in responding in a meaningful way to the realities of the issue here in British Columbia. Whether it's the need for those inspections and port police to be in place, whether it's tracking the money through real estate, through luxury cars, through all the systems that we set up to make it easier for law enforcement to follow the money. We want them to use these systems. We want them to share that information with us, and we think there are opportunities to do that. But let's not lose track of the fact that this was never about fentanyl, and 29 days from now, we'll see where we're at, but I sure hope that we're not back to 51st state talk, threatening our sovereignty, but I do worry very much that that will be the case.
Thanks, Premier. Next, we'll head to Nono Shen from the Canadian Press.
Thanks for taking my question. And Premier, you talk a little bit about diversification of the export market. And with lots of foreign trade offices that are now being closed in other countries, could you please tell me more about how are you going to diversify the export market and what kind of measures you are going to take with the looming of the tariff? Thank you.
Yeah, we've been opening trade offices. Since I was sworn in, we've opened trade offices in Taiwan, in Vietnam, and the Philippines. We are currently planning trade missions abroad as we speak to support businesses in reaching new markets. And part of that is about logistics. It's about supporting our ports, the Port of Prince Rupert, the port here in Vancouver, Delta Port, making sure that they're able to get those goods out to market. Today, I was really pleased to be down visiting the port to see some of those export activities that are taking place. We have a huge advantage here in British Columbia with our geographic positioning, with the instability that the Americans seem committed to create in the global economy. There's an opportunity for us to build new relationships and to offer that stable, responsible, consistent supply of critical minerals, metals, and other materials around the world. We know that we have what the world needs, and we're going to use that to our advantage to strengthen our economy here at home and strengthen the Canadian economy as a whole.
Follow up, No.
I'm so sorry if I asking the same question as CBC. I'm just curious, how soon will British Columbia will see the liquor from Republican states being put back on the shelves?
We will pause all of our non-tariff measures here. It's a measure of good faith to pause them. Absolutely want to take the president at his word that he'll be working with the Prime Minister to address his concerns, and that we can do this in a spirit of cooperation and partnership that Canada and the U.S. have had for generations. But a bit skeptical that 29 days from now we're going to be back exactly where we were. We're going to have those bottles will be back on the shelf. We're not going to be rushing to do it. If this all unravels within 24 hours, it's hard to imagine that that's the state of international trade right now, but it is. Then we want to be ready to go with additional measures. So it's a tricky time, but we do want this to be successful. We want the tariffs to go away. We want families to be supported. We want that stability, and we want to give a chance for this new agreement to settle in.
Next, we'll stay in the room with Thomas Seal from Bloomberg.
Hi, Premier. To a point you were just making, does the constant uncertainty and to and fro from major players in this saga create an uncertainty and a chilling effect already, even before the imposition of tariffs? And are you seeing any sign of that? Pauses on major investment, hiring freezes, that sort of thing?
Yeah, thanks for the question. From the moment of the first tweet on Truth Social by the president, harm was done to... Oh, yeah, sure. Okay. Hey. Are we back? Okay, good. From the moment of the first tweet on Truth Social by the president, then the president-elect, harm was done to the Canadian economy. Harm was done to the relationship between our countries and the stable business environment that we both count on to grow our respective economies and deliver more affordable prices for people at home. I can tell you that the threat of these tariffs has changed already how British Columbia businesses are approaching the United States, how they're thinking about their investments, and I know it's done the same on the other side of the border. Some of this is positive. For BC companies to be looking at customers overseas, to be finding those customers and to be trading with them, even though there's some short-term pain and inconvenience and logistical problems to solve. Having a diversified base of customers is good news for us and where we want to go. Some of it is bad news. An already threatened forest industry hurt by softwood lumber tariffs and low prices and forest fires and pine beetles. The reality of the impacts and the decisions by forest companies in this moment is that they don't really know whether to put money in or how to invest or whether they should invest and where they should invest. And so our goal for industries like forestry, mining, energy, and others, as well as manufacturing, will be to support them to find those overseas markets to ensure that stability. We know we have what the world needs. We have confidence in that. It is very clear. And if the Americans want to, and they prefer to for some reason, import their oil from Venezuela and their critical minerals from China, which makes absolutely no sense to me, then we'll sell our stuff elsewhere in the world. And it doesn't have to make sense to us, but we do have to support British Columbia families, and that's what we'll do.
Thank you. Just on the projects that you mentioned, the efforts to expedite them, are there any more details you can share on which particular projects? Sorry if I've missed that at some point.
Yeah, sure. There's a piece of work underway within government in partnership with our key business groups in the province to identify projects that are close to shovel-ready. They're being held up in some kind of administrative or regulatory or government process where we can expedite that, get those shovels in the ground, and with particular attention to more rural and remote communities that are more likely to be affected by the tariff impacts. We've identified a preliminary list of projects and amounting to 6,000 jobs in the province. We're preparing to release that list for tomorrow. But this is just the beginning of the work that we're doing. The list will grow. There are a number of projects that we're looking at and working with key stakeholders on. And the goal here is to really accelerate those projects that will assist us in getting people employed, in supporting families in rural communities, and in diversifying our economy and strengthening the Canadian economy as a whole, assuming that we're going to see 4 years of continual on and off tariff threats from the president. We need to be a stable environment for British Columbians and Canadians, and we're going to do that.
Next, we're going to head to the phone lines with Richard Zussman from Global News.
Premier, if I'm doing my math right, 30 days from now is March 5th, one day after your provincial budget will be presented. How could you possibly build out a budget that will properly reflect the next year, considering how huge an impact the tariffs could have? And should we expect, in essence, a budget built around contingencies if not tariffs come into place?
Yeah, thanks, Richard. And I mean, I think your question really illustrates the challenge that businesses have in the province as well right now. how do you possibly make a decision about hiring new people or about expansion or about what you're going to do when you don't know if 29 days from now one of your major customer bases is going to be putting a 25% tariff on you? And that is the damage that is being done, even despite today's agreement of the fact that this is hanging over our head as Canadians. Mr. Trump's strategy around this is deliberate. This is an intention to destroy Canada's economy and to drive us into becoming the 51st state. I find it reprehensible, inexplicable, and profoundly disappointing. And it makes me and British Columbians and Canadians very angry because we see what the plan is here. For us, for our provincial budget, the finance minister is working on our budget right now. It makes it very difficult to plan, especially because economic growth, the number of jobs that we expect to see over the period of the budget will be affected by the tariffs. We've released our projections to that end. It's very possible that we could release a budget that is based on a set of assumptions that a few days later are out of date. That is the environment that we're in right now, but I can tell you this, that we will ensure that we take the steps that are necessary to support British Columbia families and businesses, that we'll do so in a way that grows and diversifies our economy and does not leave us in the position that we are in right now, which is being far too dependent on the United States. And we're going to come out of this stronger. The budget will be part of that, as will our legislative agenda, so we get those projects with shovels in the ground to support British Columbians.
And Richard, do you have a follow-up?
You mentioned that dependency. A big piece of your retaliation on Saturday was procurement. Is the suggestion still for government, be it health authorities, be it the school system, that they look to purchase away from America now as a long-term strategy to diversify? And when you talk about labeling in an earlier answer, what should British Columbians expect at the grocery store or wherever they buy their products to better understand? Or are we talking, requirements from the province to label? What sort of steps should we anticipate in that regard?
Yeah, thanks, Richard. Taking your second question first. We're not looking at any kind of regulatory reform here. There's overwhelming interest from business owners, from businesses that produce products here in British Columbia and Canada, retailers, grocery stores, to have this kind of labeling in place. We have identified some opportunities already around our tariff and strengthening the economy table that allow us to move really quickly to ensure that labeling is in place. I think there's huge interest on a voluntary basis to do this, and in order for it to happen quickly, a voluntary basis is the best path forward. And the good news is everybody is on side on this. As for government's response in terms of procurement, part of this is this moment is recognizing that for government, our trade agreements that dictated fairness for American companies to access procurement in Canada, that can go away in a minute. And if it goes away overnight, then that leaves us in a position of trying to find in a scramble suppliers that can replace those American companies. That's not going to happen again. What's going to happen between now and 30 days from now is Crown corporations, core government, will be identifying substitute suppliers from Canada, from around the world, that we can turn to quickly in the event that we are back into the trade war, so that there's not who are we going to get this from now? It's an immediate phone call to the other vendor, so we can switch right away. This is part of the work. Part of this work will be in identifying these other vendors, helping them identify opportunities in British Columbia they should be bidding on. Because it's also, I suspect, the case that vendors that we would like to buy from have not been thinking about putting bids into British Columbia, but we want them to know we're open for their business. Ball has been set in motion by the President here. We take it seriously. We take his threats seriously. We believe that it's just as likely that 30 days from now the tariffs will be gone as they will be back in place. And so we got to prepare for the worst case scenario, even though we hope for the best.
Thank you, Premier. And that is all the time we have today. Thank you, everybody, for joining us.
Thanks very much.
We take his threats seriously. That was BC Premier David Eby responding to the 30-day pause on tariffs. Sarah Galashan has been listening in with us. Sarah?
Yeah, Dwight, he said this was never about fentanyl. We've heard that from other premiers as well. He as well saying that he believes Trump's intentions have been to make Canada the 51st state, and he hopes that we won't hear that kind of talk again over the next, or at the end of the next 29 days. But he's very cautious about this, calling this a tricky time, saying that BC wants to support this and make it successful, and we'll put a pause on the tactics that were put in play in British Columbia that were not tariff related, i.e. removing the red state booze from the liquor store shelves that are provincially run. He said we're not in a rush to put those back on the shelves, but they will return to the shelves, and said that they'll be using every minute of the next 29 days to work with BC businesses to ensure that they are finding other trading partners should that become necessary, and to diversify regardless, really. And saying as well they want right now for Crown corporations and for the government, Dwight, to be identifying alternative sources for various materials that would be needed, so that in the event that there's a tweet tomorrow, the next day, a week from now, or that this doesn't, that just goes the 30 days, but that we do then see tariffs at that time, he said that we will never be in a situation again where we don't know where to turn, that BC is going to use this time to make sure it knows where to get what we might need.
Yeah, Premier sounding like lessons have been learned from this. I like when he said, Sarah, that he's looking for a deal that is fair to friendship, because they are supposed to be our friends. Sarah Galashan in our Vancouver newsroom. Thank you, Sarah.
You bet.
Still plenty to come here on Canada Tonight. The U.S. and Canada have struck a deal to pause tariffs for 30 days. We'll have reaction next. You're watching Canada Tonight. Good evening, I'm Dwight Drummond. This is Canada Tonight. 2 phone calls lead to a temporary reprieve. We'll break down the 30-day pause on America's tariffs, plus the potential impact on your finances. We'll discuss how Canadians can address the uncertainty brought on by Trump's actions. And Canada's ambassador to the UN joins us to discuss protecting our sovereignty amidst Trump's musings on Canada becoming the 51st state. Those 2 phone calls had one subject, and it led to a 30-day reprieve. Those 25% tariffs on Canadian products entering the U.S. are now on hold for now. They were supposed to go into effect at 12:01 Eastern Time, but concern remains for the future of our partnership with the U.S., our economy, and Canadian sovereignty. It was a roller coaster ride of developments on the trade front. CBC's Karina Roman explains what Canada promised to get this reprieve.
Well, on the heels of a deal between Trump and Mexico that got Mexico a 30-day reprieve, there was much attention to the 2 phone calls that Justin Trudeau was having with the President of the United States. And after the second phone call, which was at 3 p.m. Eastern Time, we eventually got a social media post from the Prime Minister with the news that Canada had received this 30-day reprieve, and what was involved in it was a reiteration of the $1.3 billion border plan. So that's something that had already been reported and obviously just needed to be reminded to Donald Trump that that had been something that they were working on. But also, in addition, Canada is making new commitments to appoint a fentanyl czar. And he said in his social media post, "We will list cartels as terrorists. We will ensure 24/7 eyes on the border, launch a Canada-U.S. joint strike force to combat organized crime, fentanyl, and money laundering. I have also signed a new intelligence directive on organized crime and fentanyl, and we will be backing it with $200 million. And then saving the news for the last line of that post, saying, of course, that the proposed tariffs will be paused for at least 30 days while they work on this plan. Now, on Power and Politics this evening, the Public Safety Minister was interviewed and gave a little bit more clarity as to some of these new commitments, what they mean. The Joint North American Task Force had already been mentioned before, brought up by ministers as something they were working on. It's going to involve provincial police forces, local police forces, the attorney generals, investigators on both sides of the border. But what's new really is this fentanyl czar, not a border czar, which is some people had called for, but a lead coordinating role to deal with the fentanyl crisis and trafficking itself, working with Health Canada and public safety and law enforcement. Also new is listing the cartels as terrorists, although David McGuinty, the public safety minister, didn't have a lot of details on that. He says details to come on how that's going to work. The intelligence directive, not a lot of details on that either, other than it's to do with the sharing information between both countries. And these 24 hours of eyes on the border, well, that is with part of the border plan in terms of the combination of cameras and helicopters and drones and boots on the ground. But the minister was asked, well, what if in 30 days we're just given another list of demands, especially if what's really at the heart here of this isn't fentanyl, but is the economic trade deficit that the president sees as a reality, even if the numbers don't bear that out. And this is what David McGuinty had to say. Have a listen.
The fact that so many Canadians are behind this effort, provinces, premiers, police forces of local jurisdictions, so many different Canadians. You know, today in my constituency office, I had a couple of company owners call me in tears, worried about what was going on before this announcement. That's serious. A lot of families are worried. Jobs are at stake, the auto sector. So we're going to move forward. We're going to keep working forward together on this. We're going to remind our American colleagues, our neighbors, just how integrated we can be, how much success we've had together. I'm convinced we'll find a way forward.
Now, he was also asked, considering there's quite a bit of money attached to these new commitments, whether Parliament needed to be reconvened or did they need parliamentary approval. Some of the measures, McGuinty said, can be done through regulatory change. He was a bit non-committal, didn't have an answer really about whether some of the others would need some kind of parliamentary approval to go forward, just basically saying we'll see how it plays out over the next 30 days.
Karina, what are you hearing from some of Canada's other political leaders?
Lots of reaction. Pierre Poilievre, the leader of the Conservative Party, putting out a social media post saying he's relieved but still demanding that Parliament be recalled. Jagmeet Singh, the leader of the NDP, saying this is good news but saying that the threats likely won't stop and it's time to make Canada less reliant on the U.S. And then a post from Danielle Smith, the Premier of Alberta, saying she's greatly heartened by this agreed-upon crackdown on fentanyl trafficking, saying that she always knew that a fentanyl czar would be the key. And then in her post, she goes on to say, diplomacy has won the day. Let us ensure that continues as we know there is much more work ahead of us. I once again call on our federal government officials and fellow premiers to de-escalate rhetoric, abandon any non-tariff measures for the time being, and turn our efforts entirely to advocacy and good faith negotiation. There are so many win-win solutions on trade and security between our two nations. Let us turn the crisis into an opportunity to find them for the benefit of Canadians and Americans. And she goes on to remind people that she will be going to Washington with her fellow premiers next week. And then she says later in the month she will be going to the Republican Governors Conference. There's also reaction from Quebec Premier François Legault, echoing what many other premiers and people have been saying today about what's Trump's real motive or target, especially since Trump himself reiterated the 51st state musings that he has been saying often. Lots of people saying today that they're still worried that the real goal is Canada's sovereignty. Have a listen to what Legault had to say.
Of course, I was happy because it gives us 30 days to have better programs, but for me, it's not a complete victory. For me, I still think that Mr. Trump wants to attack Canada. We have to be ready to all kinds of scenarios with this guy.
Now, the Premier of Newfoundland and Labrador, Andrew Furey, was also on Power and Politics this evening. He also says that Canadians should be taking Trump very seriously when he talks about Canada's sovereignty, and says that, 30 days, obviously welcoming that, but is wary, just like Legault is, of celebrating too soon. Have a listen.
Who knows? I mean, he's saying 30 days. Can we really, take him at his word? We need to be ready. We need to be ready for what comes tomorrow, the next day, or the day after that. Hopefully it is the full 30 days, but he's once again proven to be erratic. And as Canadians, we just need to meet that irrational approach with a logical, well thought out strategy in response.
So the cloud, the threat, still hangs over Canada. I mean, 30 days is a reprieve. It's not a permanent withdrawal of the threat. But in the meantime, the provinces and premiers have said today that they will put the U.S. alcohol back on the shelves in provincially run liquor establishments and distribution and retail stores, but also that they will not cancel contracts that they had planned on or threatened to, such as in Ontario, the Starlink contract, a $100 million contract with Elon Musk's company, and that, the other threat that U.S. companies would not be allowed to bid on provincial contracts in terms of procurement. All those non-tariff measures at this point are off the table for now, because, Dwight, a lot can happen in 30 days.
Yes, it can. CBC's Karina Roman in Ottawa. Thank you, Karina. CBC's Caroline Bargood is in Washington with more on Trump's latest response and the messaging now coming from the White House.
Well, U.S. President Donald Trump says that he is very pleased that Canada has agreed to secure the northern border and keep what he calls the scourge of illegal drugs like fentanyl from coming into the United States and killing hundreds of thousands of Americans. He took to his social media platform Truth Social and posted this: "I'm very pleased with this initial outcome, and the tariffs announced on Saturday will be paused for a 30-day period to see whether or not a final economic deal with Canada can be structured." He writes, "Fairness for all." Now, shortly before the pause on the tariffs was announced, White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt reiterated that this is in fact about fentanyl. Take a listen.
But when it comes to the cost of an American life, I think for those of us who have children, there's not enough money in the world to bring back the lives that have been lost because of the illegal drug and border crisis. And the president is committed to ensuring that Canada and Mexico and China understand that the United States is not going to be a dumping ground for illegal fentanyl that is killing young people in this country. It's the leading cause of death amongst those aged 18 to 34. And that's the president's #1 priority, is protecting American lives.
Now, data from U.S. Border and Customs officials says that about 22,000 pounds of fentanyl was seized along the U.S. border. Only 43 pounds of that came from Canada.
Yeah, we've been trying to get that message across to them with those numbers. They're their numbers. Caroline, Trump says this is about fentanyl at the border. But even with what you just read from that Truth Social quote, at the end of it, he goes back to the economies. He's been complaining about a few different things related to Canada, it seems.
That's right. Over the past couple of days, we've heard Trump complain about quite a few things, including the trade deficit with Canada. And today, he brought up something else. Today, he started complaining about Canadian banking regulations. Take a listen to what he said in the Oval Office before his 3 o'clock phone call with Prime Minister Trudeau.
Canada is very tough. Canada is very, we're not treated well by Canada, and we have to be treated well. Banks are not, as an example, allowed. Did you know that American banks are not allowed to do business in Canada? Can you believe that? And that's one of many things, and we talked about it, and I think we'll win most of the subjects. But for some reason, a lot of things have been very unfair with Canada.
Now, U.S. banks do have a presence in Canada. For example, J.P. Morgan and Chase employs about 600 people in several different cities across Canada, and Citibank has been in Canada since 2019. Now, the Canadian Bankers Association says U.S. banks make up half of all foreign banking assets in Canada, with 16 subsidiaries and branches worth around $113 billion in assets. Now, a former U.S. Treasury Secretary said that this whole thing makes no sense at all. Take a listen.
Why it would make any possible sense to raise the price of cars and foodstuffs and gasoline by hundreds of dollars a year for consumers in order to let some American bank sell some kind of investment certificate in Canada, I can't imagine why that would be a good trade-off.
So with all that, the tariffs are now paused for 30 days while Canada and the U.S. continues to work on some form of trade agreement.
CBC's Caroline Bargout in Washington, D.C. Thank you, Caroline. The president of Unifor, one of the largest unions in Canada, is reacting to the news, stating the president declared economic war on Canadian workers and our country. There is no turning back. No one should let their guard down at this 30-day pause on the tariffs. As a country, we must use the days ahead to continue to bring Canadians together, to plan for a potential trade war, and to use every single available lever to build a strong, resilient, and diverse economy. Let's bring in the national president of Unifor, Lana Payne. She joins us from Toronto this evening. Thank you for joining us again here on Canada Tonight, Lana. In your view, how should Canada take advantage of this pause to improve its trade strategy moving forward?
Oh, well, there are a number of things that we can do, but I would say first, Dwight, congratulations to Canadians tonight. It was them, obviously, the momentum that they created, the understanding that they had on Saturday of the serious moment that we were in, and the fact that Canada had a tough position pushing back a list of trade retaliatory tariffs that we are willing to go through with, and a dollar for dollar approach in that regard, which I think is critically important. So, you know, we got to this place, but honestly, I'm not breathing a sigh of relief. We have been facing the threat of tariffs now for many, many weeks, in fact, a lot longer. And the reality is that these threats are damaging to our economy and harmful to workers as well, because they will eventually impact the kind of investment that we can expect in our country. And chaos, as I've said to you before, is part of the president's strategy here.
Yeah, and I'm with you. A round of applause for Canadians for standing up for themselves, which we really felt like we were doing. Do you think this tariff pause is truly about trade? And I don't think you do. Is this part of a broader strategy then from Trump that we haven't really seen the full plan yet?
Yeah, a couple of things. I mean, this pause does give Canada a chance to put in place, obviously, all of the kinds of measures that we can look at outside of tariffs, the non kind of tariff measures. It does give us a chance to do smart procurement for Canadians to work going ahead. But this has never been, in my opinion, about the border. It hasn't been about drugs. It's not about that. It's completely about the economy. It's about raising revenue. The president has said that before, so that he can hand out tax cuts in the United States. But also it is about keeping everybody else kind of on our toes here. And we've learned a very big lesson through this as a country, Canadians fully aware of all of that. So we're going to have to make sure that we do a reset here, because there is really no turning back. And I can guarantee you that the list of demands from the president will continue to grow, and he will do everything he can to exert whatever he can from Canada. And that's why the process that we have in place right now is very, very important.
Lana, your message to workers and Canadian unions who may feel uncertain and anxious during this pause period, because we don't seem like we're not out of the woods yet here.
No, there's no out of the woods. I've been telling our members consistently through this that this is a very big challenge for our country, and the kind of economic damage that could be done to the Canadian economy, but also to the American economy and to American workers and consumers is great. So we have to do everything we can as a union to push back. Our members have been amazing throughout this whole ordeal of the past number of weeks. And the message is starting to get through now to Americans. You are seeing headlines that are being very critical of the president, calling this a stupid trade war. Those are the things that this president will be listening to, I can guarantee you. The markets are reacting in a fashion that he would not like. So hopefully we can get to a place where we expand that dialogue in the next 30 days in the U.S. But the reality is, this isn't over. We can face 4 years of this kind of instability. He tore up a trade agreement, basically, and said, I'm not going to obey it, a deal that he negotiated. So there is a massive trust factor here, I would say, right now. And so that means we have to do everything we can to secure a more resilient economy in Canada. And that means some hard conversations within our country around how we do economic policy going forward.
Yeah, we are learning. Lana Payne is the national president of Unifor. Always appreciate your time. Thank you, Lana.
Thank you very much.
So, Donald Trump's tariff on Canadian goods are on pause for a month, but what about the 10% levy he threatened against products from China? We'll go live to Hong Kong for an update on that. Stay with us. You are watching Canada Tonight.
We need to be ready for what comes tomorrow, the next day, or the day after that. Hopefully it is the full 30 days, but he's once again proven to be erratic. And as Canadians, we just need to meet that irrational approach with a logical, well-thought-out strategy in response.
Newfoundland and Labrador's Andrew Furey, just one of the many premiers reacting to the latest tariff news tonight. Prime Minister Justin Trudeau says proposed U.S. tariffs on Canada will be paused for at least 30 days. It allows and follows a tense day and two conversations Trudeau had with U.S. President Donald Trump. Trump's 25% tariffs on Canadian goods were set to go into effect at midnight. U.S. President Donald Trump has also paused his tariff threats against Mexico for 1 month. Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum says she struck a deal with Trump to delay the 25% tariffs on her country. Sheinbaum has agreed to send 10,000 members of the Mexican National Guard to the U.S. border to combat drug trafficking. In exchange, she said the U.S. committed to working on preventing the movement of high-powered weapons into Mexico. The U.S. and Mexican leaders announced the pause after what Trump described on social media as a very friendly conversation. Trump says he's looking forward to upcoming talks led by Secretary of State Marco Rubio. The pause in Trump's tariffs does not apply to China. A 10% levy on all Chinese exports to the U.S. is due to take effect tomorrow. Journalist Patrick Falk joins us live from Hong Kong, where it is already, Patrick, Tuesday morning. How are Chinese leaders reacting to these impending tariffs?
Well, Beijing certainly keeping all sides guessing as to what its next move will be. Its response has been unusually muted since the announcement about the tariffs was made just a few days ago. It says it will retaliate. It says it will file a complaint with the WTO, but there's been nothing concrete as of yet in terms of countermeasures. That may be because of a number of reasons, not least because of the fact that China's only just coming off the back of the Lunar New Year holidays. You talked about two conversations having taken place already. There is a third one, as far as we understand. We are told that President Xi and President Trump will be getting on a call in the coming days. This is a call that's been described as a major diplomatic exchange, one that could potentially avert a broader trade war. Now, we do know also that President Xi is somebody who doesn't like to be pushed around, and he won't want to look weak by making concessions. But there is already considerable relief that Trump didn't impose tariffs of up to 60%, as he pledged to do so previously. He has talked about this as being an opening salvo. That's an indication that more tariffs could be on the cards. So for now, perhaps there won't be any strong or meaningful response. How President Xi does that without looking like he's giving in is another question.
What's the likelihood then that China can get Trump to delay these tariffs as he did with Mexico and Canada, Patrick?
Well, it's really down to what deal could be made, and that really could simply come down to China following through on promises it's made previously. Trump has framed this as about addressing the fentanyl crisis. President Xi did promise Joe Biden previously that it would do something to address that, but nothing's really moved the needle as far as we understand. So any sort of deal would have to address that issue. There'd have to be a real crackdown on the flow of precursors coming from China into the U.S. But we know that this is really more than just being about the fentanyl crisis. There are reports also saying that China may be willing to restore phase one of the trade deal made during President Trump's first term. Beijing at the time promised to buy $200 billion worth of goods, but it never followed through on that. So that certainly is something that could be on the cards. We're also hearing reports that China may promise not to devalue the yuan in order to fend off the tariffs. So there are a number of things that could be taking place in the coming days. We will have to wait and see. But, you know, any response from China does have to be measured. It doesn't want to be seen to be weak and be willing to give in. At the moment, it's being put under pressure by Washington.
Patrick Falk, live from Hong Kong tonight. Thanks for this, Patrick. Both the Canadian and U.S. anthems are played in our sports arenas. Sports fans in Canada expressing their frustration with Donald Trump at various hockey and basketball games over the weekend. Fans attending the Raptors and Clippers game in Toronto booed loudly during the singing of the American national anthem.
By the dawn's early light.
And it was a similar scene Saturday night at the Ottawa Senators game. The Star-Spangled Banner was met with a chorus of boos. There was more booing heard during the American anthem at the NHL games in Vancouver and Calgary. The patriotism heard can also be felt on the other side of the border with Canadian snowbirds as well. Our next guest is a Canadian who's been spending her winters in Florida for the last couple of years. Susan Lowenberger is a snowbird joining us from Delray Beach, Florida. Thank you so much for making time to be with us here on Canada Tonight, Susan. I know you miss us down in there in Florida, but now you get a chance to talk to us. How does it feel right now being this Canadian living in the U.S. with all that's going on between our two countries?
Well, you know, when this first happened, I was sick to my stomach. I really felt like my country was being attacked. I wanted to pack up and go home. I also felt betrayed because we've been neighbors and friendly for so many years. There was a big mixture of feelings, and there was also a lot of sadness that we actually have come to this point.
Yeah, a lot of Canadians down there in Florida. My mom was a snowbird too, and every time I was in Port Charlotte Mall, I just hear all these Canadians calling my name saying, "What are you down here?" So we know there's a large contingent of you down there right now. You're also very close to Donald Trump's home base of Mar-a-Lago. So what are the kind of conversations you're having with your American neighbors about all of this?
Well, Florida is a pretty red state. I think it's all red. We have some friends from the Midwest who are also staunch Republicans. And I guess the big issue here that we're having is they believe everything Trump says.
Yeah.
There's no reasoning with them. They're not listening to any facts. They don't have facts. They're just mimicking what Trump is saying.
Yeah.
And I find that scary. I find it very scary that there's no reasoning. There is a faction out there that are Trump followers, and it's scary.
Yeah, they all sound like Joe Rogan because they're parroting all those things you hear online and they're just saying them back to you now. So, you know, Trump has consistently talked about Canada being or becoming the 51st state. How does that make you feel as a Canadian living down there? Because some Americans would say your life would be easier, no exchange with the dollar, you don't have to cross a border. How are you feeling about that?
Well, they just think we should. Well, they really, the people we've talked to down here really believe that the trade war is going to bring Canada's economy to a standstill and that Trump will be able to scoop us up. and yeah, they do. It's scary because that's what they believe. So, yeah, I'm having trouble. I mean, I've stayed away from those people for a few days. I just want to sit on the beach and not talk to anyone. Wow. And I guess that's the scary part, you know, and Trump really, he is playing Canada for a puppet. It's not going to stop. Yeah. And I have to say, I'm also very proud of Canada. I'm proud how the Canadians have come together. I'm proud of all the premiers are working together. And we need a plan.
Yeah.
We do not want this to happen.
And as
again.
you say, there has been a noticeable rise in nationalism among Canadians, right? Evident through acts like the boycotting of American-made products, the booing of the anthem. How are you holding on to your Canadian pride down there?
Well, I'm trying not to talk to the people that you can't talk to.
Because I do see Canadian flags, like people put up the fleur-de-lis. I've seen that in Florida, so I know there's some Quebecers there. So the Canadians do show that they're Canadians down there now. Do you have to like keep your head down a little bit right now?
Well, I'm certainly not flying my flag because I was told promptly that you don't fly a Canadian flag in the United States of America. So we're keeping a low profile. We're not saying, hey, we're Canadian, because really in this state, I find it hard to find any supporters because they really believe Trump's way is the way to go and that we need to become a 51st state.
Before I let you go,
I don't feel at home here. If I could leave tomorrow, I would.
I thought that's my next question. You're getting ahead of me here. I mean, given what's going on right now, you've been going down for the past couple of years. As I said, you know, my mom was down there for over a decade. The kids loved it at March break. But given the ongoing tensions, what are your plans going forward?
We've been here for 8 years.
Okay.
We can't leave right away because we have people coming from Europe. And I'm sure they're not happy coming here, but they're coming anyway. We won't come back. We will not be back.
Really? It's gotten to
It's-
that point? Because I'm looking at your pictures and you look like you're loving it down there in the sunshine. Look at that. You're on the golf course.
Well, yeah, but let me tell you something. The people here have said, well, where are you Canadians going to go? You got to come to Florida for the sun.
We'll figure it out.
And they really think this is the only place to come for sun.
We'll
There's
figure
an
it out.
arrogance here that I've never seen before,
Wow.
sadly.
Maybe next year you'll be in Victoria. Let's see. There's some other places you can check out to get some warmth.
There's a lot of places we can go to, but Florida will not be one. Well, I don't think anywhere in the United States will. Not until something changes with the government. But I want to see Canada grow strong through this, and I will. We will grow strong, and I'm proud of every Canadian that is working towards that goal.
And we appreciate you down there in Florida in enemy territory right now, repping Canada. That was Susan Lowenberger. She's a snowbird, and she joined us today from Delray Beach, Florida. You can still enjoy the beach, Susan. Thank you for your time this evening.
Oh, we will. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Managing your finances can be difficult thanks to the uncertainty brought on by these tariffs or the threat of them. We'll talk about your best options when it comes to protecting your savings and investments next here on Canada Tonight. Fears over a trade war sent shockwaves through the markets worldwide today. They opened with huge losses, but bounced back after Trump and his Mexican counterpart announced their tit-for-tat tariffs are paused for a month. I asked the CBC's Kyle Bax how the markets reacted to the delay in tariffs on Canadian goods.
Well, Dwight, the value of the Canadian dollar is rising a little bit tonight. The stock markets closed before the deal was reached. However, some stocks are up in after-hours trading, and stock futures tied to the NASDAQ, Dow, and S&P are all up. This caps off a tumultuous day on the financial markets. The TSX dropped 2.5% out of the gate this morning before bouncing back somewhat this afternoon. I spoke with an investment analyst who says his firm is trying not to focus on buying and selling during these roller coaster days on the markets. Here's what he had to say.
We've survived so many crazy stuff over the last 5 years. This will be another one to add to the books. I think we just have to get used to the fact that over the next 4 years or however long it's going to be with Trump, that this is going to be par for the course.
And before the tariff delay was announced, we did see stock markets fall on both sides of the border, which shows how much concern there is in both countries that a trade war is going to cost households and hurt economies, not only in Canada, but Dwight, in the United States as well.
And Kyle, you mentioned our loonie today. It's going up a bit now. How did it fare overall today?
Well, it sure didn't start well. The Canadian dollar dropping below 68 cents US this morning to a 22-year low. Throughout the day, it did bounce back, and now in after-hours trading, it even rose slightly higher compared to Friday. Still, the loonie remains relatively low. It's worth about 69 cents US right now. 1 year ago, it was worth about 74 cents. So it's lost quite a bit of value over the last 12 months.
Yeah, that's quite a dip. What's the reaction to the pause on these tariffs from our energy sector?
There is relief, that's safe to say. Remember the tariff threat was 25% on imports from Canada and 10% on energy, so less of a hit for the oil and gas industry compared to other sectors. Still, with so much oil flowing south, the industry was staring down a significant financial hit, likely meaning lower prices for Canadian oil and lower investment in the sector. And that's why the oil patch companies headquartered here in Calgary are breathing easier tonight. The tariff threat not over, but at least it's avoided for now.
CBC's Kyle Bax reporting from Calgary tonight. Thank you, Kyle.
Thank you.
So how can you save your wallet from taking a big hit? Leslie Ann Scorgie is the founder of MeVest, which helps people with financial success. She's also the contributing columnist with the Toronto Star, and she joins us from Toronto tonight. So Leslie Ann, with all this uncertainty, how are your clients reacting?
There were many phone calls today and a lot of questions, but staying the course and really doing good things to help protect yourself in times like these is the mantra. And those are strategies that are tried and true. They've been around for a very long time, where we try to encourage people not to do anything too quick. Let's wait to see. And you saw that really as a prime example. By the end of day today, there was a 30-day delay in the tariffs. And these are the times where it's very tempting, and it's human nature to want to do something and take action. And truly, the things that we can do that are helpful for us are in our own wallets, and protecting our own wallets by being smart with the decisions that we can control. Because you're not going to control Donald Trump.
Yes, ma'am.
That's not going to happen.
That's a statement that is very true. So, we're worried about this 30-day, or we have this 30-day reprieve, but we're worried about what's going to happen at the end of these 30 days. So how can Canadians maybe adjust their saving strategies with this little bit of reprieve time we have? Should we be doing something different?
We should be doing the numero uno, which is go to your budget. That does mean you have to have one, and look at it line by line. Are there aspects of your budget that you could potentially trim back or cut out? Because in the event that we do have the tariffs implemented, there will be harm caused to most Canadians' balance sheets. Like the impact will not be good. The costs are going to go up at the grocery store, for gas. We might even see some impact in the housing market, and just about everything's going to cost more. So this is very much about seeing what you could do to change your budget to create opportunity to maybe save a bit more, or at a minimum trim some unnecessary costs out of the budget. In the event that you do have costs that rise on all those essentials, you're going to want to make sure you have a little bit of room in your budget to absorb those costs.
Yeah, I've already been told at home, no trips, no trips.
No trips, right?
All right. Yeah. I mean, there are also certain members of Canadian society, like myself, we're of a certain vintage, right? We're getting up there in years. So should those near retirees delay their retirement amid these trade wars?
You're not getting that far up there, but it's a great question. I think actually a few, including my parents, called me today, and they're newly retired, and this is a big cause for concern.
Yes.
Should people who are nearing retirement keep working, or should they just stick to their plan? And really, I think this is very much about retirement preparedness. Do you feel like you have the ability, if you go into retirement, to absorb some higher costs? If you don't feel like you have that, then the answer might be that you are working a little bit longer. And if you happen to have already entered retirement, extra focus on that wonderful thing we call frugality, embrace it. You know, maybe it is that this is the year where you're a bit more conservative with your retirement funds. But at the moment, for retirees that have flexibility to maybe continue to work a little bit longer, let's wait this out. This is very much about, we have to buy ourselves a little bit of time so that we can create certainty around the aspects of our investments and our budget, the things that we can control. Those other pieces are very tricky. They're out of our hands.
And you know, with those prices going up, a lot of seniors are on a fixed budget, so it makes it that much more difficult. Is this a good time then to make changes to our investment portfolios?
I always encourage people to go and talk to their advisors. And here's what I heard today in my own community and also from the desks of most of the banks is that, you know, stay the course. Don't make sharp pivots to your investment strategy. If the markets come down and you're one of those people that's continually investing every 2 weeks with your paycheck or what, that actually might turn out well for you because you'll be buying at you know, some lower rates and lower costs. Where I would encourage people though is do have those conversations, really check in on your risk tolerance with your advisor. If you're with a more so like a managed product, like a robo-advisor, those institutions that are managing those products on your behalf are really thinking about this right now. And most of them have already taken into effect some uncertainty when the election happened and Trump came into power. There were decisions that were made months ago to create a little bit of resiliency in well-managed portfolios. So what I'm trying to say is don't do anything sharp. Make that phone call. If you've been ignoring your advisor or not returning their phone calls, which I know many people don't return those calls, this is a great time to pick up the phone and give a ring.
We call this News You Can Use, Leslie, and you gave us a whole bunch of important points we could use tonight to help us. So Leslie Ann Scorgie is the founder of MeVest. We appreciate your time and these insights. Thanks, Leslie Ann.
Thanks, Dwight.
Next, we'll hear from Canada's ambassador to the United Nations, Bob Ray's reaction to today's news on the tariffs being paused and much more. You're watching Canada Tonight.
This is very much going to be a situation that continues to play out over the long term. There still is that threat of tariffs in the future, and so we have a responsibility to continue to take those long-term steps to ensure that our economy is Trump-proof in Manitoba.
More reaction from Canada's political leaders to the pause on proposed U.S. tariffs. It follows a tense day and 2 conversations Prime Minister Trudeau had with U.S. President Donald Trump. The PM says Canada is implementing its $1.3 billion plan to strengthen the border and appointing a new fentanyl czar, adding the pause will last at least a month while the 2 countries work together. Donald Trump also repeated a threat today. He wants Canada to become the 51st state. For more, let's bring in Bob Ray. He is the ambassador and permanent representative of Canada to the United Nations in New York, and he's got our flag there proudly displayed behind him. He joins us from NYC. Ambassador, a 30-day reprieve, but the threat of U.S. takeover is not over. How concerned are you about the U.S. president's statements he's making about Canada?
Well, I mean, look, we are definitely not the 51st state. We have no desire. I think the vast majority of Canadians have no desire to become the 51st state. I think the president's musings on that subject have gone on long enough. I mean, we need to move on, develop respectful relationship between our 2 countries, and come to grips with the fact that when the president and the administration threaten tariffs, that they're really threatening their own economy as much as ours. And because our 2 economies are so closely linked, there's no such thing as an American car. It's made in Canada. It's made in the United States. Much of it's made in Mexico. So it's really important to get past some of these old ways and old stereotypes of looking at the economy and understand how closely linked up it is. And I think we saw that in the market reaction to the president's announcement over the weekend. And I think that's a reality that we all deal with in public life, that the marketplace and the economy work in a certain way. And it's important that you not create conditions that make for an enormous amount of insecurity, and that's, I think, a challenge we continue to face.
I mean, you could say Trump is talking about Canada in the way you heard Putin talk about Ukraine, like they're not a real country. Should we be insulted here or scared?
Neither. I don't think it's about taking it that way, or taking it at face value. I think it's rhetoric that maybe he thinks is either amusing or effective, but I think we need to move on and understand that there has to be a respectful relationship that looks at how we bargain and looks at how we deal with trade issues and we deal with other issues. But I mean, this has been for many Canadians and for many people in the United States, it's been a deeply troubling time. I mean,
yes.
And I think it's time, totally self-inflicted. There was no reason for this. We need to get on with the issues we need to get on with. And, nobody was happier at seeing the turmoil that's being created than Russia and China. And I don't think that's a situation we want to create.
So you don't think these threats are genuine? These are just negotiation tactics from the U.S. president then?
I wouldn't say any of the above. I don't know what to make of them, except to say that I don't think many Canadians think it's funny. And I don't think there are many Canadians who appreciate having the sovereignty and integrity of their country belittled in this way. And I think the Prime Minister, any Prime Minister, is deserving of more respect than this.
Are you having conversations with any of your counterparts at the UN about all of this and what's going on?
Of course. Because what's happening is not only what's happening to Canada.
Yes.
It's what's happening to a number of other countries as well directly, but also it's the substantial disinvestment in the United Nations and some critical institutions like the World Health Organization which are creating their own kind of instability. And that's a broader issue and problem and challenge that the world faces at the present time. We need to maintain vaccinations around the world. We need to maintain protection from a potential pandemic. We need to strengthen our national capabilities, the capabilities of countries around the world to respond to healthcare crises. And we need to strengthen the ability of international institutions to work. So that's something that people are talking a lot about, as well as the threats to various countries that come and go, and it's difficult to assess, where they sit exactly. But it is a troubling time for the world. I think it would be, you'd have to be, have your head in the sand not to understand that this is a significant problem.
Yeah, we see them getting rid of U.S. aid too. Seeing a surge of nationalism and patriotism from Canadians as we go through this now. This has become a challenging relationship. What happens over the next 4 years? Is it just we're going to have to deal with the U.S. president because that's just who he is?
Well, we do have to deal with the U.S. administration because they've had an election and that's their choice. So we have to deal with that. Of course we have to deal with it. And I think most people would say that Mr. Trudeau and the government and the premiers and all those who have been working away at this have been working at it thoughtfully and effectively and are doing a very good job in a very difficult circumstance. I think it's not just about maintaining our own sense of our own identity. It's about ensuring that the world is a decent place and that we're treating each other with respect. We saw the impact of aggression on Ukraine. We've seen it, the threats against Taiwan and against stability in the South China Sea, and that's never good. Those kinds of aggression are never good. Threats of aggression are never good. No. And so, yeah, we have to be aware of it as we face up to it. But there is, I think, strength in numbers and people working effectively together. And I think a lot of other countries are coming together to face up to the particular challenges that we're facing right now.
Thank you, Ambassador Bob Rae. I got my Ontario Scholar Award in the 80s at Runnymede Collegiate from Bob Rae, and here I am getting a chance to talk to him as our representative at the United Nations. Appreciate your time this evening.
My kids went to Runnymede Collegiate.
I know that. Thank you, Ambassador.
Nice to see you.
Ontario Premier Doug Ford says he's reversed the plan to stop selling American booze for now, adding, with the U.S. pausing tariffs, Ontario will also pause our retaliatory measures. If President Trump proceeds with tariffs, we won't hesitate to remove American products off LCBO shelves. With more Ontario reaction, here's the CBC's Jamie Strachan.
Dwight, really a remarkable 48 hours and up and down on this story. We saw really a code red Sunday night from Prime Minister Trudeau addressing the nation when it seemed like these tariffs were going to come into place at midnight tonight. We've seen Progressive Conservative leader Doug Ford out on the campaign trail today, making the rounds on various U.S. media outlets, laying out what Ontario, which would be, if it was a country, the third biggest trading partner of the United States, laying out retaliation that it was prepared to do, including yanking all U.S. booze off of the shelves at LCBOs across the province. The LCBO, one of the biggest liquor buyers in all of North America. Ontarians consuming $1 billion worth of U.S. alcohol every year. Also saying to U.S. companies, listen, I'm closing the door when it comes to bidding on procurement contracts in the province. Then, of course, late today came word from Prime Minister Trudeau again via X, where seemingly all of the negotiations on this file have happened, that in exchange for a number of concessions, including Canada devoting more resources to border security, naming a fentanyl czar, that these tariffs were going to be paused for 30 days. Moments after that happened, we saw a release from the Premier's office saying that all of the things that Doug Ford had laid out around the LCBO procurement, those two were going to be paused for 30 days. But at the same time, Ford, seems to realize, as I think many do, that this is not over. It's simply paused for 30 days, saying so long as our trading relationship with our largest trading partner is up in the air, we will continue to see many potential projects frozen and projects already.
Our CBC's Jamie Strachan reporting. Thanks for watching Canada Tonight. I'm Dwight Drummond. We're back tomorrow at 7 for Pacific. The National is coming your way next.